Section 43 of Don Quixote by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by John Ormsby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Dann, Volume 1, Chapter 41, in which the captive still continues his adventures. Before 15 days were over, our renegade had already purchased an excellent vessel with room for more than 30 persons, and to make the transaction safe and lend a colour to it, he thought it well to make, as he did, a voyage to a place called Choiseul, 20 leagues from Algiers on the Oran side, where there is an extensive trade in dried figs. 2 or 3 times he made this voyage in company with the Tagerin already mentioned. The Moors of Aragon are called Tagerins in Barbary, and those of Granada Mudéjars. But in the kingdom of Fez they call the Mujadars Elkes, and they are the people of the king chiefly employed in war. To proceed. Every time he passed with his vessel, he anchored in a cove that was not 2 crossbow shots from the garden where Zoraida was waiting, and there the renegade, together with the 2 Moorish lads that rowed, used purposely to station himself, either going through his prayers or else practising as a part what he meant to perform in earnest. And thus he would go to Zoraida's garden and ask for fruit, which her father gave him, not knowing him. But though, as he afterwards told me, he sought to speak to Zoraida and tell her who he was, and that by my orders he was to take her to the land of the Christians, so that she might feel satisfied and easy, he had never been able to do so, for the Moorish women do not allow themselves to be seen by any Moor or Turk, unless their husband or father bid them. With Christian captives they permit freedom of intercourse and communication even more than might be considered proper. But for my part I should have been sorry if he had spoken to her, for perhaps it might have alarmed her to find her affairs talked of by renegades. But God, who ordered it otherwise, afforded no opportunity for our renegade's well-meant purpose, and he, seeing how safely he could go to Choiseul and return, and anchor when and how and where he liked, and that the Tagerin, his partner, had no will but his, and that, now I was ransomed, all we wanted was to find some Christians to row, told me to look out for any I should be willing to take with me, over and above those who had been ransomed, and to engage them for the next Friday, which he fixed upon for our departure. On this I spoke to 12 Spaniards, all stout rowers, and such as could most easily leave the city. But it was no easy matter to find so many just then, because there were 20 ships out on a cruise, and they had taken all the rowers with them. And these would not have been found were it not that their master remained at home that summer without going to sea, in order to finish a galliot that he had upon the stocks. To these men I said nothing more than that the next Friday in the evening they were to come out stealthily, one by one, and hang about Hadji Marato's garden, waiting for me there until I came. These directions I gave each one separately, with orders that if they saw any other Christians they were not to say anything to them, except that I had directed them to wait at that spot. This preliminary having been settled, another still more necessary step had to be taken, which was to let Zoraida know how matters stood, that she might be prepared and forewarned, so as not to be taken by surprise if we were suddenly to seize upon her before she thought the Christian's vessel could have returned. I determined, therefore, to go to the garden and try if I could speak to her, and the day before my departure I went there under the pretence of gathering herbs. The first person I met was her father, who addressed me in the language that all over Barbary and even in Constantinople is the medium between captives and Moors, and it is neither Morisco nor Castilian nor of any other nation, but a mixture of all languages, by means of which we can all understand one another. In this sort of language, I say, he asked me what I wanted in his garden, and to whom I belonged. I replied that I was a slave of the Arno Mami, for I knew as a certainty that he was a very great friend of his, and that I wanted some herbs to make a salad. He asked me then whether I were on ransom or not, and what my master demanded for me. While these questions and answers were proceeding, the fair Zoraida, who had already perceived me some time before, came out of the house in the garden, and, as Moorish women are by no means particular about letting themselves be seen by Christians, or, as I have said before, at all coy, she had no hesitation in coming to where her father stood with me. Moreover, her father, seeing her approaching slowly, called to her to come. It would be beyond my power now to describe to you the great beauty, the high-bred air, the brilliant attire of my beloved Zoraida as she presented herself before my eyes. I will content myself with saying that more pearls hung from her fair neck, her ears, and her hair than she had hairs on her head. On her ankles, which, as is customary, were bare, she had carcages, for so bracelets or anklets are called in Morisco, of the purest gold, set with so many diamonds that she told me afterwards her father valued them at 10,000 doubloons, and those she had on her wrists were worth as much more. The pearls were in profusion and very fine, for the highest display and adornment of the Moorish women is decking themselves with rich pearls and seed pearls, and of these there are therefore more among the Moors than amongst any other people. Zoraida's father had, too, the reputation of possessing a great number, and the purest in all Algiers, and of possessing also more than 200,000 Spanish crowns. And she, who is now mistress of me only, was mistress of all this. Whether thus adorned she would have been beautiful or not, and what she must have been in her prosperity, may be imagined from the beauty remaining to her after so many hardships, for, as everyone knows, the beauty of some women has its times and its seasons, and is increased or diminished by chance causes, and naturally the emotions of the mind will heighten or impair it, though indeed more frequently they totally destroy it. In a word, she presented herself before me that day, attired with the utmost splendour, and supremely beautiful. At any rate, she seemed to me the most beautiful object I had ever seen, and when, besides, I thought of all I owed to her, I felt as though I had before me some heavenly being come to earth to bring me relief and happiness. As she approached, her father told her in his own language that I was a captive belonging to his friend the Arno Mamie, and that I had come for salad. She took up the conversation, and in that mixture of tongues I have spoken of, she asked me if I was a gentleman, and why I was not ransomed. I answered that I was already ransomed, and that by the price it might be seen what value my master set on me, as they had given 1,500 zoltanis for me. To which he replied, "Hadst thou been my father's, I can tell thee, I would not have let him part with thee for twice as much, for you Christians always tell lies about yourself, and make yourself out poor to cheat the Moors." "That may be, lady," said I, "but indeed I dealt truthfully with my master, as I do and mean to do with everybody in the world." "And when dost thou go?" said Zoraida. "To-morrow, I think," said I, "for there is a vessel here from France which sails to-morrow, and I think I shall go in her." "Would it not be better," said Zoraida, "to wait for the arrival of ships from Spain and go with them, and not with the French, who are not your friends?" "No," said I, "though if there were intelligence that a vessel were now coming from Spain, it is true I might, perhaps, wait for it. However, it is more likely I shall depart to-morrow, for the longing I feel to return to my country and to those I love is so great that it will not allow me to wait for another opportunity, however more convenient, if it be delayed." "No doubt thou art married in thine own country," said Zoraida, "and for that reason thou art anxious to go and see thy wife." "I am not married," I replied, "but I have given my promise to marry on my arrival there." "And is the lady beautiful to whom thou hast given it?" said Zoraida. "So beautiful," said I, "that to describe her worthily and tell thee the truth, she is very like thee." At this her father laughed very heartily, and said, "By Allah, Christian, she must be very beautiful if she is like my daughter, who is the most beautiful woman in all this kingdom. Only look at her well, and thou wilt see I am telling the truth." Zoraida's father, as the better linguist, helped to interpret most of these words and phrases, for though she spoke the bastard language that, as I have said, is employed there, she expressed her meaning more by signs than by words. While we were still engaged in this conversation, a Moor came running up, exclaiming that 4 Turks had leapt over the fence or wall of the garden, and were gathering the fruit, though it was not yet ripe. The old man was alarmed, and Zoraida too, for the Moors commonly, and so to speak, instinctively, have a dread of the Turks, but particularly of the soldiers, who are so insolent and domineering to the Moors, who are under their power, that they treat them worse than if they were their slaves. Her father said to Zoraida, "Daughter, retire into the house, and shut thyself in, while I go and speak to these dogs. And thou, Christian, pick thy herbs, and go in peace, and Allah bring thee safe to thy own country." I bowed, and he went away to look for the Turks, leaving me alone with Zoraida, who made as if she were about to retire, as her father bade her. But the moment he was concealed by the trees of the garden, turning to me with her eyes full of tears, she said, "Damegi, Cristiano, damegi?" That is to say, "Art thou going, Christian? Art thou going?" I made answer, "Yes, lady, but not without thee, come what may. Be on the watch for me on the next Juma, and be not alarmed when thou seest us, for most surely we shall go to the land of the Christians." This I said in such a way that she understood perfectly all that passed between us, and throwing her arm round my neck, she began with feeble steps to move towards the house. But as fate would have it, and it might have been very unfortunate if heaven had not otherwise ordered it, just as we were moving on in the manner and position I have described, with her arm round my neck, her father, as he returned after having sent away the Turks, saw how we were walking, and we perceived that he saw us. But Zoraida, ready and quick-witted, took care not to remove her arm from my neck, but on the contrary drew closer to me and laid her head on my breast, bending her knees a little and showing all the signs and tokens of fainting, while I at the same time made it seem as though I were supporting her against my will. Her father came running up to where we were, and seeing his daughter in this state, asked what was the matter with her. She, however, giving no answer, he said, "No doubt she has fainted in alarm at the entrance of those dogs," and taking her from mine, he drew her to his own breast, while she, sighing, her eyes still wet with tears, said again, "Amegi, Cristiano, amegi." "Go, Christian, go." To this her father replied, "There is no need, daughter, for the Christian to go, for he has done thee no harm, and the Turks have now gone. Feel no alarm, there is nothing to hurt thee, for as I say, the Turks at my request have gone back the way they came." "It was they who terrified her, as thou hast said, señor," said I to her father, "but since she tells me to go, I have no wish to displease her. Peace be with thee, and with thy leave I will come back to this garden for herbs, if need be, for my master says there are nowhere better herbs for salad than here." "Come back for any thou hast need of," replied Haji Marato, "for my daughter does not speak thus because she is displeased with thee or any Christian. She only meant that the Turks should go, not thou, or that it was time for thee to look for thy herbs." With this I at once took my leave of both, and she, looking as though her heart were breaking, retired with her father. While pretending to look for herbs, I made the round of the garden at my ease, and studied carefully all the approaches and outlets, and the fastenings of the house, and everything that could be taken advantage of to make our task easy. Having done so, I went and gave an account of all that had taken place to the renegade and my comrades, and looked forward with impatience to the hour when, all fear at an end, I should find myself in possession of the prize which fortune held out to me in the fair and lovely Zoraida. The time passed at length, and the appointed day we so longed for arrived, and, all following out the arrangement and plan which, after careful consideration and many a long discussion, we had decided upon, we succeeded as fully as we could have wished, for on the Friday following the day upon which I spoke to Zoraida in the garden, the renegade anchored his vessel at nightfall, almost opposite the spot where she was. The Christians who were to row were ready and in hiding at different places round about, all waiting for me, anxious and elated, and eager to attack the vessel they had before their eyes, for they did not know the renegade's plan, but expected that they were to gain their liberty by force of arms and by killing the Moors who were on board the vessel. As soon then as I and my comrades made our appearance, all those that were in hiding, seeing us, came and joined us. It was now the time when the city gates are shut, and there was no one to be seen at all in the space outside. When we were collected together, we debated whether it would be better first to go for Zoraida, or to make prisoners of the Moorish rowers who rowed in the vessel. But while we were still uncertain, our renegade came up asking us what kept us, as it was now the time, and all the Moors were off their guard and most of them asleep. We told him why we hesitated, but he said it was of more importance first to secure the vessel, which could be done with the greatest ease and without any danger, and then we could go for Zoraida. We all approved of what he said, and so, without further delay, guided by him, we made for the vessel, and he, leaping on board first, drew his cutlass and said in Morisco, "Let no one stir from this if he does not want it to cost him his life." By this almost all the Christians were on board, and the Moors, who were faint-hearted, hearing their captain speak in this way, were cowed, and without any one of them taking to his arms, and indeed they had few or hardly any, they submitted without saying a word to be bound by the Christians, who quickly secured them, threatening them that if they raised any kind of outcry they would all be put to the sword. This having been accomplished, and half of our party being left to keep guard over them, the rest of us, again taking the renegade as our guide, hastened towards Haji Murato's garden, and, as good luck would have it, on trying the gate, it opened as easily as if it had not been locked. And so, quite quietly and in silence, we reached the house without being perceived by anybody. The lovely Zoraida was waiting for us at a window, and as soon as she perceived that there were people there, she asked in a low voice if we were Nizarani, as much as to say or ask if we were Christians. I answered that we were, and begged her to come down. As soon as she recognized me, she did not delay an instant, but without answering a word came down immediately, opened the door, and presented herself before us all, so beautiful and so richly attired that I cannot attempt to describe her. The moment I saw her, I took her hand and kissed it, and the renegade and my 2 comrades did the same, and the rest, who knew nothing of the circumstances, did as they saw us do, for it only seemed as if we were returning thanks to her, and recognizing her as the giver of our liberty. The renegade asked her in the Morisco language if her father was in the house. She replied that he was, and that he was asleep. "Then it will be necessary to waken him and take him with us," said the renegade, "and everything of value in this fair mansion." "Nay," said she, "my father must not on any account be touched, and there is nothing in the house except what I shall take, and that will be quite enough to enrich and satisfy all of you. Wait a little, and you shall see." And so saying, she went in, telling us she would return immediately, and bidding us keep quiet without making any noise. I asked the renegade what had passed between them, and when he told me, I declared that nothing should be done except in accordance with the wishes of Zoraida, who now came back with a little trunk so full of gold crowns that she could scarcely carry it. Unfortunately, her father awoke while this was going on, and hearing a noise in the garden, came to the window, and at once perceiving that all those who were there were Christians, raising a prodigiously loud outcry, he began to call out in Arabic, "Christians! Christians! Thieves! Thieves!" By which cries we were all thrown into the greatest fear and embarrassment. But the renegade, seeing the danger we were in, and how important it was for him to effect his purpose before we were heard, mounted with the utmost quickness to where Haji Murato was, and with him went some of our party. I, however, did not dare to leave Zoraida, who had fallen almost fainting in my arms. To be brief, those who had gone upstairs acted so promptly that in an instant they came down, carrying Haji Murati with his hands bound and a napkin tied over his mouth, which prevented him from uttering a word, warning him at the same time that to attempt to speak would cost him his life. When his daughter caught sight of him, she covered her eyes so as not to see him, and her father was horror-stricken, not knowing how willingly she had placed herself in our hands. But it was now most essential for us to be on the move, and carefully and quickly we regained the vessel, where those who had remained on board were waiting for us in apprehension of some mishap having befallen us. It was barely 2 hours after night set in when we were all on board the vessel, where the cords were removed from the hands of Zoraida's father and the napkin from his mouth. But the renegade once more told him not to utter a word, or they would take his life. He, when he saw his daughter there, began to sigh piteously, and still more when he perceived that I held her closely embraced, and that she lay quiet without resisting or complaining, or showing any reluctance. Nevertheless, he remained silent, lest they should carry into effect the repeated threats the renegade had addressed to him. Finding herself now on board, and that we were about to give way with the oars, Zoraida, seeing her father there, and the other Moors bound, bade the renegade ask me to do her the favour of releasing the Moors and setting her father at liberty, for she would rather drown herself in the sea than suffer a father that had loved her so dearly to be carried away captive before her eyes and on her account. The renegade repeated this to me, and I replied that I was very willing to do so. But he replied that it was not advisable, because if they were left there, they would at once raise the country and stir up the city, and lead to the dispatch of swift cruisers in pursuit, and our being taken by sea or land without any possibility of escape, and that all that could be done was to set them free on the first Christian ground we reached. On this point we all agreed, and Zoraida, to whom it was explained, together with the reasons that prevented us from doing at once what she desired, was satisfied likewise. And then, in glad silence and with cheerful alacrity, each of our stout rowers took his oar, and commending ourselves to God with all our hearts, we began to shape our course for the island of Majorca, the nearest Christian land. Owing, however, to the Tramontana rising a little and the sea growing somewhat rough, it was impossible for us to keep a straight course for Majorca, and we were compelled to coast in the direction of Oran, not without great uneasiness on our part, lest we should be observed from the town of Schursel, which lies on that coast, not more than 60 miles from Algiers. Moreover, we were afraid of meeting on that course one of the galliots that usually come with goods from Tetuan, although each of us for himself and all of us together felt confident that, if we were to meet a merchant galliot, so that it were not a cruiser, not only should we not be lost, but that we should take a vessel in which we could more safely accomplish our voyage. As we pursued our course, Zoraida kept her head between my hands so as not to see her father, and I felt that she was praying to Lela Marian to help us. We might have made about 30 miles when daybreak found us some 3 musket shots off the land, which seemed to us deserted and without anyone to see us. For all that, however, by hard rowing we put out a little to sea, for it was now somewhat calmer, and having gained about 2 leagues, the word was given to row by batches, while we ate something, for the vessel was well provided. But the rowers said it was not a time to take any rest. Let food be served out to those who were not rowing, but they would not leave their oars on any account. This was done, but now a stiff breeze began to blow, which obliged us to leave off rowing and make sail at once and steer for Oran, as it was impossible to make any other course. All this was done very promptly, and under sail we ran more than 8 miles an hour without any fear, except that of coming across some vessel out on a roving expedition. We gave the Moorish rowers some food, and the renegade comforted them by telling them that they were not held as captives, as we should set them free on the first opportunity. The same was said to Zoraida's father, who replied, "Anything else, Christian, I might hope for or think likely from your generosity and good behaviour, but do not think me so simple as to imagine you will give me my liberty, for you would have never exposed yourself to the danger of depriving me of it only to restore it to me so generously, especially as you know who I am, and the sum you may expect to receive on restoring it. And if you will only name that, I here offer you all you require for myself and for my unhappy daughter there, or else for her alone, for she is the greatest and most precious part of my soul." As he said this, he began to weep so bitterly that he filled us all with compassion and forced Zoraida to look at him. And when she saw him weeping, she was so moved that she rose from my feet and ran to throw her arms round him, and pressing her face to his, they both gave way to such an outburst of tears that several of us were constrained to keep them company. But when her father saw her in full dress and with all her jewels about her, he said to her in his own language, "What means this, my daughter? Last night, before this terrible misfortune in which we are plunged befell us, I saw thee in thy everyday and indoor garments, and now, without having had time to attire thyself, and without my bringing thee any joyful tidings to furnish an occasion for adorning and bedecking thyself, I see thee arrayed in the finest attire it would be in my power to give thee when fortune was most kind to us. Answer me this, for it causes me greater anxiety and surprise than even this misfortune itself." The renegade interpreted to us what the Moor said to his daughter. She, however, returned him no answer. But when he observed in one corner of the vessel the little trunk in which she used to keep her jewels, which he knew well he had left in Algiers and had not brought in the garden, he was still more amazed, and asked her how that trunk had come into our hands, and what there was in it. To which the renegade, without waiting for Zoraida to reply, made answer, "Do not trouble thyself by asking thy daughter Zoraida so many questions, Signor, for the one answer I will give thee will serve for all. I would have thee know that she is a Christian, and that it is she who has been the file for our chains and our deliverer from captivity. She is here of her own free will, as glad, I imagine, to find herself in this position as he who escapes from darkness into the light, from death to life, and from suffering to glory." "Daughter, is this true, what he says?" cried the Moor. "It is," replied Zoraida. "That thou art in truth a Christian," said the old man, "and that thou hast given thy father into the power of his enemies?" To which Zoraida made answer, "A Christian I am, but it is not I who have placed thee in this position, for it never was my wish to leave thee or do thee harm, but only to do good myself." "And what good hast thou done thyself, daughter?" said he. "Ask thou that," said she, "of Layla Marian, for she can tell thee better than I." The Moor had hardly heard these words when, with marvellous quickness, he flung himself head foremost into the sea, where no doubt he would have been drowned had not the long and full dress he wore held him up for a little on the surface of the water. Zoraida cried aloud to us to save him, and we all hastened to help, and seizing him by his robe, we drew him in, half drowned and insensible, at which Zoraida was in such distress that she wept over him as piteously and bitterly as though he were already dead. We turned him upon his face, and he voided a great quantity of water, and at the end of 2 hours came to himself. Meanwhile, the wind having changed, we were compelled to head for the land, and ply our oars to avoid being driven on shore, but it was our good fortune to reach a creek that lies on one side of a small promontory or cape, called by the Moors that of the Cava Rumia, which in our language means the wicked Christian woman, for it is a tradition among them that La Cava, through whom Spain was lost, lies buried at that spot, Cava in their language meaning wicked woman, and Rumia Christian. Moreover, they count it unlucky to anchor there when necessity compels them, and they never do so otherwise. For us, however, it was not the resting place of the wicked woman, but a haven of safety for our relief, so much had the sea now got up. We posted a lookout on shore, and never let the oars out of our hands, and ate the stores the renegade had laid in, imploring God and Our Lady with all our hearts to help and protect us, that we might give a happy ending to a beginning so prosperous. At the entreaty of Zoraida, orders were given to set on shore her father and the other Moors who were still bound, for she could not endure, nor could her tender heart bear to see, her father in bonds, and her fellow countrymen prisoners before her eyes. We promised her to do this at the moment of departure, for as it was uninhabited, we ran no risk in releasing them at that place. Our prayers were not so far in vain as to be unheard by heaven, for after a while the wind changed in our favour and made the sea calm, inviting us once more to resume our voyage with a good heart. Seeing this, we unbound the Moors, and one by one put them on shore, at which they were filled with amazement. But when we came to land, Zoraida's father, who had now completely recovered his senses, he said, "Why is it, think ye, Christians, that this wicked woman is rejoiced at your giving me my liberty? Think ye it is because of the affection she bears me? Nay, verily, it is only because of the hindrance my presence offers to the execution of her base designs. And think not that it is her belief that yours is better than ours that has led her to change her religion. It is only because she knows that immodesty is more freely practised in your country than in ours." Then, turning to Zoraida, while I and another of the Christians held him fast by both arms, lest he should do some mad act, he said to her, "Infamous girl, misguided maiden, whither in thy blindness and madness art thou going in the hands of these dogs, our natural enemies? Cursed be the hour when I begot thee, cursed the luxury and indulgence in which I reared thee." But, seeing that he was not likely soon to cease, I made haste to put him on shore, and thence he continued his maledictions and lamentations aloud, calling on Mohammed to pray to Allah to destroy us, to confound us, to make an end of us. And when, in consequence of having made sail, we could no longer hear what he said, we could see what he did, how he plucked out his beard and tore his hair and lay writhing on the ground. But once he raised his voice to such a pitch that we were able to hear what he said. "Come back, dear daughter, come back to shore. I forgive thee all. Let those men have the money, for it is theirs now, and come back to comfort thy sorrowing father, who will yield up his life on this barren strand if thou dost leave him." All this Zoraida heard, and heard with sorrow and tears, and all she could say in answer was, "Allah grant that Layla Marian, who has made me become a Christian, give thee comfort in thy sorrow, my father. Allah knows that I could not do otherwise than I have done, and that these Christians owe nothing to my will, for even had I wished not to accompany them, but remain at home, it would have been impossible for me, so eagerly did my soul urge me on to the accomplishment of this purpose, which I feel to be as righteous as to thee, dear father, it seems wicked." But neither could her father hear her, nor we see him when she said this. And so, while I consoled Zoraida, we turned our attention to our voyage, in which a breeze from the right point so favoured us that we made sure of finding ourselves off the coast of Spain on the morrow by daybreak. But as good seldom or never comes pure and unmixed, without being attended or followed by some disturbing evil that gives a shock to it, our fortune, or perhaps the curses which the Moor had hurled at his daughter, for whatever kind of father they may come from, these are always to be dreaded, brought it about that when we were now in mid-sea, and the night about 3 hours spent, as we were running with all sail set and oars lashed, for the favouring breeze saved us the trouble of using them, we saw by the light of the moon, which shone brilliantly, a square-rigged vessel in full sail close to us, luffing up and standing across our course, and so close that we had to strike sail to avoid running foul of her, while they too put the helm hard up to let us pass. They came to the side of the ship to ask who we were, whither we were bound, and whence we came. But as they asked this in French, our renegade said, "Let no one answer, for no doubt these are French corsairs who plunder all comers." Acting on this warning, no one answered a word, but after we had gone a little ahead, and the vessel was now lying to leeward, suddenly they fired 2 guns, and apparently both loaded with chain-shot, for with one they cut our mast in half, and brought down both it and the sail into the sea, and the other, discharged at the same moment, sent a ball into our vessel amidships, staving her in completely, but without doing any further damage. We, however, finding ourselves sinking, began to shout for help and call upon those in the ship to pick us up as we were beginning to fill. They then lay to, and lowering a skiff or boat, as many as a dozen Frenchmen, well armed with matchlocks and their matches burning, got into it and came alongside, and seeing how few we were, and that our vessel was going down, they took us in, telling us that this had come to us through our incivility in not giving them an answer. Our renegade took the trunk containing Zoraida's wealth, and dropped it into the sea without anyone perceiving what he did. In short, we went on board with the Frenchmen, who, after having ascertained all they wanted to know about us, rifled us of everything we had, as if they had been our bitterest enemies, and from Zoraida they took even the anklet she wore on her feet. But the distress they caused her did not distress me so much as the fear I was in that from robbing her of her rich and precious jewels, they would proceed to rob her of the most precious jewel that she valued more than all. The desires, however, of those people do not go beyond money, but of that their covetousness is insatiable, and on this occasion it was carried to such a pitch that they would have taken even the clothes we wore as captives if they had been worth anything to them. It was the advice of some of them to throw us all into the sea, wrapped up in a sail, for their purpose was to trade at some of the ports of Spain, giving themselves out as Bretons, and if they brought us alive they would be punished as soon as the robbery was discovered. But the captain, who was the one who had plundered my beloved Zoraida, said he was satisfied with the prize he had got, and that he would not touch at any Spanish port, but pass the Straits of Gibraltar by night, or as best he could, and make for La Rochelle, from which he had sailed. So they agreed by common consent to give us the skiff belonging to their ship and all we required for the short voyage that remained to us, and this they did the next day on coming in sight of the Spanish coast, with which, and the joy we felt, all our sufferings and miseries were as completely forgotten as if they had never been endured by us, such as the delight of recovering lost liberty. It may have been about midday when they placed us in the boat, giving us 2 kegs of water and some biscuit, and the captain, moved by I know not what compassion, as the lovely Zoraida was about to embark, gave her some 40 gold crowns, and would not permit his men to take from her those same garments which she has on now. We got into the boat, returning them thanks for their kindness to us, and showing ourselves grateful rather than indignant. They stood out to sea, steering for the straits. We, without looking to any compass save the land we had before us, set ourselves to row with such energy that by sunset we were so near that we might easily, we thought, land before the night was far advanced. But as the moon did not show that night, and the sky was clouded, and as we knew not whereabouts we were, it did not seem to us a prudent thing to make for the shore, as several of us advised, saying we ought to run ourselves ashore, even if it were on rocks and far from any habitation, for in this way we should be relieved from the apprehension we naturally felt of the prowling vessels of the Tetuan corsairs, who leave Barbary at nightfall and are on the Spanish coast by daybreak, where they commonly take some prize, and then go home to sleep in their own houses. But of the conflicting counsels, the one which was adopted was that we should approach gradually, and land where we could if the sea were calm enough to permit us. This was done, and a little before midnight we drew near to the foot of a huge and lofty mountain, not so close to the sea but that it left a narrow space in which to land conveniently. We ran our boat up on the sand, and all sprang out and kissed the ground, and with tears of joyful satisfaction returned thanks to God our Lord for all his incomparable goodness to us on our voyage. We took out of the boat the provisions it contained, and drew it up on the shore, and then climbed a long way up the mountain, for even there we could not feel easy in our hearts, or persuade ourselves that it was Christian soil that was now under our feet. The dawn came more slowly, I think, than we could have wished. We completed the ascent in order to see if from the summit any habitation or any shepherds' huts could be discovered, but strain our eyes as we might, neither dwelling, nor human being, nor path, nor road could we perceive. However, we determined to push on farther, as it could not but be that ere long we must see someone who would tell us where we were. But what distressed me most was to see Zoraida going on foot over that rough ground, for though I once carried her on my shoulders, she was more wearied by my weariness than rested by the rest, and so she would never again allow me to undergo the exertion, and went on very patiently and cheerfully, while I led her by the hand. We had gone rather less than a quarter of a league, when the sound of a little bell fell on our ears, a clear proof that there were flocks hard by, and looking about carefully to see if any were within view, we observed a young shepherd tranquilly and unsuspiciously trimming a stick with his knife at the foot of a cork-tree. We called to him, and he, raising his head, sprang nimbly to his feet, for, as we afterwards learned, the first who presented themselves to his sight were the renegade and Zoraida, and seeing them in Moorish dress, he imagined that all the Moors of Barbary were upon him, and plunging with marvellous swiftness into the thicket in front of him, he began to raise a prodigious outcry, exclaiming, "The Moors! The Moors have landed! To arms! To arms!" We were all thrown into perplexity by these cries, not knowing what to do. But reflecting that the shouts of the shepherd would raise the country, and that the mounted coastguard would come at once to see what was the matter, we agreed that the renegade must strip off his Turkish garments and put on a captive's jacket or coat, which one of our party gave him at once, though he himself was reduced to his shirt. And so, commending ourselves to God, we followed the same road which we saw the shepherd take, expecting every moment that the coastguard would be down upon us. Nor did our expectation deceive us, for 2 hours had not passed when, coming out of the brushwood into the open ground, we perceived some 50 mounted men swiftly approaching us at a hand gallop. As soon as we saw them, we stood still, waiting for them. But as they came close, and instead of the Moors they were in quest of, saw a set of poor Christians, they were taken aback, and one of them asked if it could be we who were the cause of the shepherd having raised the call to arms. I said yes, and as I was about to explain to him what had occurred, and whence we came, and who we were, one of the Christians of our party recognized the horseman who had put the question to us, and before I could say anything more, he exclaimed, "Thanks be to God, sirs, for bringing us to such good quarters, for, if I do not deceive myself, the ground we stand on is that of Malaga, unless, indeed, all my years of captivity have made me unable to recollect that you, Signor, who ask who we are Pedro de Bustamante, my uncle." The Christian captive had hardly uttered these words when the horseman threw himself off his horse and ran to embrace the young man, crying, "Nephew of my soul and life, I recognize thee now, and long have I mourned thee as dead, I and my sister, thy mother, and all thy kin that are still alive, and whom God has been pleased to preserve, that they may enjoy the happiness of seeing thee. We knew long since that thou wert in Algiers, and from the appearance of thy garments and those of all this company, I conclude that ye have had a miraculous restoration to liberty." "It is true," replied the young man, "and by we will tell you all." As soon as the horsemen understood that we were Christian captives, they dismounted from their horses, and each offered his to carry us to the city of Malaga, which was 1.5 leagues distant. Some of them went to bring the boat to the city, we having told them where we had left it. Others took us up behind them, and Zoraida was placed on the horse of the young man's uncle. The whole town came out to meet us, for they had by this time heard of our arrival from one who had gone on in advance. They were not astonished to see liberated captives or captive Moors, for people on that coast are well used to see both one and the other, but they were astonished at the beauty of Zoraida, which was just then heightened as well by the exertion of travelling as by joy at finding herself on Christian soil and relieved of all fear of being lost. For this had brought such a glow upon her face that unless my affection for her were deceiving me, I would venture to say that there was not a more beautiful creature in the world, at least that I had ever seen. We went straight to the church to return thanks to God for the mercies we had received, and when Zoraida entered it, she said there were faces there like Layla Marian's. We told her they were her images, and, as well as he could, the renegade explained to her what they meant, that she might adore them as if each of them were the very same Layla Marian that had spoken to her. And she, having great intelligence and a quick and clear instinct, understood at once all he said to her about them. Thence they took us away and distributed us all in different houses in the town. But as for the renegade, Zoraida, and myself, the Christian who came with us brought us to the house of his parents, who had a fair share of the gifts of fortune, and treated us with as much kindness as they did their own son. We remained 6 days in Velez, at the end of which the renegade, having informed himself of all that was requisite for him to do, set out for the city of Granada to restore himself to the sacred bosom of the Church through the medium of the Holy Inquisition. The other released captives took their departures, each the way that seemed best to him, and Zoraida and I were left alone, with nothing more than the crowns which the courtesy of the Frenchman had bestowed upon Zoraida, out of which I bought the beast on which she rides, and I, for the present, attending her as her father and squire, and not as her husband. We are now going to ascertain if my father is living, or if any of my brothers has had better fortune than mine has been. Though, as heaven has made me the companion of Zoraida, I think no other lot could be assigned to me, however happy, that I would rather have. The patience with which she endures the hardships that poverty brings with it, and the eagerness she shows to become a Christian, are such that they fill me with admiration, and bind me to serve her all my life, though the happiness I feel in seeing myself hers, and her mine, is disturbed and marred by not knowing whether I shall find any corner to shelter her in my own country, or whether time and death may not have made such changes in the fortunes and lives of my father and brothers that I shall hardly find anyone who knows me, if they are not alive. I have no more of my story to tell you, gentlemen. Whether it be an interesting or a curious one, let your better judgments decide. All I can say is, I would gladly have told it to you more briefly, although my fear of wearying you has made me leave out more than one circumstance. End of section 43. Section 44 of Don Quixote by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by John Ormsby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Volume 1, Chapter 42, which treats of what further took place in the inn, and of several other things worth knowing. With these words the captive held his peace, and Don Fernando said to him, "In truth, Captain, the manner in which you have related this remarkable adventure has been such as benefited the novelty and strangeness of the matter. The whole story is curious and uncommon, and abounds with incidents that fill the hearers with wonder and astonishment. And so great is the pleasure we have found in listening to it that we should be glad if it were to begin again, even though tomorrow were to find us still occupied with the same tale." And while he said this, Cardenio and the rest of them offered to be of service to him in any way that lay in their power, and in words and language so kindly and sincere that the captain was much gratified by their good will. In particular, Don Fernando offered, if he would go back with him, to get his brother the Marquis to become godfather at the baptism of Zoraida, and on his own part to provide him with the means of making his appearance in his own country with the credit and comfort he was entitled to. For all this the captain returned thanks very courteously, although he would not accept any of their generous offers. By this time night closed in, and as it did, there came up to the inn a coach attended by some men on horseback who demanded accommodation, to which the landlady replied that there was not a hand's breadth of the whole inn unoccupied. "Still, for all that," said one of those who had entered on horseback, "room must be found for his lordship the judge here." At this name the landlady was taken aback, and said, "Señor, the fact is I have no beds, but if his lordship the judge carries one with him, as no doubt he does, let him come in and welcome, for my husband and I will give up our room to accommodate his worship." "Very good, so be it," said the squire. But in the meantime a man had got out of the coach, whose dress indicated at a glance the office and post he held, for the long robe with ruffled sleeves that he wore showed that he was, as his servant said, a judge of appeal. He led by the hand a young girl in a travelling dress, apparently about 16 years of age, and of such a high-bred air, so beautiful and so graceful, that all were filled with admiration when she made her appearance. And but for having seen Dorothea, Lucinda, and Zoraida, who were there in the inn, they would have fancied that a beauty like that of this maiden's would have been hard to find. Don Quixote was present at the entrance of the judge with the young lady, and as soon as he saw him, he said, "Your worship may with confidence enter and take your ease in this castle, for though the accommodation be scanty and poor, there are no quarters so cramped or inconvenient that they cannot make room for arms and letters. Above all, if arms and letters have beauty for a guide and leader, as letters represented by your worship have in this fair maiden, to whom not only ought castles to throw themselves open and yield themselves up, but rocks should rend themselves asunder, and mountains divide and bow themselves down to give her a reception. Enter, your worship, I say, into this paradise, for here you will find stars and suns to accompany the heaven your worship brings with you. Here you will find arms in their supreme excellence, and beauty in its highest perfection." The judge was struck with amazement at the language of Don Quixote, whom he scrutinized very carefully, no less astonished by his figure than by his talk. And before he could find words to answer him, he had a fresh surprise when he saw opposite to him Lucinda, Dorothea, and Zoraida, who, having heard of the new guests and of the beauty of the young lady, had come to see her and welcome her. Don Fernando, Cardenio, and the curate, however, greeted him in a more intelligible and polished style. In short, the judge made his entrance in a state of bewilderment, as well with what he saw as what he heard, and the fair ladies of the inn gave the fair damsel a cordial welcome. On the whole, he could perceive that all who were there were people of quality, but with the figure, countenance, and bearing of Don Quixote he was at his wits' end, and all civilities having been exchanged, and the accommodation of the inn inquired into, It was settled, as it had been before settled, that all the women should retire to the garret that had been already mentioned, and that the men should remain outside, as if to guard them. The judge, therefore, was very well pleased to allow his daughter, for such the damsel was, to go with the ladies, which he did very willingly, and with part of the host's narrow bed and half of what the judge had brought with him, they made a more comfortable arrangement for the night than they had expected. The captive, whose heart had leapt within him the instant he saw the judge, telling him somehow that this was his brother, asked one of the servants who accompanied him what his name was, and whether he knew from what part of the country he came. The servant replied that he was called the licentiate Juan Perez de Viedma, and that he had heard it said he came from a village in the mountains of Leon. From this statement, and what he himself had seen, he felt convinced that this was his brother, who had adopted letters by his father's advice, and, excited and rejoiced, he called Don Fernando and Cardenio and the curate aside, and told them how the matter stood, assuring them that the judge was his brother. The servant had further informed him that he was now going to the Indies with the appointment of judges of the Supreme Court of Mexico, and he had learned likewise that the young lady was his daughter, whose mother had died in giving birth to her, and that he was very rich in consequence of the dowry left to him with the daughter. He asked their advice as to what means he should adopt to make himself known, or to ascertain beforehand whether, when he had made himself known, his brother, seeing him so poor, would be ashamed of him, or would receive him with a warm heart. "Leave it to me to find out that," said the curate, "though there is no reason for supposing, Señor Captain, that you will not be kindly received, because the worth and wisdom that your brother's bearing shows him to possess do not make it likely that he will prove haughty or insensible, or that he will not know how to estimate the accidents of fortune at their proper value." "Still," said the captain, "I would not make myself known abruptly, but in some indirect way." "I have told you already," said the curate, "that I will manage it in a way to satisfy us all." By this time supper was ready, and they all took their seats at the table, except the captive and the ladies, who supped by themselves in their own room. In the middle of supper the curate said, "I had a comrade of your worship's name, Señor Judge, in Constantinople, where I was a captive for several years, and that same comrade was one of the stoutest soldiers and captains in the whole Spanish infantry, but he had as large a share of misfortune as he had of gallantry and courage." "And how was the captain called, Señor?" asked the judge. "He was called Ruy Perez de Viedma," replied the curate, "and he was born in a village in the mountains of Leon, and he mentioned a circumstance connected with his father and his brothers, which, had it not been told me by so truthful a man as he was, I should have set down as one of those fables the old women tell over the fire in winter. For he said his father had divided his property among his 3 sons, and had addressed words of advice to them sounder than any of Cato's. But I can say this much, that the choice he made of going to the wars was attended with such success that by his gallant conduct and courage, and without any help save his own merit, he rose in a few years to be captain of infantry, and to see himself on the high road, and in position to be given the command of a corps before long. But fortune was against him, for where he might have expected her favour, he lost it, and with it his liberty, on that glorious day when so many recovered theirs at the battle of Lepanto. I lost mine at the Goletta, and after a variety of adventures we found ourselves comrades at Constantinople. Thence he went to Algiers, where he met with one of the most extraordinary adventures that ever befell anyone in the world." Here the curate went on to relate briefly his brother's adventure with Zoraida, to all which the judge gave such an attentive hearing that he never before had been so much of a hearer. The curate, however, only went so far as to describe how the Frenchmen plundered those who were in the boat, and the poverty and distress in which his comrade and the fair Moor were left, of whom he said he had not been able to learn what became of them, or whether they had reached Spain or been carried to France by the Frenchmen. The captain, standing a little to one side, was listening to all the curate said, and watching every movement of his brother, who, as soon as he perceived the curate had made an end of his story, gave a deep sigh, and said with his eyes full of tears, Oh, Signor, if you only knew what news you have given me, and how it comes home to me, making me show how I feel it with these tears that spring from my eyes in spite of all my worldly wisdom and self-restraint. That brave captain that you speak of is my eldest brother, who, being of a bolder and loftier mind than my other brother or myself, chose the honourable and worthy calling of arms, which was one of the 3 careers our father proposed to us, as your comrade mentioned in that fable you thought he was telling you. I followed that of letters, in which God and my own exertions have raised me to the position in which you see me. My second brother is in Peru, so wealthy that with what he has sent to my father and to me he has fully repaid the portion he took with him, and has even furnished my father's hands with the means of gratifying his natural generosity, while I too have been enabled to pursue my studies in a more becoming and creditable fashion, and so to attain my present standing. My father is still alive, though dying with anxiety to hear of his eldest son, and he prays God unceasingly that death may not close his eyes until he has looked upon those of his son. But with regard to him, what surprises me is that, having so much common sense as he had, he should have neglected to give any intelligence about himself, either in his troubles and sufferings or in his prosperity. For if his father or any of us had known of his condition, he need not have waited for that miracle of the reed to obtain his ransom. But what now disquiets me is the uncertainty whether those Frenchmen may have restored him to liberty or murdered him to hide the robbery. All this will make me continue my journey, not with the satisfaction in which I began it, but in the deepest melancholy and sadness. Oh, dear brother, that I only knew where thou art now, and would hasten to seek thee out and deliver thee from thy sufferings, though it were to cost me suffering myself. Oh, that I could bring news to our old father that thou art alive, even wert thou in the deepest dungeon of Barbary, for his wealth and my brother's and mine would rescue thee thence. Oh, beautiful and generous Zoraida, that I could repay thy goodness to a brother, that I could be present at the new birth of thy soul, and at thy bridal that would give us all such happiness. All this and more the judge uttered with such deep emotion at the news he had received of his brother, that all who heard him shared in it, showing their sympathy with his sorrow. The curate, seeing then how well he had succeeded in carrying out his purpose and the captain's wishes, had no desire to keep them unhappy any longer. So he rose from the table, and going into the room where Zoraida was, he took her by the hand, Lucinda, Dorothea, and the judge's daughter following her. The captain was waiting to see what the curate would do, when the latter, taking him with the other hand, advanced with both of them to where the judge and the other gentlemen were, and said, "Let your tears cease to flow, Señor Judge, and the wish of your heart be gratified as fully as you could desire, for you have before you your worthy brother and your good sister-in-law. He whom you see here is the Captain Viedma, and this is the fair Moor who has been so good to him. The Frenchmen I told you of have reduced them to the state of poverty you see, that you may show the generosity of your kind heart." The captain ran to embrace his brother, who placed both hands on his breast so as to have a good look at him, holding him a little way off. But as soon as he had fully recognized him, he clasped him in his arms so closely, shedding such tears of heartfelt joy, that most of those present could not but join in them. The words the brothers exchanged, the emotion they showed, can scarcely be imagined, I fancy, much less put down in writing. They told each other, in a few words, the events of their lives. They showed the true affection of brothers in all its strength. Then the judge embraced Zoraida, putting all he possessed at her disposal. Then he made his daughter embrace her, and the fair Christian and the lovely Moor drew fresh tears from every eye. And there was Don Quixote, observing all these strange proceedings attentively, without uttering a word, and attributing the whole to chimeras of knight-errantry. Then they agreed that the captain and Zoraida should return with his brother to Seville, and send news to his father of his having been delivered and found, so as to enable him to come and be present at the marriage and baptism of Zoraida, for it was impossible for the judge to put off his journey, as he was informed that in a month from that time the fleet was to sail from Seville for New Spain, and to miss the passage would have been a great inconvenience to him. In short, everybody was well pleased and glad at the captive's good fortune, and as now almost 2/3 of the night were past, they resolved to retire to rest for the remainder of it. Don Quixote offered to mount guard over the castle, lest they should be attacked by some giant or other malevolent scoundrel, covetous of the great treasure of beauty the castle contained. Those who understood him returned him thanks for his service, and they gave the judge an account of his extraordinary humour, with which he was not a little amused. Sancho Panza alone was fuming at the lateness of the hour for retiring to rest, and he of all was the one that made himself most comfortable as he stretched himself on the trappings of his ass, which, as will be told farther on, cost him so dear. The ladies, then, having retired to their chamber, and the others having disposed themselves with as little discomfort as they could, Don Quixote sallied out of the inn to act as sentinel of the castle, as he had promised. It happened, however, that a little before the approach of dawn, a voice so musical and sweet reached the ears of the ladies that it forced them all to listen attentively, but especially Dorothea, who had been awake, and by whose side Donna Clara de Viedma, for so the judge's daughter was called, lay sleeping. No one could imagine who it was that sang so sweetly, and the voice was unaccompanied by any instrument. At one moment it seemed to them as if the singer were in the courtyard, at another in the stable, and as they were all attention, wondering, Cardenio came to the door and said, "Listen, whoever is not asleep, and you will hear a muleteer's voice that enchants as it chants." "We are listening to it already, señor," said Dorothea, on which Cardenio went away, and Dorothea, giving all her attention to it, made out the words of the song to be these. End of section 44. Section 45 of Don Quixote by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by John Ormsby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Dann, wherein is related the pleasant story of the muleteer, together with other strange things that came to pass in the inn. Ah me, love's mariner am I, on love's deep ocean sailing. I know not where the haven lies, I dare not hope to gain it. One solitary distant star is all I have to guide me, a brighter orb than those of old that Palinurus lighted. And vaguely drifting am I borne, I know not where it leads me, I fix my gaze on it alone, of all beside it heedless, but over cautious prudery and coyness cold and cruel. When most I need it, these like clouds its longed for light refuse me. Bright star, goal of my yearning eyes, as thou above me beamest, when thou shalt hide thee from my sight, I'll know that death is near me. The singer had got so far when it struck Dorothea that it was not fair to let Clarissa miss hearing such a sweet voice. So, shaking her from side to side, she woke her, saying, "Forgive me, child, for waking thee, but I do so that thou mayest have the pleasure of hearing the best voice that thou hast ever heard, perhaps in all thy life." Clarissa awoke, quite drowsy, and not understanding at the moment what Dorothea said, asked her what it was. She repeated what she had said, and Clara became attentive at once. But she had hardly heard 2 lines, as the singer continued, when a strange trembling seized her, as if she was suffering from a severe attack of court and ague, and throwing her arms round Dorothea, she said, Ah, dear lady of my soul and life, why did you wake me? The greatest kindness fortune could do me now would be to close my eyes and ears so as neither to see or hear that unhappy musician." "What art thou talking about, child?" said Dorothea. "Why, they say this singer is a muleteer." "Nay, he is the lord of many places," replied Clara, "and that one in my heart which he holds so firmly shall never be taken from him unless he be willing to surrender it." Dorothea was amazed at the ardent language of the girl, for it seemed to be far beyond such experience of life as her tender years gave any promise of. So she said to her, "You speak in such a way that I cannot understand you, Signora Clara. Explain yourself more clearly, and tell me what is this you are saying about hearts and places, and this musician whose voice has so moved you. But do not tell me anything now. I do not want to lose the pleasure I get from listening to the singer by giving my attention to your transports, for I perceive he is beginning to sing a new strain and a new air." "Let him, in heaven's name," returned Clara, and not to hear him, she stopped both ears with her hands, at which Dorothea was again surprised, but turning her attention to the song, she found that it ran in this fashion: "Sweet hope, my stay, that onward to the goal of thy intent dost make thy way. Heedless of hindrance or impediment, have thou no fear. If at each step thou findest death is near, no victory, no joy of triumph doth the faint heart know. Unblest is he that a bold front to fortune dares not show, but soul and sense in bondage yieldeth up to indolence. If love his wares do dearly sell, his right must be contest. What gold compares with that whereon his stamp he hath impressed? And all men know what costeth little that we rate but low. Love resolute knows not the word impossibility. And though my suit be set by endless obstacles I see, yet no despair shall hold me bound to earth while heaven is there." Here the voice ceased, and Clara's sobs began afresh, all which excited Dorothea's curiosity to know what could be the cause of singing so sweet and weeping so bitter. So she again asked her what it was she was going to say before. On this, Clara, afraid that Lucinda might overhear her, winding her arms tightly round Dorothea, put her mouth so close to her ear that she could speak without fear of being heard by anyone else, and said, "This singer, dear Signora, is the son of a gentleman of Aragon, lord of 2 villages, who lives opposite my father's house at Madrid. And though my father had curtains to the windows of his house in winter, and lattice work in summer, in some way, I know not how, this gentleman, who was pursuing his studies, saw me, whether in church or elsewhere, I cannot tell, and, in fact, fell in love with me, and gave me to know it from the windows of his house, with so many signs and tears that I was forced to believe him, and even to love him, without knowing what it was he wanted of me. One of the signs he used to make me was to link one hand in the other, to show me he wished to marry me. And though I should have been glad if that could be, being alone and motherless, I knew not whom to open my mind to, and so I left it as it was, showing him no favour, except when my father, and his too, were from home, to raise the curtain or the lattice a little, and let him see me plainly, at which he would show such delight that he seemed as if he were going mad. Meanwhile, the time for my father's departure arrived, which he became aware of, but not from me, for I had never been able to tell him of it. He fell sick, of grief, I believe, and so the day we were going away I could not see him to take farewell of him, were it only with the eyes. But after we had been 2 days on the road, on entering the posada of a village a day's journey from this, I saw him at the inn door in the dress of a muleteer, and so well disguised that if I did not carry his image graven on my heart, it would have been impossible for me to recognize him. But I knew him, and I was surprised and glad. He watched me, unsuspected by my father, from whom he always hides himself when he crosses my path on the road or in the posadas where we halt. And as I know what he is, and reflect that for love of me he makes this journey on foot in all this hardship, I am ready to die of sorrow, and where he sets foot, there I set my eyes. I know not with what object he has come, or how he could have got away from his father, who loves him beyond measure, having no other heir, and because he deserves it, as you will perceive when you see him. And moreover, I can tell you, all that he sings is out of his own head, for I have heard them say he is a great scholar and poet, and what is more, every time I see him or hear him sing, I tremble all over, and am terrified lest my father should recognize him, and come to know of our loves. I have never spoken a word to him in my life, and for all that I love him so that I could not live without him. This, dear Signora, is all I have to tell you about the musician whose voice has delighted you so much, and from it alone you might easily perceive he is no muleteer, but a lord of hearts and towns, as I told you already." "Say no more, Donna Clara," said Dorothea at this, at the same time kissing her 1,000 times over. "Say no more, I tell you, but wait till day comes, when I trust in God to arrange this affair of yours, so that it may have the happy ending such an innocent beginning deserves." "Ah, Signora," said Donna Clara, "what end can be hoped for when his father is of such lofty position and so wealthy that he would think I was not fit to be even a servant to his son, much less wife? And as to marrying without the knowledge of my father, I would not do it for all the world. I would not ask anything more than that this youth should go back and leave me. Perhaps with not seeing him and the long distance we shall have to travel, the pain I suffer now may become easier, though I dare say the remedy I propose will do me very little good. I don't know how the devil this has come about, or how this love I have for him got in. I such a young girl, and he such a mere boy, for I verily believe we are both of an age, and I am not 16 yet, for I will be 16 Michaelmas Day next, my father says." Dorothea could not help laughing to hear how like a child Donna Clara spoke. "Let us go to sleep now, Signora," said she, "for the little of the night that I fancy is left to us. God will soon send us daylight, and we will set all to rights, or it will go hard with me." With this they fell asleep, and deep silence reigned all through the inn. The only persons not to sleep were the landlady's daughter and her servant Maritornes, who, knowing the weak point of Don Quixote's humour, and that he was outside the inn mounting guard in armour and on horseback, resolved, the pair of them, to play some trick upon him, or at any rate to amuse themselves for a while by listening to his nonsense. As it so happened, there was not a window in the whole inn that looked outwards, except a hole in the wall of a straw loft through which they used to throw out the straw. At this hole the two demi-damsels posted themselves, and observed Don Quixote on his horse, leaning on his pike, and from time to time sending forth such deep and doleful sighs that he seemed to pluck up his soul by the roots with each of them. And they could hear him, too, saying in a soft, tender, loving tone, "Oh, my lady Dulcinea del Toboso, perfection of all beauty, summit and crown of discretion, treasure-house of grace, depository of virtue, and finally, ideal of all that is good, honourable, and delectable in this world. What is thy grace doing now? Art thou perchance mindful of thy enslaved knight, who of his own free will hath exposed himself to so great perils, and all to serve thee? Give me tidings of her, O luminary of the three faces. Perhaps at this moment, envious of hers, thou art regarding her, either as she paces to and fro some gallery of her sumptuous palaces, or leans over some balcony, meditating how, whilst preserving her purity and greatness, she may mitigate the tortures this wretched heart of mine endures for her sake. What glory should recompense my sufferings, what repose my toil, and lastly, what death my life, and what reward my services? And thou, O son, that art now doubtless harnessing thy steeds in haste to rise betimes and come forth to see my lady, when thou seest her, I entreat of thee to salute her on my behalf. But have a care, when thou shalt see her, and salute her, that thou kiss not her face. For I shall be more jealous of thee than thou wert of that light-footed ingrate that made thee sweat and run so on the plains of Thessaly, or on the banks of the Peneus. For I do not exactly recollect where it was thou didst run on that occasion, in thy jealousy and love. Don Quixote had got so far in his pathetic speech when the landlady's daughter began to signal to him, saying, "Señor, come over here, please." At these signals and voice, Don Quixote turned his head, and saw by the light of the moon, which then was in its full splendour, that someone was calling to him from the hole in the wall, which seemed to him to be a window, and what is more, with a gilt grating, as rich castles, such as he believed the inn to be, ought to have. And it immediately suggested itself to his imagination that, as on the former occasion, the fair damsel, the daughter of the lady of the castle, overcome by love for him, was once more endeavouring to win his affections. And with this idea, not to show himself discourteous or ungrateful, he turned Rocinante's head and approached the hole, and as he perceived the two wenches, he said, "I pity you, beauteous lady, that you should have directed your thoughts of love to a quarter from whence it is impossible that such a return can be made to you as is due to your great merit and gentle birth, for which you must not blame this unhappy knight-errant, whom love renders incapable of submission to any other than her whom, the first moment his eyes beheld her, he made absolute mistress of his soul. Forgive me, noble lady, and retire to your apartment, and do not, by any further declaration of your passion, compel me to show myself more ungrateful. And if, of the love you bear me, you should find that there is anything else in my power wherein I can gratify you, provided it be not love itself, demand it of me. For I swear to you by that sweet absent enemy of mine to grant it this instant, though it be that you require of me a lock of Medusa's hair, which was all snakes, or even the very beams of the sun shut up in a vial." "My mistress wants nothing of that sort, Sir Knight," said Maritornes at this. "What, then, a discreet dame, is it that your mistress wants?" replied Don Quixote. "Only one of your fair hands," said Maritornes, "to enable her to vent over it the greatest passion which has brought her to this loophole, so much to the risk of her honour. For if the lord her father had heard her, the least slice he would cut off would be her ear." "I should like to see that tried," said Don Quixote, "but he had better beware of that if he does not want to meet the most disastrous end that ever father in the world met for having laid eyes on the tender limbs of a love-stricken daughter." Maritornes felt sure that Don Quixote would present the hand she had asked, and making up her mind what to do, she got down from the hole and went into the stable, where she took the halter of Sancho Panza's ass, and in all haste returned to the hole, just as Don Quixote had planted himself standing on Rocinante's saddle in order to reach the grated window, where he supposed the lovelorn damsel to be. And giving her his hand, he said, "Lady, take this hand, or rather this scourge of the evildoers of the earth. Take, I say, this hand, which no other hand of woman has ever touched, not even hers who has complete possession of my entire body. I present it to you, not that you may kiss it, but that you may observe the contexture of the sinews, the close network of the muscles, the breadth and capacity of the veins, whence you may infer what must be the strength of the arm that has such a hand." "That we shall see presently," said Maritornes, and making a running knot of the halter, she passed it over his wrist, and coming down from the hole, tied the other end very firmly to the bolt of the door of the straw loft. Don Quixote, feeling the roughness of the rope on his wrist, exclaimed, "Your grace seems to be grating rather than caressing my hand. Treat it not so harshly, for it is not to blame for the offence my resolution has given you, nor is it just to wreak all your vengeance on so small a part. Remember that one who loves so well should not revenge herself so cruelly." But there was nobody now to listen to these words of Don Quixote's, for as soon as Maritornes had tied him, She and the other made off, ready to die with laughing, leaving him fastened in such a way that it was impossible for him to release himself. He was, as has been said, standing on Rocinante, with his arm passed through the hole and his wrist tied to the bolt of the door, and in mighty fear and dread of being left hanging by the arm if Rocinante were to stir one side or the other. So he did not dare to make the least movement, although from the patience and imperturbable disposition of Rocinante he had good reason to expect that he would stand without budging for a whole century. Finding himself fast then, and that the ladies had retired, he began to fancy that all this was done by enchantment, as on the former occasion when in that same castle that enchanted Moor of a carrier had belaboured him, and he cursed in his heart his own want of sense and judgment in venturing to enter the castle again after having come off so badly the first time, it being a settled point with knights-errant that when they have tried an adventure and have not succeeded in it, it is a sign that it is not reserved for them but for others, and that therefore they need not try it again. Nevertheless, he pulled his arm to see if he could release himself, but it had been made so fast that all his efforts were in vain. It is true he pulled it gently, lest Rocinante should move, but, try as he might to seat himself in the saddle, he had nothing for it but to stand upright or pull his hand off. Then it was he wished for the sword of Amadis, against which no enchantment whatever had any power. Then he cursed his ill fortune. Then he magnified the loss the world would sustain by his absence while he remained there enchanted, for that he believed was beyond all doubt. Then he once more took to thinking of his beloved Dulcinea del Toboso. Then he called to his worthy squire Sancho Panza, who, buried in sleep and stretched upon the pack-saddle of his ass, was oblivious at that moment of the mother that bore him. Then he called upon the sages Lugandio and Alquife to come to his aid. Then he invoked his good friend Urganda to succour him. And then at last morning found him in such a state of desperation and perplexity that he was bellowing like a bull, for he had no hope that day would bring any relief to his suffering, which he believed would last for ever, inasmuch as he was enchanted, and of this he was convinced by seeing that Rocinante never stirred, much or little, and he felt persuaded that he and his horse were to remain in this state, without eating or drinking or sleeping, until the malign influence of the stars was overpast, or until some other more sage enchanter should disenchant him. But he was very much deceived in this conclusion, for daylight had hardly begun to appear when there came up to the inn 4 men on horseback, well equipped and accoutred, with firelocks across their saddle-bows. They called out and knocked loudly at the gate of the inn, which was still shut. On seeing which, Don Quixote, even there where he was, did not forget to act as sentinel, and said in a loud and imperious tone, "Knights, or squires, or whatever ye be, ye have no right to knock at the gates of this castle, for it is plain enough that they who are within are either asleep, or else are not in the habit of throwing open the fortress until the sun's rays are spread over the whole surface of the earth. Withdraw to a distance, and wait till it is broad daylight, and then we shall see whether it will be proper or not to open to you." "What the devil fortress or castle is this," said one, "to make us stand on such ceremony? If you are the innkeeper, bid them open to us. We are travellers who only want to feed our horses and go on, for we are in haste." "Do you think, gentlemen, that I look like an innkeeper?" said Don Quixote. "I don't know what you look like," replied the other, "but I know that you are talking nonsense when you call this inn a castle." "A castle it is," returned Don Quixote, "nay, more, one of the best in this whole province, and it has within it people who have had the sceptre in the hand and the crown on the head." "It would be better if it were the other way," said the traveller, "the sceptre on the head and the crown in the hand. But if so, maybe there is within some company of players with whom it is a common thing to have those crowns and sceptres you speak of, for in such a small inn as this, and where such silence is kept, I do not believe any people entitled to crowns and sceptres can have taken up their quarters." "You know but little of the world," returned Don Quixote, "since you are ignorant of what commonly occurs in knight-errantry." But the comrades of the spokesman, growing weary of the dialogue with Don Quixote, renewed their knocks with great vehemence, so much so that the host, and not only he but everybody in the inn, awoke, and he got up to ask who knocked. It happened at this moment that one of the horses of the four who were seeking admittance went to smell Rocinante, who, melancholy, dejected, and with drooping ears, stood motionless, supporting his sorely stretched master. And as he was, after all, flesh, though he looked as if he were made of wood, he could not help giving way, and in return smelling the one who had come to offer him attentions. But he had hardly moved at all, when Don Quixote lost his footing, and slipping off the saddle, he would have come to the ground, but for being suspended by the arm, which caused him such agony that he believed either his wrist would be cut through or his arm torn off, and he hung so near the ground that he could just touch it with his feet, which was all the worse for him. For, finding how little was wanted to enable him to plant his feet firmly, he struggled and stretched himself as much as he could to gain a footing, just like those undergoing the torture of the strappado when they are fixed at touch and no touch, who aggravate their own sufferings by their violent efforts to stretch themselves, deceived by the hope which makes them fancy that with a very little more they will reach the ground. End of section 45. Section 46 of Don Quixote by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by John Ormsby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Dann, Volume 1, Chapter 44, in which are continued the unheard-of adventures of the inn. So loud, in fact, were the shouts of Don Quixote that the landlord, opening the gate of the inn in all haste, came out in dismay, and ran to see who was uttering such cries, and those who were outside joined him. Maritornes, who had been by this time roused up by the same outcry, suspecting what it was, ran to the loft, and, without anyone seeing her, untied the halter by which Don Quixote was suspended, and down he came to the ground in the sight of the landlord and the travellers, who, approaching, asked him what was the matter with him that he shouted so. He, without replying a word, took the rope off his wrist, and rising to his feet, leapt upon Rocinante, braced his buckler on his arm, put his lance in rest, and making a considerable circuit of the plain, came back at a half-gallop, exclaiming, "Whoever shall say that I have been enchanted with just cause, provided my lady, the Princess Micomicona, grants me permission to do so, I give him the lie, challenge him, and defy him to single combat." The newly arrived travellers were amazed at the words of Don Quixote, but the landlord removed their surprise by telling them who he was, and not to mind him, as he was out of his senses. They then asked the landlord if by any chance a youth of about 15 years of age had come to that inn, one dressed like a muleteer, and of such and such an appearance, describing that of Donna Clara's lover. The landlord replied that there were so many people in the inn he had not noticed the person they were inquiring for, but one of them, observing the coach in which the judge had come, said, "He is here, no doubt, for this is the coach he is following. Let one of us stay at the gate, and the rest go in to look for him, or indeed it would be as well if one of us went round the inn, lest he should escape over the wall of the yard." "So be it," said another, and while two of them went in, one remained at the gate, and the other made the circuit of the inn. Observing all which, the landlord was unable to conjecture for what reason they were taking all these precautions, though he understood they were looking for the youth whose description they had given him. It was by this time broad daylight, and for that reason, as well as in consequence of the noise Don Quixote had made, everybody was awake and up, but particularly Donna Clara and Dorothea, for they had been able to sleep but badly that night, the one from agitation at having her lover so near her, the other from curiosity to see him. Don Quixote, when he saw that not one of the four travellers took any notice of him or replied to his challenge, was furious and ready to die with indignation and wrath. And if he could have found in the ordinances of chivalry that it was lawful for a knight-errant to undertake or engage in another enterprise, when he had plighted his word and faith not to involve himself in any until he had made an end of the one to which he was pledged, he would have attacked the whole of them, and would have made them return an answer in spite of themselves. But, considering that it would not become him, nor be right, to begin any new enterprise until he had established Micomicona in her kingdom, he was constrained to hold his peace and wait quietly to see what would be the upshot of the proceedings of those same travellers, one of whom found the youth they were seeking lying asleep by the side of a muleteer, without a thought of anyone coming in search of him, much less finding him. The man laid hold of him by the arm, saying, "It becomes you well indeed, Señor Don Louis, to be in the dress you wear, and well the bed in which I find you agrees with the luxury in which your mother reared you." The youth rubbed his sleepy eyes and stared for a while at him who held him, but presently recognized him as one of his father's servants, at which he was so taken aback that for some time he could not find or utter a word, while the servant went on to say, "There is nothing for it now, Señor Don Louis, but to submit quietly and return home, unless it is your wish that my lord your father should take his departure for the other world, for nothing else can be the consequence of the grief he is in at your absence." "But how did my father know that I had gone this road, and in this dress?" said Don Louis. "It was a student to whom you confided your intentions," answered the servant, "that disclosed them, touched with pity at the distress he saw your father suffer on missing you. He therefore dispatched 4 of his servants in quest of you, and here we all are at your service, better pleased than you can imagine that we shall return so soon, and be able to restore you to those eyes that so yearn for you." "That shall be as I please, or as heaven orders," returned Don Louis. "What can you please, or heaven order," said the other, "except to agree to go back? Anything else is impossible." All this conversation between the two was overheard by the muleteer, at whose side Don Louis lay, and, rising, he went to report what had taken place to Don Fernando, Cardenio, and the others, who had by this time dressed themselves, and told them how the man had addressed the youth as Don, and what words had passed, and how he wanted him to return to his father, which the youth was unwilling to do. With this, and what they already knew of the rare voice that heaven had bestowed upon him, they all felt very anxious to know more particularly who he was, and even to help him if it was attempted to employ force against him. So they hastened to where he was, still talking and arguing with his servant. Dorothea at this instant came out of her room, followed by Donna Clara, all in a tremor, and calling Cardenio aside, she told him in a few words the story of the musician and Donna Clara, and he at the same time told her what had happened, how his father's servants had come in search of him. But in telling her so, he did not speak low enough but that Donna Clara heard what he said, at which she was so much agitated that had not Dorothea hastened to support her, she would have fallen to the ground. Cardenio then bade Dorothea return to her room, as he would endeavour to make the whole matter right, and they did as he desired. All the 4 who had come in quest of Don Louis had now come into the inn and surrounded him, urging him to return and console his father at once and without a moment's delay. He replied that he could not do so on any account until he had concluded some business in which his life, honour, and heart were at stake. The servants pressed him, saying that most certainly they would not return without him, and that they would take him away whether he liked it or not. "You shall not do that," replied Don Louis, "unless you take me dead, though however you take me it will be without life." By this time most of those in the inn had been attracted by the dispute, but particularly Cardenio, Don Fernando, his companions, the judge, the curate, the barber, and Don Quixote, for he now considered there was no necessity for mounting guard over the castle any longer. Cardenio, being already acquainted with the young man's story, asked the men who wanted to take him away what object they had in seeking to carry off this youth against his will. "Our object," said one of the 4, "is to save the life of his father, who is in danger of losing it through this gentleman's disappearance." Upon this Don Louis exclaimed, "There is no need to make my affairs public here. I am free, and I will return if I please, and if not, none of you shall compel me." "Reason will compel your worship," said the man, "and if it has no power over you, it has power over us, to make us do what we came for, and what it is our duty to do." "Let us hear what the whole affair is about," said the judge at this. But the man, who knew him as a neighbour of theirs, replied, "Do you not know this gentleman, Señor Judge? He is the son of your neighbour, who has run away from his father's house in a dress so unbecoming his rank as your worship may perceive." The judge on this looked at him more carefully, and recognized him, and embracing him said, "What folly is this, Signor Don Louis, or what can have been the cause that could have induced you to come here in this way, and in this dress, which so ill becomes your condition?" Tears came into the eyes of the young man, and he was unable to utter a word in reply to the judge, who told the 4 servants not to be uneasy, for all would be satisfactorily settled. And then, taking Don Louis by the hand, he drew him aside and asked the reason for his having come here. But while he was questioning him, they heard a loud outcry at the gate of the inn, the cause of which was that 2 of the guests who had passed the night there, seeing everybody busy about finding out what it was the 4 men wanted, had conceived the idea of going off without paying what they owed. But the landlord, who minded his own affairs more than other people's, caught them going out of the gate, and demanded his reckoning, abusing them for their dishonesty with such language that he drove them to reply with their fists, and so they began to lay on him in such a style that the poor man was forced to cry out and call for help. The landlady and her daughter could see no one more free to give aid than Don Quixote, and to him the daughter said, "Sir Knight, by the virtue God has given you, help my poor father, for 2 wicked men are beating him to a mummy." To which Don Quixote very deliberately and phlegmatically replied, "Fair damsel, at the present moment your request is inopportune, for I am debarred from involving myself in any adventure until I have brought to a happy conclusion one to which my word has pledged me. But that which I can do for you is what I will now mention. Run and tell your father to stand his ground as well as he can in this battle, and on no account to allow himself to be vanquished, while I go and request permission of the Princess Micomicona to enable me to succour him in his distress, and if she grants it, rest assured I will relieve him from it." "Sinner that I am!" exclaimed Maritornes, who stood by. "Before you've got your permission, my master will be in the other world." "Give me leave, señora, to obtain the permission I speak of," returned Don Quixote, "and if I get it, it will matter very little if he is in the other world, for I will rescue him thence in spite of all the same world can do, or at any rate I will give you such a revenge over those who shall have sent him there that you will be more than moderately satisfied." And without saying anything more, he went and knelt before Dorothea, requesting her Highness, in knightly and errant phrase, to be pleased to grant him permission to aid and succour the castellan of that castle, who now stood in grievous jeopardy. The princess granted it graciously, and he at once, bracing his buckler on his arm and drawing his sword, hastened to the inn-gate, where the 2 guests were still handling the landlord roughly. But as soon as he reached the spot, he stopped short and stood still, though Maritornes and the landlady asked him why he hesitated to help their master and husband. "I hesitate," said Don Quixote, "because it is not lawful for me to draw a sword against persons of squirely condition. But call my squire Sancho for me, for this defence and vengeance are his affair and business." Thus matters stood at the inn-gate, where there was a very lively exchange of fisticuffs and punches, to the sore damage of the landlord, and to the wrath of Maritornes, the landlady, and her daughter, who were furious when they saw the pusillanimity of Don Quixote, and the hard treatment their master, husband, and father was undergoing. But let us leave him there, for he will surely find someone to help him, and if not, let him suffer and hold his tongue, who attempts more than his strength allows him to do. And let us go back 50 paces to see what Don Louis said in reply to the judge, whom we left questioning him privately as to his reasons for coming on foot and so meanly dressed. To which the youth, pressing his hand in a way that showed his heart was troubled by some great sorrow, and shedding a flood of tears, made answer, "Señor, I have no more to tell you than that from the moment when, through heaven's will and our being near neighbours, I first saw Donna Clara, your daughter and my lady, from that instant I made her the mistress of my will, and if yours, my true lord and father, offers no impediment, this very day she shall become my wife. For her I left my father's house, and for her I assumed this disguise, to follow her whithersoever she may go, as the arrow seeks its mark, or the sailor the pole star. She knows nothing more of my passion than what she may have learned from having sometimes seen, from a distance, that my eyes were filled with tears. You know already, señor, the wealth and noble birth of my parents, and that I am their sole heir. If this be a sufficient inducement for you to venture to make me completely happy, accept me at once as your son. For if my father, influenced by other objects of his own, should disapprove of this happiness I have sought for myself, time has more power to alter and change things than human will." With this the love-smitten youth was silent, while the judge, after hearing him, was astonished, perplexed, and surprised, as well at the manner and intelligence with which Don Louis had confessed the secret of his heart, as at the position in which he found himself, not knowing what course to take in a matter so sudden and unexpected. All the answer, therefore, he gave him was to bid him to make his mind easy for the present, and arrange with his servants not to take him back that day, so that there might be time to consider what was best for all parties. Don Louis kissed his hands by force, nay, bathed them with his tears, in a way that would have touched a heart of marble, not to say that of the judge, who, as a shrewd man, had already perceived how advantageous the marriage would be to his daughter, though, were it possible, he would have preferred that it should be brought about with the consent of the father of Don Louis, who he knew looked for a title for his son. The guest had by this time made peace with the landlord, for by persuasion and Don Quixote's fair words, more than by threats, they had paid him what he demanded, and the servants of Don Louis were waiting for the end of the conversation with the judge and their master's decision, when the devil, who never sleeps, contrived that the barber, from whom Don Quixote had taken Mambrino's helmet, and Sancho Panza the trappings of his ass in exchange for those of his own, should at this instant enter the inn, which said barber, as he led his ass to the stable, observed Sancho Panza engaged in repairing something or other belonging to the pack-saddle, and the moment he saw it, he knew it, and made bold to attack Sancho, exclaiming, "Oh, sir thief, I have caught you! Hand over my basin and my pack-saddle, and all my trappings that you robbed me of." Sancho, finding himself so unexpectedly assailed, and hearing the abuse poured upon him, seized the pack-saddle with one hand, and with the other gave the barber a cuff that bathed his teeth in blood. The barber, however, was not so ready to relinquish the prize he had made in the pack-saddle. On the contrary, he raised such an outcry that everyone in the inn came running to know what the noise and quarrel meant. "Here, in the name of the king and justice," he cried, "this thief and highwayman wants to kill me for trying to recover my property." "You lie," said Sancho. "I am no highwayman. It was in fair war my master Don Quixote won these spoils." Don Quixote was standing by at the time, highly pleased to see his squire's stoutness, both offensive and defensive, and from that time forth he reckoned him a man of mettle, and in his heart resolved to dub him a knight on the first opportunity that presented itself, feeling sure that the order of chivalry would be fittingly bestowed upon him. In the course of the altercation, among other things, the barber said, "Gentlemen, this pack-saddle is mine, as surely as I owe God a death, and I know it as well as if I had given birth to it. And here is my ass in the stable, who will not let me lie. Only try it, and if it does not fit him like a glove, call me a rascal. And what is more, the same day I was robbed of this, they robbed me likewise of a new brass basin, never yet handselled, that would fetch a crown any day." At this Don Quixote could not keep himself from answering, and interposing between the two and separating them, he placed the pack-saddle on the ground, to lie there in sight until the truth was established, and said, "Your worships may perceive clearly and plainly the error under which this worthy squire lies, when he calls a basin, which was, is, and shall be the helmet of Mambrino, which I won from him in fair war, and made myself master of by legitimate and lawful possession. With the pack-saddle I do not concern myself, but I may tell you on that head that my squire Sancho asked my permission to strip off the caparison of this vanquished poltroon steed, and with it adorn his own. I allowed him, and he took it. And as to its having been changed from a caparison into a pack-saddle, I can give no explanation except the usual one, that such transformations will take place in adventures of chivalry. To confirm all which, run, Sancho, my son, and fetch hither the helmet which this good fellow calls a basin." "Egad, master," said Sancho, "if we have no other proof of our case than what your worship puts forward, Mambrino's helmet is just as much a basin as this good fellow's caparison is a pack-saddle." "Do as I bid thee," said Don Quixote. "It cannot be that everything in this castle goes by enchantment." Sancho hastened to where the basin was, and brought it back with him, and when Don Quixote saw it, he took hold of it and said, "Your worships may see with what a face this squire can assert that this is a basin and not the helmet I told you of. And I swear by the order of chivalry I profess that this helmet is the identical one I took from him, without anything added to or taken from it." "There is no doubt of that," said Sancho, "for from the time my master won it until now he has only fought one battle in it, when he let loose those unlucky men in chains. And if it had not been for this basin helmet, he would not have come off over well that time, for there was plenty of stone throwing in that affair." End of section 46. Section 47 of Don Quixote by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by John Ormsby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Volume 1, Chapter 45, in which the doubtful question of Mambrino's helmet and the pack-saddle is finally settled, with other adventures that occurred in truth and earnest. "What do you think now, gentlemen," said the barber, "of what these gentles say when they want to make out that this is a helmet?" "And whoever says to the contrary," said Don Quixote, "I will let him know he lies if he is a knight, and if he is a squire, that he lies again 1,000 times." Our own barber, who was present at all this, and understood Don Quixote's humour so thoroughly, took it into his head to back up his delusion and carry on the joke for the general amusement. So, addressing the other barber, he said, "Señor Barber, or whatever you are, you must know that I belong to your profession too, and have had a license to practice for more than 20 years, and I know the implements of the barber craft, every one of them, perfectly well. And I was likewise a soldier for some time in the days of my youth, and I know also what a helmet is, and a morion, and a headpiece with a visor, and other things pertaining to soldiering. I meant to say, to soldiers' arms, and I say, saving better opinion, and always with submission to sounder judgments, that this piece we have now before us, which this worthy gentleman has in his hands, not only is no barber's basin, but is as far from being one as white is from black, and truth from falsehood. I say, moreover, that this, although it is a helmet, is not a complete helmet." "Certainly not," said Don Quixote, "for half of it is wanting, that is to say, the beaver." "It is quite true," said the curate, who saw the object of his friend the barber, and Cardenio, Don Fernando, and his companions agreed with him, and even the judge, if his thoughts had not been so full of Don Luis's affair, would have helped to carry on the joke, but he was so taken up with the serious matters he had on his mind that he paid little or no attention to these facetious proceedings. "God bless me!" exclaimed their butt, the barber, at this. "Is it possible that such an honourable company can say that this is not a basin but a helmet? Why, this is a thing that would astonish a whole university, however wise it might be. That will do. If this basin is a helmet, why then the pack-saddle must be a horse's caparison, as this gentleman has said." "To me it looks like a pack-saddle," said Don Quixote, "but I have already said that with that question I do not concern myself." "As to whether it be pack-saddle or caparison," said the curate, "it is only for Señor Don Quixote to say, for in these matters of chivalry all these gentlemen and I bow to his authority." "By God, gentlemen," said Don Quixote, "so many strange things have happened to me in this castle on the 2 occasions in which I have sojourned in it, that I will not venture to assert anything positively in reply to any question touching anything it contains, for it is my belief that everything that goes on within it goes by enchantment. The first time, an enchanted Moor that there is in it gave me sore trouble, nor did Sancho fare well among certain followers of his. And last night I was kept hanging by this arm for nearly 2 hours, without knowing how or why I came by such a mishap. So that now, for me to come forward to give an opinion in such a puzzling matter would be to risk a rash decision. As regards the assertion that this is a basin and not a helmet, I have already given an answer. But as to the question whether this is a pack-saddle or a caparison, I will not venture to give a positive opinion, but will leave it to your worship's better judgment. Perhaps, as you are not dubbed knights like myself, the enchantments of this place have nothing to do with you, and your faculties are unfettered, and you can see things in this castle as they really and truly are, and not as they appear to me." "There can be no question," said Don Fernando on this, "but that Señor Don Quixote has spoken very wisely, and that with us rests the decision on this matter. And that we may have surer ground to go on, I will take the votes of the gentlemen in secret, and declare the result clearly and fully." To those who were in on the secret of Don Quixote's humour, all this afforded great amusement, but to those who knew nothing about it, it seemed the greatest nonsense in the world, in particular to the 4 servants of Don Louis, as well as to Don Louis himself, and to 3 other travellers who had by chance come to the inn, and had the appearance of officers of the Holy Brotherhood, as indeed they were. But the one who above all was at his wits' end was the barber, whose basin, there before his very eyes, had been turned into Mambrino's helmet, and whose pack-saddle, he had no doubt whatever, was about to become a rich caparison for a horse. All laughed to see Don Fernando going from one to another, collecting the votes, and whispering to them to give him their private opinion whether the treasure over which there had been so much fighting was a pack-saddle or a caparison. But after he had taken the votes of those who knew Don Quixote, he said aloud, "The fact is, my good fellow, that I am tired of collecting such a number of opinions, for I find that there is not one of whom I ask what I desire to know, who does not tell me that it is absurd to say that this is the pack-saddle of an ass, and not the comparison of a horse, nay, of a thoroughbred horse. So you must submit, for, in spite of you and your ass, this is a caparison and no pack-saddle, and you have stated and proved your case very badly." "May I never share heaven," said the poor barber, "if your worships are not all mistaken, and may my soul appear before God as that appears to me a pack-saddle and not a caparison. But laws go, I say no more, and indeed I am not drunk, for I am fasting, except it be from sin." The simple talk of the barber did not afford less amusement than the absurdities of Don Quixote, who now observed, "There is no more to be done now than for each to take what belongs to him, and to whom God has given it, may St. Peter add his blessing." "But," said one of the 4 servants, "unless indeed this is a deliberate joke, I cannot bring myself to believe that men so intelligent as those present are, or seem to be, can venture to declare and assert that this is not a basin, and that not a pack-saddle. But as I perceive that they do assert and declare it, I can only come to the conclusion that there is some mystery in this persistence in what is so opposed to the evidence of experience and truth itself, for I swear by," and here he rapped out a round oath, "all the people in the world will not make me believe that this is not a barber's basin, and that a jackass's pack-saddle." "It might easily be a she-ass's," observed the curate. "It is all the same," said the servant. "That is not the point, but whether it is or is not a pack-saddle, as your worships say." On hearing this, one of the newly arrived officers of the Brotherhood, who had been listening to the dispute and controversy, unable to restrain his anger and impatience, exclaimed, "It is a pack-saddle as sure as my father is my father, and whoever has said or will say anything else must be drunk." "You lie like a rascally clown," returned Don Quixote, and, lifting his pike, which he had never let out of his hand, he delivered such a blow at his head that, had not the officer dodged it, it would have stretched him at full length. The pike was shivered in pieces against the ground, and the rest of the officers, seeing their comrade assaulted, raised a shout, calling for help for the Holy Brotherhood. The landlord, who was of the fraternity, ran at once to fetch his staff of office and his sword, and ranged himself on the side of his comrades. The servants of Don Louis clustered around him, lest he should escape from them in the confusion. The barber, seeing the house turned upside down, once more laid hold of his pack-saddle, and Sancho did the same. Don Quixote drew his sword and charged the officers. Don Louis cried out to his servants to leave him alone and go and help Don Quixote and Cardenio and Don Fernando, who were supporting him. The curate was shouting at the top of his voice. The landlady was screaming. Her daughter was wailing, Maritornes was weeping, Dorothea was aghast, Lucinda terror-stricken, and Donna Clara in a faint. The barber cudgelled Sancho, and Sancho pommelled the barber. Don Louis gave one of his servants, who ventured to catch him by the arm to keep him from escaping, a cuff that bathed his teeth in blood. The judge took his part. Don Fernando had got one of the officers down and was belabouring him heartily. The landlord raised his voice again, calling for help for the Holy Brotherhood, so that the whole inn was nothing but cries, shouts, shrieks, confusion, terror, dismay, mishaps, sword cuts, fisticuffs, cudgellings, kicks, and bloodshed. And in the midst of all this chaos, complication, and general entanglement, Don Quixote took it into his head that he had been plunged into the thick of the discord of Agramante's camp, and in a voice that shook the inn like thunder, he cried out, "Hold all! Let all sheath their swords! Let all be calm, and attend to me, as they value their lives!" All paused at his mighty voice, and he went on to say, "Did I not tell you, sirs, that this castle was enchanted, and that a legion or so of devils dwelt in it? In proof whereof I call upon you to behold with your own eyes how the discord of Agramante's camp has come hither, and been transferred into the midst of us. See how they fight, there for the sword, here for the horse, on that side for the eagle, on this for the helmet. We are all fighting, and all at cross purposes. Come then, you, Señor Judge, and you, Señor Curate. Let the one represent King Agramante, and the other King Sobrino, and make peace among us. For, by God Almighty, it is a sorry business that so many persons of quality as we are should slay one another for such trifling cause." The officers, who did not understand Don Quixote's mode of speaking, and found themselves roughly handled by Don Fernando, Cardenio, and their companions, were not to be appeased. The barber was, however, for both his beard and his pack-saddle were the worse for the struggle. Sancho, like a good servant, obeyed the slightest word of his master, while the 4 servants of Don Louis kept quiet when they saw how little they gained by not being so. The landlord alone insisted upon it that they must punish the insolence of this madman, who at every turn raised a disturbance at the inn. But at length the uproar was stilled for the present. The pack-saddle remained a caparison till the day of judgment, and the basin a helmet, and the inn a castle in Don Quixote's imagination. All having been now pacified and made friends by the persuasion of the judge and the curate, the servants of Don Louis began again to urge him to return with them at once, and while he was discussing the matter with them, the judge took counsel with Don Fernando, Cardenio, and the curate as to what he ought to do in the case, telling them how it stood, and what Don Louis had said to him. It was agreed at length that Don Fernando should tell the servants of Don Louis who he was, and that it was his desire that Don Louis should accompany him to Andalusia, where he would receive from the Marquis, his brother, the welcome his quality entitled him to. For otherwise it was easy to see from the determination of Don Louis that he would not return to his father at present, though they tore him to pieces. On learning the rank of Don Fernando and the resolution of Don Louis, the 4 then settled it between themselves that 3 of them should return to tell his father how matters stood, and that the other should remain to wait upon Don Louis, and not leave him until they came back for him, or his father's orders were known. Thus, by the authority of Agramante and the wisdom of King Sobrino, all this complication of disputes was arranged. But the enemy of concord and hater of peace, feeling himself slighted and made a fool of, and seeing how little he had gained after having involved them all in such an elaborate entanglement, resolved to try his hand once more by stirring up fresh quarrels and disturbances. It came about in this wise. The officers were pacified on learning the rank of those with whom they had been engaged, and withdrew from the contest, considering that whatever the result might be, they were likely to get the worst of the battle. But one of them, the one who had been thrashed and kicked by Don Fernando, recollected that among some warrants he carried for the arrest of certain delinquents, he had one against Don Quixote, whom the Holy Brotherhood had ordered to be arrested for setting the galley slaves free, as Sancho had, with very good reason, apprehended. Suspecting how it was, then, he wished to satisfy himself as to whether Don Quixote's features corresponded, and taking a parchment out of his bosom, he lit upon what he was in search of, and setting himself to read it deliberately, for he was not a quick reader, as he made out each word, he fixed his eyes on Don Quixote, and went on comparing the description in the warrant with his face, and discovered that beyond all doubt he was the person described in it. As soon as he had satisfied himself, folding up the parchment, he took the warrant in his left hand, and with his right seized Don Quixote by the collar so tightly that he did not allow him to breathe, and shouted aloud, "Help for the Holy Brotherhood, and that you may see I demand it in earnest, read this warrant which says this highwayman is to be arrested." The curate took the warrant, and saw that what the officer said was true, and that it agreed with Don Quixote's appearance, who, on his part, when he found himself roughly handled by this rascally clown, worked up to the highest pitch of wrath, and all his joints cracking with rage, with both hands seized the officer by the throat with all his might, so that had he not been helped by his comrades, he would have yielded up his life ere Don Quixote released his hold. The landlord, who had perforce to support his brother officers, ran at once to aid them. The landlady, when she saw her husband engaged in a fresh quarrel, lifted up her voice afresh, and its note was immediately caught up by Maritornes and her daughter, calling upon heaven and all present for help. And Sancho, seeing what was going on, exclaimed, "By the Lord, it is quite true what my master says about the enchantment of this castle, for it is impossible to live an hour in peace in it." Don Fernando parted the officer and Don Quixote, and, to their mutual contentment, made them relax the grip by which they held, the one the coat-collar, the other the throat of his adversary. For all this, however, the officers did not cease to demand their prisoner, and call on them to help, and deliver him over bound into their power, as was required for the service of the king and of the Holy Brotherhood, on whose behalf they again demanded aid and assistance to effect the capture of this robber and footpad of the highways. Don Quixote smiled when he heard these words, and said very calmly, "Come now, base, ill-born brood, call ye it highway robbery to give freedom to those in bondage, to release the captives, to succour the miserable, to raise up the fallen, to relieve the needy? Infamous beings, who by your vile grovelling intellects deserve that heaven should not make known to you the virtue that lies in knight-errantry, or show you the sin and ignorance in which ye lie when ye refuse to respect the shadow, not to say the presence, of any knight-errant. Come now, band not of officers but of thieves, footpads with the licence of the Holy Brotherhood, tell me who was the ignoramus who signed a warrant of arrest against such a knight as I am? Who was he that did not know that knights-errant are independent of all jurisdictions, that their law is their sword, their charter their prowess, and their edicts their will? Who, I say again, was the fool that knows not that there are no letters patent of nobility that confer such privileges or exemptions as a knight-errant acquires the day he is dubbed a knight, and devotes himself to the arduous calling of chivalry? What knight-errant ever paid poll tax, duty, queen's pin money, king's dues, toll or ferry? What tailor ever took payment of him for making his clothes? What castellan that received him in his castle ever made him pay his shot? What king did not seat him at his table? What damsel was not enamoured of him, and did not yield herself up wholly to his will and pleasure? And lastly, what knight-errant has there been, is there, or will there ever be in the world, not bold enough to give, single-handed, 400 cudgellings to 400 officers of the Holy Brotherhood, if they come in his way? End of section 47. Section 48 of Don Quixote by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by John Ormsby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Volume 1, Chapter 46. Of the end of the notable adventure of the officers of the Holy Brotherhood, and of the great ferocity of our worthy knight, Don Quixote. While Don Quixote was talking in this strain, the curate was endeavouring to persuade the officers that he was out of his senses, as they might perceive by his deeds and his words, and that they need not press the matter any further, for even if they arrested him and carried him off, they would have to release him by and by as a madman. To which the holder of the warrant replied that he had nothing to do with inquiring into Don Quixote's madness, but only to execute his superior orders, and that once taken they might let him go 300 times if they liked. "For all that," said the curate, "you must not take him away this time, nor will he, it is my opinion, let himself be taken away." In short, the curate used such arguments, and Don Quixote did such mad things, that the officers would have been more mad than he was if they had not perceived his want of wits, and so they thought it best to allow themselves to be pacified, and even to act as peacemakers between the barber and Sancho Panza, who still continued their altercation with much bitterness. In the end they, as officers of justice, settled the question by arbitration in such a manner that both sides were, if not perfectly contented, at least to some extent satisfied, for they changed the pack-saddles, but not the girths or headstalls, and as to Mambrino's helmet, the curate, under the rose and without Don Quixote's knowing it, paid 8 reals for the basin, and the barber executed a full receipt and engagement to make no further demand then or thenceforth for evermore. Amen. These 2 disputes, which were the most important and gravest, being settled, it only remained for the servants of Don Louis to consent that 3 of them should return, while one was left to accompany him whither Don Fernando desired to take him. And good luck and better fortune, having already begun to solve difficulties and remove obstructions in favour of the lovers and warriors of the inn, were pleased to persevere and bring everything to a happy issue. For the servants agreed to do as Don Louis wished, which gave Donna Clara such happiness that no one could have looked into her face just then without seeing the joy of her heart. Zoraida, though she did not fully comprehend all she saw, was grave or gay without knowing why, as she watched and studied the various countenances, but particularly her Spaniards, whom she followed with her eyes and clung to with her soul. The gift and compensation which the curate gave the barber had not escaped the landlord's notice, and he demanded Don Quixote's reckoning, together with the amount of the damage to his wineskins and the loss of his wine, swearing that neither Rocinante nor Sancho's ass should leave the inn until he had been paid to the very last farthing. The curate settled all amicably, and Don Fernando paid, though the judge had also very readily offered to pay the score. And all became so peaceful and quiet that the inn no longer reminded one of the discord of Agramante's camp, as Don Quixote said, but of the peace and tranquillity of the days of Octavianus, for all which it was the universal opinion that their thanks were due to the great zeal and eloquence of the curate, and to the unexampled generosity of Don Fernando. Finding himself now clear and quit of all quarrels, his squire's as well as his own, Don Quixote considered that it would be advisable to continue the journey he had begun, and bring to a close that great adventure for which he had been called and chosen. And with this high resolve he went and knelt before Dorothea, who, however, would not allow him to utter a word until he had risen. So, to obey her, he rose, and said, "It is a common proverb, fair lady, that diligence is the mother of good fortune, and experience has often shown in important affairs that the earnestness of the negotiator brings the doubtful case to a successful termination. But in nothing does this truth show itself more plainly than in war, where quickness and activity forestall the devices of the enemy, and win the victory before the foe has time to defend himself. All this I say, exalted and esteemed lady, because it seems to me that for us to remain any longer in this castle now is useless, and may be injurious to us in a way that we shall find out some day. For who knows but that your enemy the giant may have learned by means of secret and diligent spies that I am going to destroy him, and if the opportunity be given him, he may seize it to fortify himself in some impregnable castle or stronghold, against which all my efforts and the might of my indefatigable arm may avail but little. Therefore, lady, let us, as I say, forestall his schemes by our activity, and let us depart at once in quest of fair fortune. For your highness is only kept from enjoying it as fully as you could desire by my delay in encountering your adversary." Don Quixote held his peace and said no more, calmly awaiting the reply of the beauteous princess, who, with commanding dignity and in a style adapted to Don Quixote's own, replied to him in these words: I give you thanks, Sir Knight, for the eagerness you, like a good knight, to whom it is a natural obligation to succour the orphan and the needy, display to afford me aid in my sore trouble. And heaven grant that your wishes and mine may be realized, so that you may see that there are women in this world capable of gratitude. As to my departure, let it be forthwith, for I have no will but yours. Dispose of me entirely in accordance with your good pleasure. For she who has once entrusted to you the defence of her person, and placed in your hands the recovery of her dominions, must not think of offering opposition to that which your wisdom may ordain. On, then, in God's name, said Don Quixote, for when a lady humbles herself to me, I will not lose the opportunity of raising her up and placing her on the throne of her ancestors. Let us depart at once, for the common saying that in delay there is danger lends spurs to my eagerness to take the road. And as neither heaven has created, nor hell seen, any that can daunt or intimidate me, saddle Rocinante, Sancho, and get ready thy ass and the queen's palfrey, and let us take leave of the castellan and these gentlemen, and go hence this very instant. Sancho, who was standing by all the time, said, shaking his head, "Ah, master, master, there is more mischief in the village than one hears of, begging all good bodies' pardon." "What mischief can there be in any village, or in all the cities of the world, you booby, that can hurt my reputation?" said Don Quixote. "If your worship is angry," replied Sancho, "I will hold my tongue, and leave unsaid what as a good squire I am bound to say, and what a good servant should tell his master." "Say what thou wilt," returned Don Quixote, "provided thy words be not meant to work upon my fears. For thou, if thou fearest, art behaving like thyself, but I like myself in not fearing." "It is nothing of this sort, as I am a sinner before God," said Sancho, "but that I take it to be sure and certain that this lady, who calls herself queen of the great kingdom of Micon, is no more so than my mother, for if she was what she says, she would not go rubbing noses with one that is here every instant and behind every door." Dorothea turned red at Sancho's words, for the truth was that her husband, Don Fernando, had now and then, when the others were not looking, gathered from her lips some of the reward his love had earned, and Sancho, seeing this, had considered that such freedom was more like a courtesan than a queen of a great kingdom. She, however, being unable, or not caring, to answer him, allowed him to proceed, and he continued, "This I say, señor, because if, after we have travelled roads and highways, and passed bad nights and worse days, one who is now enjoying himself in this inn is to reap the fruit of our labours, there is no need for me to be in a hurry to saddle Rocinante, put the pad on the ass, or get ready the palfrey, for it will be better for us to stay quiet, and let every jade mind her spinning, and let us go to dinner." Good God! What was the indignation of Don Quixote when he heard the audacious words of his squire? So great was it that in a voice inarticulate with rage, with a stammering tongue and eyes that flashed living fire, he exclaimed, "A rascally clown, boorish, insolent, and ignorant, ill-spoken, foul-mouthed, impudent backbiter and slanderer! Hast thou dared to utter such words in my presence, and in that of these illustrious ladies? Hast thou dared to harbour such gross and shameless thoughts in thy muddled imagination? Begone from my presence, thou born monster, storehouse of lies, hoard of untruths, garner of knaveries, inventor of scandals, publisher of absurdities, enemy of the respect due to royal personages. Begone! Show thyself no more before me, under pain of my wrath." And so saying, he knitted his brows, puffed out his cheeks, gazed around him, and stamped on the ground violently with his right foot, showing in every way the rage that was pent up in his heart. And at his words and furious gestures, Sancho was so scared and terrified that he would have been glad if the earth had opened that instant and swallowed him, and his only thought was to turn round and make his escape from the angry presence of his master. But the ready-witted Dorothea, who by this time so well understood Don Quixote's humour, said, to mollify his wrath, Be not irritated at the absurdities your good squire has uttered, Sir Knight of the Rueful Countenance, for perhaps he did not utter them without cause, and from his good sense and Christian conscience it is not likely that he would bear false witness against any one. We may therefore believe, without any hesitation, that since, as you say, Sir Knight, everything in this castle goes and is brought about by means of enchantment, Sancho, I say, may possibly have seen, through this diabolical medium, what he says he saw, so much to the detriment of my modesty." "I swear by God omnipotent," exclaimed Don Quixote at this, "your highness has hit the point, and that some vile illusion must have come before this sinner of a Sancho that made him see what it would have been impossible to see by any other means than enchantments, for I know well enough from the poor fellow's goodness and harmlessness that he is incapable of bearing false witness against anybody." "True, no doubt," said Don Fernando, "for which reason, Señor Don Quixote, you ought to forgive him and restore him to the bosom of your favour, sic ut erat in principio, before illusions of this sort had taken away his senses." Don Quixote said he was ready to pardon him, and the curate went for Sancho, who came in very humbly, and falling on his knees begged for the hand of his master, who, having presented it to him and allowed him to kiss it, gave him his blessing, and said, "Now, Sancho, my son, thou wilt be convinced of the truth of what I have many a times told thee, that everything in this castle is done by means of enchantment." "So it is, I believe," said Sancho, "except the affair of the blanket, which came to pass in reality by ordinary means." "Believe it not," said Don Quixote, "for had it been so I would have avenged thee that instant, and even now. But neither then nor now could I, nor have I, seen any one upon whom to avenge thy wrong." They were all eager to know what the affair of the blanket was, and the landlord gave them a minute account of Sancho's flights, at which they laughed not a little, and at which Sancho would have been no less out of countenance had not his master once more assured him it was all enchantment. For all that, his simplicity never reached so high a pitch that he could persuade himself it was not the plain and simple truth, without any deception whatever about it, that he had been blanketed by beings of flesh and blood, and not by visionary and imaginary phantoms, as his master believed and protested. The illustrious company had now been 2 days in the inn, and, as it seemed to them time to depart, they devised a plan so that, without giving Dorothea and Don Fernando the trouble of going back with Don Quixote to his village under pretence of restoring Queen Micomicona, the curate and the barber might carry him away with them as they proposed, and the curate be able to take his madness in hand at home. And, in pursuance of their plan, they arranged with the owner of an ox-cart, who happened to be passing that way, to carry him after this fashion. They constructed a kind of cage with wooden bars, large enough to hold Don Quixote comfortably, and then Don Fernando and his companions, the servants of Don Louis, and the officers of the Brotherhood, together with the landlord, by the directions and advice of the curate, covered their faces and disguised themselves, some in one way, some in another, so as to appear to Don Quixote quite different from the persons he had seen in the castle. This done, in profound silence, they entered the room where he was asleep, taking his rest after the past phrase, and advancing to where he was sleeping tranquilly, not dreaming of anything of the kind happening, they seized him firmly and bound him fast hand and foot, so that, when he awoke, startled, he was unable to move, and could only marvel and wonder at the strange figures he saw before him. Upon which he at once gave way to the idea which his crazed fancy invariably conjured up before him, and took it into his head that all these shapes were phantoms of the enchanted castle, and that he himself was unquestionably enchanted, as he could neither move nor help himself. Precisely what the curate, the concocter of the scheme, expected would happen. Of all that were there, Sancho was the only one who was at once in his senses and in his own proper character, and he, though he was within very little of sharing his master's infirmity, did not fail to perceive who all these disguised figures were. But he did not dare to open his lips until he saw what came of this assault and capture of his master, nor did the latter utter a word, waiting for the upshot of his mishap, which was that, bringing in the cage, they shut him up in it, and nailed the bars so firmly that they could not be easily burst open. They then took him on their shoulders, and as they passed out of the room, an awful voice, as much so as the barber, not he of the pack-saddle but the other, was able to make it, was heard to say, "O knight of the rueful countenance, let not this captivity in which thou art placed afflict thee, for this must needs be for the more speedy accomplishment of the adventure in which thy great heart has engaged thee, the which shall be accomplished when the raging Manchegan lion and the white Tobosan dove shall be linked together, having first humbled their haughty necks to the gentle yoke of matrimony. And from this marvellous union shall come forth to the light of the world brave whelps that shall rival the ravening claw of their valiant father. And this shall come to pass ere the pursuer of the flying nymph shall in his swift natural course have twice visited the starry signs. And thou, O most noble and obedient squire that ever bore sword at side, beard on face or nose to smell with, be not dismayed or grieved to see the flower of knight-errantry carried away thus before thy very eyes. For soon, if it so please the Framer of the universe, thou shalt see thyself exalted to such a height that thou shalt not know thyself, and the promises which thy good master has made thee shall not prove false. And I assure thee, on the authority of the sage Mentironiana, that thy wages shall be paid thee, as thou shalt see in due season. Follow, then, the steps of the valiant enchanted knight, for it is expedient that thou shouldst go to the destination assigned to both of you. And as it is not permitted to me to say more, God be with thee, for I return to that place I wot of." And as he brought the prophecy to a close, he raised his voice to a high pitch, and then lowered it to such a soft tone that even those who knew it was all a joke were almost inclined to take what they heard seriously. Don Quixote was comforted by the prophecy he heard, for he at once comprehended its meaning perfectly, and perceived it was promised to him that he should see himself united in holy and lawful matrimony with his beloved Dulcinea del Toboso, from whose blessed womb should proceed the whelps, his sons, to the eternal glory of La Mancha. And being thoroughly and firmly persuaded of this, he lifted up his voice, and with a deep sigh exclaimed, "O thou, whoever thou art, who hast foretold me so much good, I implore of thee that on my part thou entreat that sage enchanter who takes charge of my interests, that he leave me not to perish in this captivity in which they are now carrying me away, ere I see fulfilled promises so joyful and incomparable as those which have been now made me. For let this but come to pass, and I shall glory in the pains of my prison, find comfort in these chains wherewith they bind me, and regard this bed whereon they stretch me, not as a hard battlefield, but as a soft and happy nuptial couch. And touching the consolation of Sancho Panza, my squire, I rely upon his goodness and rectitude, that he will not desert me in good or evil fortune. For if by his ill luck or mine it may not happen to be in my power to give him the island I have promised, or any equivalent for it, at least his wages shall not be lost. For in my will, which is already made, I have declared the sum that shall be paid to him, measured not by his many failed services, but by the means at my disposal." Sancho bowed his head very respectfully, and kissed both his hands, for, being tied together, he could not kiss one. And then the apparitions lifted the cage upon their shoulders, and fixed it upon the ox-cart. End of section 48. Section 49 of Don Quixote by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by John Ormsby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Volume 1, Chapter 47. Of the strange manner in which Don Quixote of La Mancha was carried away enchanted, together with other remarkable incidents. When Don Quixote saw himself caged and hoisted on the cart in this way, he said, Many grave histories of knights-errant have I read, but never yet have I read, seen, or heard of their carrying off enchanted knights-errant in this fashion, or at the slow pace that these lazy, sluggish animals promise, for they always take them away through the air with marvellous swiftness, enveloped in a dark, thick cloud, or on a chariot of fire, or it may be on some hippogriff or other beast of the kind. But to carry me off like this, on an ox-cart, by God, it puzzles me. But perhaps the chivalry and enchantments of our day take a different course from that of those in days gone by, and it may be, too, that as I am a new knight in the world, and the first to revive the already forgotten calling of knight-adventurers, they may have newly invented other kinds of enchantments, and other modes of carrying off the enchanted. What thinkest thou of the matter, Sancho, my son?" "I don't know what to think," answered Sancho, "not being as well read as your worship in errant writings, but for all that I venture to say and swear that these apparitions that are about us are not quite Catholic." "Catholic!" said Don Quixote. "Father of me, how can they be Catholic when they are all devils that have taken fantastic shapes to come and do this and bring me to this condition? And if thou wouldst prove it, touch them and feel them, and thou wilt find they have only bodies of air, and no consistency except in appearance." "By God, master," returned Sancho, "I have touched them already, and that devil that goes about there so busily has firm flesh, and another property very different from what I have heard say devils have, for by all accounts they all smell of brimstone and other bad smells, but this one smells of amber half a league off." Sancho was here speaking of Don Fernando, who, like a gentleman of his rank, was very likely perfumed, as Sancho said. "Marvel not at that, Sancho, my friend," said Don Quixote, "for let me tell thee, devils are crafty, and even if they do carry odours about with them, they themselves have no smell, because they are spirits, or if they have any smell, they cannot smell of anything sweet, but of something foul and fetid. And the reason is that they carry hell with them wherever they go, and could get no ease whatever from their torments, and as a sweet smell is a thing that gives pleasure and enjoyment, it is impossible that they can smell sweet. If then this devil thou speakest of seems to thee to smell of amber, either thou art deceiving thyself, or he wants to deceive thee by making thee fancy he is not a devil." Such was the conversation that passed between master and man, and Don Fernando and Cardenio, apprehensive of Sancho's making a complete discovery of their scheme, towards which he had already gone some way, resolved to hasten their departure, and calling the landlord aside, they directed him to saddle Rocinante and put the pack-saddle on Sancho's ass, which he did with great alacrity. In the meantime the curate had made an arrangement with the officers that they should bear them company as far as his village, he paying them so much a day. Cardenio hung the buckler on one side of the bow of Rocinante's saddle, and the basin on the other, and by signs commanded Sancho to mount his ass and take Rocinante's bridle, and at each side of the cart he placed 2 officers with their muskets. But before the cart was put in motion, out came the landlady and her daughter and Maritornes to bid Don Quixote farewell, pretending to weep with grief at his misfortune. And to them Don Quixote said, "Weep not, good ladies, for all these mishaps are the lot of those who follow the profession I profess. And if these reverses did not befall me, I should not esteem myself a famous knight-errant, for such things never happen to knights of little renown and fame, because nobody in the world thinks about them. To valiant knights they do, for these are envied for their virtue and valour by many princes and other knights who compass the destruction of the worthy by base means. Nevertheless, virtue is of herself so mighty that in spite of all the magic that Zoroaster, its first inventor, knew, she will come victorious out of every trial, and shed her light upon the earth as the sun does upon the heavens. Forgive me, fair ladies, if through inadvertence I have in aught offended you, for intentionally and wittingly I have never done so to any, and pray to God that he deliver me from this captivity to which some malevolent enchanter has consigned me,
and should I find myself released therefrom, the favours that ye have bestowed upon me in this castle shall be held in memory by me, that I may acknowledge, recognise, and requite them as they deserve." While this was passing between the ladies of the castle and Don Quixote, the curate and the barber bade farewell to Don Fernando and his companions, to the captain, his brother, and the ladies, now all made happy, and in particular to Dorothea and Lucinda. They all embraced one another, and promised to let each other know how things went with them, and Don Fernando directed the curate where to write to him, to tell him what became of Don Quixote, assuring him that there was nothing that could give him more pleasure than to hear of it, and that he too, on his part, would send him word of everything he thought he would like to know, about his marriage, Zoraida's baptism, Don Luis's affair, and Lucinda's return to her home. The curate promised to comply with his request carefully, and they embraced once more, and renewed their promises. The landlord approached the curate and handed him some papers, saying he had discovered them in the lining of the valise in which the novel of The Ill-Advised Curiosity had been found, and that he might take them all away with him, as their owner had not since returned, for, as he could not read, he did not want them himself. The curate thanked him, and opening them he saw at the beginning of the manuscript the words "Novel of Rinconete and Cortadillo," by which he perceived that it was a novel, and as that of The Ill-Advised Curiosity had been good, he concluded this would be so too, as they were both probably by the same author. So he kept it, intending to read it when he had an opportunity. He then mounted, and his friend the barber did the same, both masked so it would be recognized by Don Quixote, and set out following in the rear of the cart. The order of march was this. First went the cart with the owner leading it. At each side of it marched the officers of the Brotherhood, as has been said, with their muskets. Then followed Sancho Panza on his ass, leading Rocinante by the bridle, and behind all came the curate and the barber on their mighty mules, with faces covered, as aforesaid, and a grave and serious air, measuring their pace to suit the slow steps of the oxen. Don Quixote was seated in the cage, with his hands tied and his feet stretched out, leaning against the bars, as silent and patient as if he were a stone statue, and not a man of flesh. Thus slowly and silently they made, it might be, 2 leagues, until they reached a valley which the carter thought a convenient place for resting and feeding his oxen, and he said so to the curate. But the barber was of the opinion that they ought to push on a little farther, as at the other side of a hill which appeared close by he knew there was a valley that had more grass and much better than the one where they proposed to halt, and his advice was taken, and they continued their journey. Just at that moment the curate, looking back, saw coming on behind them 6 or 7 mounted men, well found and equipped, who soon overtook them, for they were travelling not at the sluggish, deliberate pace of oxen, but like men who rode cannons' mules, and in haste to take their noontide rest as soon as possible at the inn which was in sight not a league off. The quick travellers came up with the slow, and courteous salutations were exchanged, and one of the newcomers, who was in fact a canon of Toledo and master of the others who accompanied him, observing the regular order of the procession, the cart, the officers, Sancho, Rocinante, the curate, and the barber, and above all Don Quixote, caged and confined, could not help asking what was the meaning of carrying the man in that fashion, though from the badges of the officers he already concluded that he must be some desperate highwayman or other malefactor whose punishment fell within the jurisdiction of the Holy Brotherhood. One of the officers to whom he had put the question replied, "Let the gentleman himself tell you the meaning of his going this way, señor, for we do not know." Don Quixote overheard the conversation, and said, "Haply, gentlemen, you are versed and learned in matters of errant chivalry? Because, if you are, I will tell you my misfortunes. If not, there is no good in my giving myself the trouble of relating them." But here the curate and the barber, seeing that the travellers were engaged in conversation with Don Quixote, came forward, in order to answer in such a way as to save their stratagem from being discovered. The canon, replying to Don Quixote, said, "In truth, brother, I know more about books of chivalry than I do about Villapando's elements of logic, so, if that be all, you may safely tell me what you please." "In God's name, then, señor," replied Don Quixote, "if that be so, I would have you know that I am held enchanted in this cage by the envy and fraud of wicked enchanters, for virtue is more persecuted by the wicked than loved by the good. I am a knight-errant, and not one of those whose names fame has never thought of immortalizing in her record, but of those who, in defiance and in spite of envy itself, and all the magicians that Persia, or Brahmins that India, or gymnosophists that Ethiopia ever produced, will place their names in the temple of immortality, to serve as examples and patterns for ages to come, whereby knights-errant may see the footsteps in which they must tread if they would attain the summit and crowning point of honour in arms." "What Señor Don Quixote of La Mancha says," observed the curate, "is the truth, for he goes enchanted in this cart, not from any fault or sins of his, but because of the malevolence of those to whom virtue is odious and valour hateful. This, señor, is the Knight of the Rueful Countenance, if you have ever heard him named, whose valiant achievements and mighty deeds shall be written on lasting brass and imperishable marble, notwithstanding all the efforts of envy to obscure them and malice to hide them." When the canon heard both the prisoner and the man who was at liberty talk in such a strain, he was ready to cross himself in his astonishment, and could not make out what had befallen him, and all his attendants were in the same state of amazement. At this point Sancho Panza, who had drawn near to hear the conversation, said, in order to make everything plain, "Well, sirs, you may like or dislike what I am going to say, but the fact of the matter is, my master, Don Quixote, is just as much enchanted as my mother. He is in his full senses. He eats and he drinks, and he has his calls like other men, and as he had yesterday before they caged him. And if that's the case, what do they mean by wanting me to believe that he is enchanted? For I have heard many a one say that enchanted people neither eat, nor sleep, nor talk, and my master, if you don't stop him, will talk more than 30 lawyers." Then, turning to the curate, he exclaimed, "Ah, Signor Curate, do you think I don't know you? Do you think I don't guess and see the drift of these new enchantments? Well, then, I can tell you I know you, for all your face is covered, and I can tell you I am up to you, however you may hide your tricks. After all, where envy reigns, virtue cannot live, and where there is niggardliness, there can be no liberality. Ill betide the devil! If it had not been for your worship, my master would be married to the Princess Micomicona this minute, and I should be a count at least, for no less was to be expected, as well from the goodness of my master, him of the rueful countenance, as from the greatness of my services. But I see now how true it is what they say in these parts, that the wheel of fortune turns faster than a mill wheel, and that those who were up yesterday are down tomorrow. I am sorry for my wife and children, for when they might fairly and reasonably expect to see their father return to them a governor or viceroy of some island or kingdom, they will see him come back a horse-boy. I have said all this, Señor Curate, only to urge your paternity to lay to your conscience your ill treatment of my master, and have a care that God does not call you to account in another life for making a prisoner of him in this way, and charge against you all the succours and good deeds that my lord Don Quixote leaves undone while he is shut up." "Trim those lamps there," exclaimed the barber at this. "So you are of the same fraternity as your master too, Sancho? By God, I begin to see that you will have to keep him company in the cage, and be enchanted like him for having caught some of his humour and chivalry. It was an evil hour when you let yourself be got with child by his promises, and that island you long so much for found its way into your head." "I am not with child by any one," returned Sancho, "nor am I a man to let myself be got with child if it was by the king himself. Though I am poor, I am an old Christian, and I know nothing to nobody, and if I long for an island, other people long for worse. Each of us is the son of his own works, and being a man, I may come to be pope, not to say governor of an island, especially as my master may win so many that he will not know whom to give them to. Mind how you talk, Master Barber, for shaving is not everything, and there is some difference between Peter and Peter. I say this because we all know one another, and it will not do to throw false dice with me, and as to the enchantment of my master, God knows the truth. Leave it as it is, it only makes it worse to stir it." The barber did not care to answer Sancho, lest by his plain speaking he should disclose what the curate and he himself were trying so hard to conceal. And under the same apprehension, the curate had asked the canon to ride on a little in advance, so that he might tell him the mystery of this man in the cage, and other things that would amuse him. The canon agreed, and going on ahead with his servants, listened with attention to the account of the character, life, madness, and ways of Don Quixote, given him by the curate, who described to him briefly the beginnings and origin of his craze, and told him the whole story of his adventures up to his being confined in the cage, together with the plan they had of taking him home to try if by any means they could discover a cure for his madness. The canon and his servants were surprised anew when they heard Don Quixote's strange story, and when it was finished he said, "To tell the truth, Señor Curate, I for my part consider what they call books of chivalry to be mischievous to the state, and though, led by idle and false taste, I have read the beginning of almost all that have been printed, I never could manage to read any one of them from beginning to end, for it seems to me they are all more or less the same thing, and one has nothing more in it than another, this no more than that. And, in my opinion, this sort of writing and composition is of the same species as the fables they call the Milesian, nonsensical tales that aim solely at giving amusement and not instruction, exactly the opposite of the apologue fables, which amuse and instruct at the same time. And though it may be the chief object of such books to amuse, I do not know how they can succeed when they are so full of such monstrous nonsense. For the enjoyment the mind feels must come from the beauty and harmony which it perceives or contemplates in the things that the eye or the imagination brings before it, and nothing that has any ugliness or disproportion about it can give any pleasure. What beauty, then, or what proportion of the parts to the whole, or of the whole to the parts, can there be in a book or fable where a lad of 16 cuts down a giant as tall as a tower, and makes 2 halves of him as if he was an almond cake? And when they want to give us a picture of a battle, after having told us that there are 1,000,000 of combatants on the side of the enemy, let the hero of the book be opposed to them, and we have perforce to believe, whether we like it or not, that the said knight wins the victory by the single might of his strong arm. And then what shall we say of the facility with which a born queen or empress will give herself over into the arms of some unknown wandering knight? What mind that is not wholly barbarous and uncultured can find pleasure in reading of how a great tower full of knights sails away across the sea like a ship with a fair wind, and will be to-night in Lombardy, and to-morrow morning in the land of Prester John of the Indies, or some other that Ptolemy never described nor Marco Polo saw? And if, in answer to this, I am told that the authors of books of the kind write them as fiction, and therefore are not bound to regard niceties of truth, I would reply that fiction is all the better the more it looks like truth, and gives the more pleasure the more probability and possibility there is about it. Plots in fiction should be wedded to the understanding of the reader, and be constructed in such a way that, reconciling impossibilities, smoothing over difficulties, keeping the mind on the alert, they may surprise, interest, divert, and entertain, so that wonders and delight, joined, may keep pace one with the other, all which he will fail to effect who shuns verisimilitude and truth to nature, wherein lies the perfection of writing. I have never yet seen any book of chivalry that puts together a connected plot complete in all its numbers, so that the middle agrees with the beginning, and the end with the beginning and the middle. On the contrary, they construct them with such a multitude of members that it seems as though they meant to produce a chimera or monster rather than a well-proportioned figure. And besides all this, they are harsh in their style, incredible in their achievements, licentious in their amours, uncouth in their courtly speeches, prolix in their battles, silly in their arguments, absurd in their travels, and in short wanting in everything like intelligent art, for which reason they deserve to be banished from the Christian commonwealth as a worthless breed. The curate listened to him attentively, and felt that he was a man of sound understanding, and that there was good reason in what he said. So he told him that, being of the same opinion himself, and bearing a grudge to books of chivalry, he had burned all Don Quixote's, which were many, and gave him an account of the scrutiny he had made of them, and of those he had condemned to the flames, and those he had spared, with which the canon was not a little amused, adding that though he had said so much in condemnation of these books, still he found one good thing in them, and that was the opportunity they afforded to a gifted intellect for displaying itself, for they presented a wide and spacious field over which the pen might range freely, describing shipwrecks, tempests, combats, battles, portraying a valiant captain with all the qualifications requisite to make one, showing him sagacious in foreseeing the wiles of the enemy, eloquent in speech to encourage or restrain his soldiers, ripe in counsel, rapid in resolve, as bold in biding his time as in pressing the attack, now picturing some sad, tragic incident, now some joyful and unexpected event, here a beauteous lady, virtuous, wise, and modest, there a Christian knight, brave and gentle, here a lawless, barbarous braggart, there a courteous prince, gallant and gracious, setting forth the devotion and loyalty of vassals, the greatness and generosity of nobles. Or again, said he, the author may show himself to be an astronomer, or a skilled cosmographer, or musician, or one versed in affairs of state, and sometimes he will have a chance of coming forward as a magician if he likes. He can set forth the craftiness of Ulysses, the piety of Aeneas, the valour of Achilles, the misfortunes of Hector, the treachery of Sinon, the friendship of Euryalus, the generosity of Alexander, the boldness of Caesar, the clemency and truth of Trajan, the fidelity of Zopyrus, the wisdom of Cato, and in short all the faculties that serve to make an illustrious man perfect, now uniting them in one individual, again distributing them among many. And if this be done with charm of style and ingenious invention, aiming at the truth as much as possible, he will assuredly weave a web of bright and varied threads that, when finished, will display such perfection and beauty that it will attain the worthiest object any writing can seek, which, as I said before, is to give instruction and pleasure combined. For the unrestricted range of these books enables the author to show his powers, epic, lyric, tragic, or comic, and all the moods the sweet and winning arts of poesy and oratory are capable of. For the epic may be written in prose just as well as in verse. End of section 49.
Section 50 of Don Quixote by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by John Ormsby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Dann, Volume 1, Chapter 48, in which the canon pursues the subject of the books of chivalry with other matters worthy of his wit. "It is as you say, Señor Canon," said the curate, "and for that reason those who have hitherto written books of the sort deserve all the more censure for writing without paying any attention to good taste or the rules of art, by which they might guide themselves and become as famous in prose as the two princes of Greek and Latin poetry are in verse." "I myself, at any rate," said the canon, "was once tempted to write a book of chivalry in which all the points I have mentioned were to be observed. And if I must own the truth, I have more than 100 sheets written, and to try if it came up to my own opinion of it, I showed them to persons who were fond of this kind of reading, to learned and intelligent men, as well as ignorant people who cared for nothing but the pleasure of listening to nonsense, and from all I obtained flattering approval. Nevertheless, I proceeded no farther with it, as well because it seemed to me an occupation inconsistent with my profession, as because I perceived that the fools are more numerous than the wise, and though it is better to be praised by the wise few than applauded by the foolish many, I have no mind to submit myself to the stupid judgment of the silly public, to whom the reading of such books falls for the most part. But what most of all made me hold my hand, and even abandon all idea of finishing it, was an argument I put to myself, taken from the plays that are acted nowadays, which was in this wise: if those that are now in vogue, as well as those that are pure invention, as those founded on history, are, all or most of them, downright nonsense, and things that have neither head nor tail, and yet the public listens to them with delight, and regards and cries them up as perfections when they are so far from it, and if the authors who write them, and the players who act them, say that this is what they must be, for the public wants this, and will have nothing else, and that those that go by rule and work out a plot according to the laws of art will only find some half-dozen intelligent people to understand them, while all the rest remained blind to the merit of their composition, and that for themselves it is better to get bread from the many than praise from the few, Then my books will fare the same way, after I have burnt off my eyebrows in trying to observe the principles I have spoken of, and I shall be the tailor of the corner. And though I have sometimes endeavoured to convince actors that they are mistaken in this notion they have adopted, and that they would attract more people and get more credit by producing plays in accordance with the rules of art than by absurd ones, they are so thoroughly wedded to their own opinion that no argument or evidence can wean them from it. I remember saying one day to one of these obstinate fellows, "Tell me, do you not recollect that a few years ago there were 3 tragedies acted in Spain, written by a famous poet of these kingdoms, which were such that they filled all who heard them with admiration, delight, and interest, the ignorant as well as the wise, the masses as well as the highest orders, and brought in more money to the performers, these 3 alone, than 30 of the best that have been since produced?" "No doubt," replied the actor in question, "you mean the Isabella, the Phyllis, and the Alexandra." "Those are the ones I mean," said I, "and see if they did not observe the principles of art, and if by observing them they failed to show their superiority and please all the world, so that the fault does not lie with the public that insists upon nonsense, but with those who don't know how to produce something else. The ingratitude revenged was not nonsense, nor was there any in the Numantia, nor any to be found in the merchant lover, nor yet in the friendly fair foe, nor in some others that have been written by certain gifted poets, to their own fame and renown, and to the profit of those that brought them out." Some further remarks I added to these, with which, I think, I left him rather dumbfounded, but not so satisfied or convinced that I could disabuse him of his error. "You have touched upon a subject, Senor Canon," observed the curate here, "that has awakened an old enmity I have against the plays in vogue at the present day, quite as strong as that which I bear to the books of chivalry. For while the drama, according to Tully, should be the mirror of human life, the model of manners, and the image of the truth, those which are presented nowadays are mirrors of nonsense, models of folly, and images of lewdness. For what greater nonsense can there be in connection with what we are now discussing than for an infant to appear in swaddling clothes in the first scene of the first act, and in the second a grown-up bearded man? Or what greater absurdity can there be than putting before us an old man as a swashbuckler, a young man as a poltroon, a lackey using fine language, a page giving sage advice, a king plying as a porter, a princess who is a kitchen maid? And then what shall I say of their attention to the time in which the action they represent may or can take place, save that I have seen a play where the first act began in Europe, the second in Asia, the third finished in Africa, and no doubt, had it been in 4 acts, the fourth would have ended in America, and so it would have been laid in all 4 quarters of the globe? And if truth to life is the main thing that drama should keep in view, how is it possible for any average understanding to be satisfied when the action is supposed to pass in the time of King Pepin or Charlemagne, and the principal personage in it they represent to be the Emperor Heraclius, who entered Jerusalem with the cross and won the Holy Sepulchre, like Godfrey of Bouillon, there being years innumerable between the one and the other? Or if the play is based on fiction, and historical facts are introduced, or bits of what occurred to different people and at different times mixed up with it, all not only without any semblance of probability, but with obvious errors that from every point of view are inexcusable. And the worst of it is, there are ignorant people who say that this is perfection, and that anything beyond this is affected refinement. And then, if we turn to sacred dramas, what miracles they invent in them! What apocryphal, ill-devised incidents, attributing to one saint the miracles of another! And even in secular plays they venture to introduce miracles, without any reason or object, except that they think some such miracle, or transformation as they call it, will come in well to astonish stupid people and draw them to the play. All this tends to the prejudice of the truth and the corruption of history. Nay, more, to the reproach of the wits of Spain, for foreigners who scrupulously observe the laws of the drama look upon us as barbarous and ignorant when they see the absurdity and nonsense of the plays we produce. Nor will it be a sufficient excuse to say that the chief object well-ordered governments have in view when they permit plays to be performed in public is to entertain the people with some harmless amusement occasionally, and keep it from those evil humours which idleness is apt to engender.
and that, as this may be attained by any sort of play, good or bad, there is no need to lay down laws, or bind those who write or act them to make them as they ought to be made, since, as I say, the object sought for may be secured by any sort. To this I would reply that the same end would be, beyond all comparison, better attained by means of good plays than by those that are not so. For after listening to an artistic and properly constructed play, the hearer will come away enlivened by the jests, instructed by the serious parts, full of admiration at the incidents, his wit sharpened by the arguments, warned by the tricks, all the wiser for the examples, inflamed against vice, and in love with virtue. For in all these ways a good play will stimulate the mind of the hearer, be he ever so boorish or dull. And of all impossibilities the greatest is that a play endowed with all these qualities will not entertain, satisfy, and please, much more than one wanting in them, like the greater number of those which are commonly acted nowadays. Nor are the poets who write them to be blamed for this, for some there are among them who are perfectly well aware of their faults, and know what they ought to do. But as plays have become a saleable commodity, they say, and with truth, that the actors will not buy them unless they are after this fashion, and so the poet tries to adapt himself to the requirements of the actor who is to pay him for his work. And that this is the truth may be seen by the countless plays that a most fertile wit of these kingdoms has written, with so much brilliancy, so much grace and gaiety, such polished versification, such choice language, such profound reflections, and in a word so rich in eloquence and elevation of style, that he has filled the world with his fame. And yet, in consequence of his desire to suit the taste of the actors, they have not all, as some of them have, come as near perfection as they ought. Others write plays with such heedlessness that after they have been acted, the actors have to fly and abscond, afraid of being punished, as they often have been, for having acted something offensive to some king or other, or insulting to some noble family. All which evils, and many more that I say nothing of, would be removed if there were some intelligent and sensible person at the capital to examine all plays before they were acted, not only those produced in the capital itself, but all that were intended to be acted in Spain, without whose approval, seal, and signature no local magistrate should allow any play to be acted. In that case, actors would take care to send their plays to the capital, and could act them in safety, and those who write them would be more careful, and take more pains with their work, standing in awe of having to submit it to the strict examination of one who understood the matter. And so good plays would be produced, and the objects they aim at happily attained, as well the amusement of the people as the credit of the wits of Spain, the interest and safety of the actors, and the saving of trouble in inflicting punishment on them. And if the same or some other person were authorized to examine the newly written books of chivalry, no doubt some would appear with all the perfections you have described, enriching our language with the gracious and precious treasure of eloquence, and driving the old books into obscurity before the light of the new ones that would come out for the harmless entertainment, not merely of the idle, but of the very busiest. For the bow cannot be always bent, nor can weak human nature exist without some lawful amusement. The canon and the curate had proceeded thus far with their conversation, when the barber, coming forward, joined them, and said to the curate, "This is the spot, Señor Licentiate, that I said was a good one for fresh and plentiful pasture for the oxen, while we take our noontide rest." "And so it seems," returned the curate, and he told the canon what he proposed to do, on which he too made up his mind to halt with them, attracted by the aspect of the fair valley that lay before their eyes, and to enjoy it as well as the conversation of the curate, to whom he had begun to take a fancy, and also to learn more particulars about the doings of Don Quixote, he desired some of his servants to go on to the inn, which was not far distant, and to fetch from it what edibles there might be for the whole party, as he meant to rest for the afternoon where he was. To which one of his servants replied that the sumpter mule, which by this time ought to have reached the inn, carried provisions enough to make it unnecessary to get anything from the inn except barley. "In that case," said the canon, "take all the beasts there, and bring the sumpter mule back." While this was going on, Sancho, perceiving that he could speak to his master without having the curate and the barber, of whom he had his suspicions, present all the time, approached the cage in which Don Quixote was placed, and said, "Señor,
To ease my conscience, I want to tell you the state of the case as to your enchantment, and that is, that these two here, with their faces covered, are the curate of our village and the barber, and I suspect they have hit upon this plan of carrying you off in this fashion out of pure envy, because your worship surpasses them in doing famous deeds. And if this be the truth, it follows that you are not enchanted, but hoodwinked and made a fool of. And to prove this, I want to ask you one thing, and if you answer me as I believe you will answer, you will be able to lay your finger on the trick, and you will see that you are not enchanted, but gone wrong in your wits. Ask what thou wilt, Sancho, my son, returned Don Quixote, for I will satisfy thee, and answer all thou requirest. As to what thou sayest, that these who accompany us yonder are the curate and the barber, our neighbours and acquaintance, it is very possible that they may seem to be those same persons, but that they are so in reality and in fact, believe it not on any account. What thou art to believe and think is that, if they look like them, as thou sayest, it must be that those who have enchanted me have taken this shape and likeness, for it is easy for enchanters to take any form they please, and they may have taken those of our friends in order to make thee think as thou dost, and lead thee into a labyrinth of fancies from which thou wilt find no escape, though thou hadst the cord of Theseus. And they may also have done it to make me uncertain in my mind, and unable to conjecture whence this evil comes to me. For if, on the one hand, thou dost tell me that the barber and curate of our village are here in company with us, and on the other I find myself shut up in a cage, and know in my heart that no power on earth that was not supernatural would have been able to shut me in, what wouldst thou have me say or think, but that my enchantment is of a sort that transcends all I have ever read of in all the histories that deal with knights-errant that have been enchanted? So thou mayest set thy mind at rest as to the idea that they are what thou sayest, for they are as much so as I am a Turk. But touching thy desire to ask me something, say on, and I will answer thee, though thou shouldst ask questions from this till to-morrow morning. May our Lady be good to me, said Sancho, lifting up his voice. And is it possible that your worship is so thick of skull and so short of brains that you cannot see that what I say is the simple truth, and that malice has more to do with your imprisonment and misfortune than enchantment? But as it is so, I will prove plainly to you that you are not enchanted. Now tell me, so may God deliver you from this affliction, and so may you find yourself when you least expect it in the arms of my lady Dulcinea. Leave off conjuring me, said Don Quixote, and ask what thou wouldst know. I have already told thee I will answer with all possible precision. That is what I want, said Sancho, and what I would know, and have you tell me, without adding or leaving out anything, but telling the whole truth as one expects it to be told, and as it is told by all who profess arms, as your worship professes them, under the title of knights-errant. I tell thee I will not lie in any particular, said Don Quixote. Finish thy question, for in truth thou weariest me with all these asseverations, requirements, and precautions, Sancho. Well, I rely on the goodness and truth of my master, said Sancho, and so, because it bears upon what we are talking about, I would ask, speaking with all reverence, whether, since your worship has been shut up, and as you think enchanted in this cage, you have felt any desire or inclination to go anywhere, as the saying is. I do not understand going anywhere, said Don Quixote. Explain thyself more clearly, Sancho, if thou wouldst have me give an answer to the point. Is it possible, said Sancho, that your worship does not understand going anywhere? Why, the schoolboys know that from the time they were babes. Well then, you must know, I mean, have you had any desire to do what cannot be avoided? Ah, now I understand thee, Sancho, said Don Quixote. Yes, often, and even this minute. Get me out of this strait, or all will not go right. End of section 50. Section 51 of Don Quixote by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by John Ormsby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Volume 1, Chapter 49, which treats of the shrewd conversation which Sancho Panza held with his master, Don Quixote.
Come now, senor, can you deny what is commonly said around us when a person is out of humour? I don't know what ails so-and-so, that he neither eats, nor drinks, nor sleeps, nor gives a proper answer to any question. One would think he was enchanted. From which it is to be gathered that those who do not eat or drink or sleep or do any of the natural acts I am speaking of, that such persons are enchanted, but not those that have the desire your worship has, and drink when drink is given them, and eat when there is anything to eat, and answer every question that is asked them. What thou sayest is true, Sancho, replied Don Quixote, but I have already told thee there are many sorts of enchantments, and it may be that in the course of time they have been changed one for another, and that now it may be the way with enchanted people to do all that I do, though they did not do so before. So it is vain to argue or draw inference against the usage of the time. I know and feel that I am enchanted, and that is enough to ease my conscience, for it would weigh heavily on it if I thought that I was not enchanted, and that in a faint-hearted and cowardly way I allowed myself to lie in this cage, defrauding multitudes of the succour I might afford to those in need and distress, who at this very moment may be in sore want of my aid and protection. Still, for all that, replied Sancho, I say that for your greater and fuller satisfaction it would be well if your worship were to try to get out of this prison, and I promise to do all in my power to help, and even to take you out of it, and see if you could once more mount your good Rocinante, who seems to be enchanted too, he is so melancholy and dejected. And then we might try our chance in looking for adventures again, and if we have no luck there will be time enough to go back to the cage, in which, on the faith of a good and loyal squire, I promise to shut myself up, along with your worship, if so be you are so unfortunate, or I so stupid, as not to be able to carry out my plan. I am content to do as thou sayest, brother Sancho, said Don Quixote, and when thou seest an opportunity for effecting my release, I will obey thee absolutely. But thou wilt see, Sancho, how mistaken thou art in thy conception of my misfortune. The knight-errant and the ill-errant squire kept up their conversation till they reached the place where the curate, the canon, and the barber, who had already dismounted, were waiting for them. The carter at once unyoked the oxen and left them to roam at large about the pleasant green spot, the freshness of which seemed to invite not enchanted people like Don Quixote, but wide-awake, sensible folk like his squire, who begged the curate to allow his master to leave the cage for a little, for if they did not let him out, the prison might not be as clean as the propriety of such a gentleman as his master required. The curate understood him, and said he would very gladly comply with his request, only that he feared his master, finding himself at liberty, would take to his old courses and make off where nobody could ever find him again. "I will answer for his not running away," said Sancho. "And I also," said the canon, "especially if he gives me his word as a knight not to leave us without our consent." Don Quixote, who was listening to all this, said, "I give it. Moreover, one who is enchanted as I am cannot do as he likes with himself, for he who had enchanted him could prevent his moving from one place for 3 ages, and if he attempted to escape, would bring him back flying. And that being so, they might as well release him, particularly as it would be to the advantage of all, for if they did not let him out, he protested he would be unable to avoid offending their nostrils unless they kept their distance." The canon took his hand, tied together as they both were, and on his word and promise they unbound him, and rejoiced beyond measure he was to find himself out of the cage. The first thing he did was to stretch himself all over, and then he went to where Rocinante was standing, and giving him a couple of slaps on the haunches, said, "I still trust in God and in his blessed mother, O flower and mirror of steeds, that we shall soon see ourselves, both of us, as we wish to be, thou with thy master on thy back, and I mounted upon thee, following the calling for which God sent me into the world." And so saying, accompanied by Sancho, he withdrew to a retired spot, from which he came back much relieved, and more eager than ever to put his squire's scheme into execution. The canon gazed at him, wondering at the extraordinary nature of his madness, and that in all his remarks and replies he should show such excellent sense, and only lose his stirrups, as has been already said, when the subject of chivalry was broached. And so, moved by compassion, he said to him, as they all sat on the green grass awaiting the arrival of the provisions, "Is it possible, gentle sir, that the nauseous and idle reading of books of chivalry can have had such an effect on your worship as to upset your reason, so that you fancy yourself enchanted, and the like, all as far from the truth as falsehood itself is? How can there be any human understanding that can persuade itself there ever was all that infinity of Amaduses in the world, or all that multitude of famous knights, all those emperors of Trebizond, all those Felix Martes of Hirsania, all those palfreys and damsels errant, and serpents and monsters and giants, and marvellous adventures, and enchantments of every kind, and battles, and prodigious encounters, splendid costumes, love-sick princesses, squires made counts, droll dwarfs, love-letters, billings and cooings, swashbuckler women, and, in a word, all that nonsense the books of chivalry contain? For myself, I can only say that when I read them, so long as I do not stop to think that they are all lies and frivolity, they give me a certain amount of pleasure. But when I come to consider what they are, I fling the very best of them at the wall, and would fling it into the fire if there were one at hand, as richly deserving such punishment as cheats and impostors out of the range of ordinary toleration, and as founders of new sects and modes of life, and teachers that lead the ignorant public to believe and accept as truth all the folly they contain. And such is their audacity, they even dare to unsettle the wits of gentlemen of birth and intelligence, as is shown plainly by the way they have served your worship, when they have brought you to such a pass that you have to be shut up in a cage and carried on an ox-cart, as one would carry a lion or a tiger from place to place, to make money by showing it. Come, Señor Don Quixote, have some compassion for yourself. Return to the bosom of common sense, and make use of the liberal share of it that heaven has been pleased to bestow upon you, employing your abundant gifts of mind in some other reading that may serve to benefit your conscience and add to your honour. And if, still led away by your natural bent, you desire to read books of achievements and of chivalry, read the book of Judges and the Holy Scriptures, for there you will find grand reality, and deeds as true as they are heroic. Lusitania had a Viriatus, Rome a Caesar, Carthage a Hannibal, Greece an Alexander, Castile a Count Fernan Gonzales, Valencia a Cid, Andalusia a Gonzalo Fernandez, Estremadura a Diego Garcia de Paredes, Jerez a Garcia Perez de Vargas, Toledo a Garcilaso, Seville a Don Manuel de Leon, to read of whose valiant deeds will entertain and instruct the loftiest minds, and fill them with delight and wonder. Here, Señor Don Quixote, will be reading worthy of your sound understanding, from which you will rise learned in history, in love with virtue, strengthened in goodness, improved in manners, brave without rashness, prudent without cowardice, and all to the honour of God, your own advantage, and the glory of La Mancha, whence I am informed your worship derives your birth." Don Quixote listened with the greatest attention to the canon's words, and when he found he had finished, after regarding him for some time, he replied to him, "It appears to me, gentle sir, that your worship's discourse is intended to persuade me that there never were any knights-errant in the world, and that all the books of chivalry are false, lying, mischievous, and useless to the state, and that I have done wrong in reading them, and worse in believing them, and I still worse in imitating them, when I undertook to follow the arduous calling of knight-errantry which they set forth. For you deny that there ever were Amaduses of Gaul or of Greece, or any other of the knights of whom the books are full." "It is exactly as you stated," said the canon. To which Don Quixote returned, "You also went on to say that books of this kind had done me much harm, inasmuch as they had upset my senses, and shut me up in a cage, and that it would be better for me to reform, and change my studies, and read other truer books, which would afford more pleasure and instruction." "Just so," said the canon. "Well, then," returned Don Quixote, "to my mind it is you who are the one that is out of his wits and enchanted, as you have ventured to utter such blasphemies against a thing so universally acknowledged and accepted as true, that whoever denies it, as you do, deserves the same punishment which you say you inflict on the books that irritate you when you read them. For to try to persuade anybody that Amadis and all the other knights adventurers with whom the books are filled never existed would be like trying to persuade him that the sun does not yield light, or ice cold, or earth nourishment. What wit in the world can persuade another that the story of the Princess Floripes and Guy of Burgundy is not true, or that of Fierabras and the bridge of Mantible, which happened in the time of Charlemagne? For by all that is good, it is as true as that it is daylight now, and if it be a lie, it must be a lie too that there was a Hector, or Achilles, or Trojan War, or 12 peers of France, or Arthur of England, who still lives changed into a raven, and unceasingly looked for in his kingdom. One might just as well try to make out that the history of Garino Meschino, or of the quest of the Holy Grail, is false, or that the loves of Tristram and the Queen Iseult are apocryphal, as well as those of Guinevere and Lancelot, when there are persons who can almost remember having seen the Dame Quintanona, who was the best cupbearer of Great Britain. And so true is this that I recollect a grandmother of mine on the father's side, whenever she saw any dame in a venerable hood, used to say to me, "Grandson, that one is like Dame Quintanona," from which I conclude that she must have known her, or at least had managed to see some portrait of her. Then who can deny that the story of Pierre and the fair Magalona is true, when even to this day may be seen in the king's armoury the pin with which the valiant Pierre guided the wooden horse he rode through the air, and it is a trifle bigger than the pole of a cart. And alongside of the pin is Babieca's saddle, and at Roncesvalles there is Roland's horn, as large as a large beam, whence we may infer that there were 12 peers, and a Pierre, and a Cid, and other knights like them, of the sort people commonly call adventurers. Or perhaps I shall be told, too, that there was no such knight-errant as the valiant Lusitanian Juan de Merlo, who went to Burgundy, and the city of Arras fought with the famous Lord of Charny, Moussen Pierre by name, and afterwards in the city of Bâle with Moussen Henrique de Remesten, coming out of both encounters covered with fame and honour, or adventures and challenges, achieved and delivered, also in Burgundy, by the valiant Spaniards Pedro Barba and Guiter Quixada, of whose family I come in the direct male line, when they vanquished the sons of the Count of San Polo. I should be told, too, that Don Fernando de Guevara did not go in quest of adventures to Germany, where he engaged in combat with Sir George, a knight of the house of the Duke of Austria. I shall be told that the jousts of Suero de Quinones, him of the Paso, and the emprise of Moussen Louis de Falsa against the Castilian knight Don Gonzalo de Guzman were mere mockeries, as well as many other achievements of Christian knights of these and foreign realms, which are so authentic and true that, I repeat, he who denies them must be totally wanting in reason and good sense. The canon was amazed to hear the medley of truth and fiction Don Quixote uttered, and to see how well acquainted he was with everything relating or belonging to the achievements of his knight-errantry. So he said in reply, "I cannot deny, Señor Don Quixote, that there is some truth in what you say, especially as regards the Spanish knights-errant, and I am willing to grant, too, that the 12 peers of France existed. But I am not disposed to believe that they did all the things that the Archbishop Turpin relates of them. For the truth of the matter is, they were knights chosen by the kings of France, and called peers because they were all equal in worth, rank, and prowess. At least, if they were not, they ought to have been. And it was a kind of religious order like those of Santiago and Calatrava in the present day, in which it is assumed that those who take it are valiant knights of distinction and good birth. And just as we say now, a knight of St. John or of Alcantara, they used to say then, a knight of the 12 peers, because 12 equals were chosen for that military order. That there was a Cid as well as a Bernardo del Carpio there can be no doubt, but that they did the deeds people said they did, I hold to be very doubtful. In that other matter of the pin of Count Pierre that you speak of, and say is near Babieca's saddle in the armoury, I confess my sin, for I am either so stupid or so short-sighted that though I have seen the saddle, I have never been able to see the pin, in spite of it being as big as your worship says it is." "For all that, it is there, without any manner of doubt," said Don Quixote, "and more by token, they say it is enclosed in a sheath of cowhide, to keep it from rusting." "All that may be," replied the canon, "but by the orders I have received I do not remember seeing it." However, granting it is there, that is no reason why I am bound to believe the stories of all those Amaduses and of all that multitude of knights they tell us about, nor is it reasonable that a man like your worship, so worthy and with so many good qualities, and endowed with such a good understanding, should allow himself to be persuaded that such wild crazy things as are written in those absurd books of chivalry are really true. End of section 51.
Section 52 of Don Quixote by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by John Ormsby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Volume 1, Chapter 50. Of the shrewd controversy which Don Quixote and the canon held, together with other incidents. "A good joke that," returned Don Quixote. "Books that have been printed with the king's license and with the approbation of those to whom they have been submitted, and read with universal delight, and extolled by great and small, rich and poor, learned and ignorant, gentle and simple, in a word, by people of every sort, of whatever rank or condition they may be, that these should be lies? And above all, when they carry such an appearance of truth with them, for they tell us the father, mother, country, kindred, age, place, and the achievements, step by step and day by day, performed by such a knight or knights. Hush, sir, utter not such blasphemy. Trust me, I am advising you now to act as a sensible man should. Only read them, and you will see the pleasure you will derive from them. For, come, tell me, can there be anything more delightful than to see, as it were, here now displayed before us, a vast lake of bubbling pitch with a host of snakes and serpents and lizards, and ferocious and terrible creatures of all sorts swimming about in it, while from the middle of the lake there comes a plaintive voice saying, 'Knight, whosoever thou art who beholdest this dread lake, if thou wouldst win the prize that lies hidden beneath these dusky waves, prove the valour of thy stout heart, and cast thyself into the midst of its dark burning waters, else thou shalt not be worthy to see the mighty wonders contained in the 7 castles of the 7 fays that lie beneath this black expanse.' And then the knight, almost ere the awful voice has ceased, without stopping to consider, without pausing to reflect upon the danger to which he is exposing himself, without even relieving himself of the weight of his massive armour, commending himself to God and to his lady, plunges into the midst of the boiling lake. And when he little looks for it, or knows what his fate is to be, he finds himself among flowery meadows, with which the Elysian fields are not to be compared. The sky seems more transparent there, and the sun shines with a strange brilliancy, and a delightful grove of green leafy trees presents itself to the eyes, and charms the sight with its verdure, while the ear is soothed by the sweet, untutored melody of the countless birds of gay plumage that flit to and fro among the interlacing branches. Here he sees a brook, whose limpid waters, like liquid crystal, ripple over fine sands and white pebbles that look like sifted gold and purest pearls. There he perceives a cunningly wrought fountain of many-coloured jasper and polished marble, here another of rustic fashion, with the little mussel shells and the spiral white and yellow mansions of the snail disposed in studious disorder, mingled with fragments of glittering crystal and mock emeralds, make up a work of varied aspect, where art, imitating nature, seems to have outdone it. Suddenly there is presented to his sight a strong castle or gorgeous palace, with walls of massy gold, turrets of diamonds, and gates of jacinth, in short, so marvellous in its structure that though the materials of which it is built are nothing less than diamonds, carbuncles, rubies, pearls, gold, and emeralds, the workmanship is still more rare. And after having seen all this, what can be more charming than to see how a bevy of damsels come forth from the gates of the castle in gay and gorgeous attire, such that, were I to set myself now to depict it as the histories describe it to us, I should never have done? And then how she who seems to be the first among them all takes the bold knight who plunged into the boiling lake by the hand,
and without addressing a word to him leads him into the rich palace or castle, and strips him as naked as when his mother bore him, and bathes him in lukewarm water, and anoints him all over with sweet-smelling unguents, and clothes him in a shirt of the softest sendal, all scented and perfumed, while another damsel comes and throws over his shoulders a mantle which is said to be worth at the very least a city, and even more. How charming is it, then, when they tell us how, after all this, they lead him to another chamber, where he finds the tables set out in such style that he is filled with amazement and wonder to see how they pour out water for his hands distilled from amber and sweet-scented flowers, how they seat him on an ivory chair, to see how the damsels wait on him, all in profound silence, how they bring him such a variety of dainties so temptingly prepared that the appetite is at a loss which to select, to hear the music that resounds while he is at table, by whom or whence produced he knows not. And then, when the repast is over and the tables removed, for the knight to recline in the chair, picking his teeth perhaps as usual, and a damsel, much lovelier than any of the others, to enter unexpectedly by the chamber door, and herself by his side, and begin to tell him what the castle is, and how she is held enchanted there, and other things that amaze the knight, and astonish the readers who are perusing his history. But I will not expatiate any further upon this, as it may be gathered from it that whatever part of whatever history of a knight-errant one reads, it will fill the reader, whoever he be, with delight and wonder. And take my advice, sir, and as I said before, read these books, and you will see how they will banish any melancholy you may feel, and raise your spirit should they be depressed. For myself, I can say that since I have been a knight-errant, I have become valiant, polite, generous, well-bred, magnanimous, courteous, dauntless, gentle, patient, and have learned to bear hardships, imprisonments, and enchantments. And though it be such a short time since I have seen myself shut up in a cage like a madman, I hope by the might of my arm, if heaven aid me and fortune thwart me not, to see myself king of some kingdom, where I may be able to show the gratitude and generosity that dwell in my heart. For, by my faith, señor, the poor man is incapacitated from showing the virtue of generosity to any one, though he may possess it in the highest degree, and gratitude that consists of disposition only is a dead thing, just as faith without works is dead. For this reason I should be glad were fortune soon to offer me some opportunity of making myself an emperor, so as to show my heart in doing good to my friends, particularly to this poor Sancho Panza, my squire, who is the best fellow in the world. And I would gladly give him a county. I have promised him this ever so long, only that I am afraid he has not the capacity to govern his realm." Sancho partly heard these last words of his master, and said to him, "Strive hard, you, Señor Don Quixote, to give me that county so often promised by you, and so long looked for by me, for I promise you there will be no want of capacity in me to govern it. And even if there is, I have heard say there are men in the world who farm seigneuries, paying so much a year, and they themselves taking charge of the government, while the lord, with his legs stretched out, enjoys the revenue they pay him, without troubling himself about anything else. That's what I'll do, and not stand haggling over trifles, but wash my hands at once of the whole business, and enjoy my rents like a duke, and let things go their own way." "That, brother Sancho," said the canon, "only holds good as far as the enjoyment of the revenue goes, but the lord of the seigneury must attend to the administration of justice, and here capacity and sound judgment come in, and above all a firm determination to find out the truth. For if this be wanting in the beginning, the middle and the end will always go wrong, and God as commonly aids the honest intentions of the simple as he frustrates the evil designs of the crafty." "I don't understand those philosophies," returned Sancho Panza. "All I know is, I would I had the county as soon as I shall know how to govern it, for I have as much soul as another, and as much body as any one, and I shall be as much king of my realm as any other of his, and being so, I should do as I liked, and doing as I liked, I should please myself, and pleasing myself, I should be content. And when one is content, he has nothing more to desire, and when one has nothing more to desire, there is an end of it. So let the county come, and God be with you, and let us see one another, as one blind man said to the other. That is not a bad philosophy thou art talking, Sancho, said the canon, but for all that there is a good deal to be said on this matter of counties. To which Don Quixote returned, I know not what more there is to be said. I only guide myself by the example set me by the great Amadis of Gaul, when he made his squire count of the insular firm. And so, without any scruples of conscience, I can make account of Sancho Panza, for he is one of the best squires that ever knight-errant had. The canon was astonished at the methodical nonsense, if nonsense be capable of method, that Don Quixote uttered, at the way in which he had described the adventure of the Knight of the Lake, at the impression that the deliberate lies of the books he read had made upon him, and lastly he marvelled at the simplicity of Sancho, who desired so eagerly to obtain the county his master had promised him. By this time the canon's servants, who had gone to the inn to fetch the sumpter mule, had returned, and making a carpet and the green grass of the meadow serve as a table, they seated themselves in the shade of some trees, and made their repast there, that the carter might not be deprived of the advantage of the spot, as has been already said. As they were eating, they suddenly heard a loud noise, and the sound of a bell that seemed to come from among some brambles and thick bushes that were close by, and the same instant they observed a beautiful goat, spotted all over, black, white, and brown, spring out of the thicket with a goatherd after it, calling to it and uttering the usual cries to make it stop or turn back to the fold. The fugitive goat, scared and frightened, ran towards the company as if seeking their protection, and then stood still, and the goatherd, coming up, seized it by the horns, and began to talk to it as if it were possessed of reason and understanding. Ah, wanderer, wanderer, Spotty, Spotty, how have you gone limping all this time? What wolves have frightened you, my daughter? Won't you tell me what is the matter, my beauty? But what else can it be, except that you are a she, and cannot keep quiet? A plague on your humours, and the humours of those you take after. Come back, my darling, and if you will not be so happy, at any rate you will be safe in the fold, or with your companions, for if you who ought to keep and lead them go wandering astray, what will become of them? The goatherd's talk amused all who heard it, but especially the canon, who said to him, As you live, brother, take it easy, and be not in such a hurry to drive this goat back to the fold, for, being a female, as you say, she will follow her natural instinct in spite of all you can do to prevent it. Take this morsel and drink a sup, and that will soothe your irritation, and in the meantime the goat will rest herself. And so saying, he handed him the loins of a cold rabbit on a fork. The goatherd took it with thanks, and drank, and calmed himself, and then said, I should be sorry if your worships were to take me for a simpleton for having spoken so seriously as I did to this animal, but the truth is, there is a certain mystery in the words I used. I am a clown, but not so much of one, but that I know how to behave to men and to beasts. That I can well believe, said the curate, for I know already by experience that the woods breed men of learning, and shepherds' huts harbour philosophers. At all events, signor, returned the goatherd, they shelter men of experience, and that you may see the truth of this and grasp it, though I may seem to put myself forward without being asked, I will, if it will not tire you, gentlemen, and you will give me your attention for a little, tell you a true story which will confirm this gentleman's word, and he pointed to the curate, as well as my own. To this Don Quixote replied, Seeing that this affair has a certain colour of chivalry about it, I, for my part, brother, will hear you most gladly, and so will all these gentlemen, from the high intelligence they possess, and their love of curious novelties that interest, charm, and entertain the mind, as I feel quite sure your story will do. So begin, friend, for we are all prepared to listen. I draw my stake, said Sancho, and will retreat with this pasty to the brook there, where I mean to victual myself for 3 days, for I have heard my lord, Don Quixote, say that a knight-errant squire should eat until he can hold no more whenever he has the chance, because it often happens them to get by accident into a wood so thick that they cannot find a way out of it for 6 days, and if the man is not well filled, or his alforges well stored, there he may stay, as very often he does, turned into a dried mummy. Thou art in the right of it, Sancho, said Don Quixote. Go where thou wilt, and eat all thou canst, For I have had enough, and I only want to give my mind its refreshment, as I shall, by listening to this good fellow's story." "It is what we shall all do," said the canon, and then begged the goatherd to begin the promised tale. The goatherd gave the goat which he held by the horns a couple of slaps on the back, saying, "Lie down here beside me, Spotty, for we have time enough to return to our fold." The goat seemed to understand him, for as her master seated himself, she stretched herself quietly beside him and looked up in his face to show him she was all attention to what he was going to say. And then, in these words, he began his story. End of section 52. Section 53 of Don Quixote by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by John Ormsby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Volume 1, Chapter 51, which deals with what the goatherd told those who were carrying off Don Quixote. 3 leagues from this valley there is a village which, though small, is one of the richest in all this neighbourhood, and in it there lived a farmer, a very worthy man, and so much respected that, although to be so is the natural consequence of being rich, he was even more respected for his virtue than for the wealth he had acquired. But what made him still more fortunate, as he said to himself, was having a daughter of such exceeding beauty, rare intelligence, gracefulness, and virtue, that everyone who knew her and beheld her marvelled at the extraordinary gifts with which heaven and nature had endowed her. As a child she was beautiful. She continued to grow in beauty, and at the age of 16 she was most lovely. The fame of her beauty began to spread abroad through all the villages around. But why do I say the villages around merely, when it spread to distant cities, and even made its way into the halls of royalty, and reached the ears of people of every class, who came from all sides to see her, as if to see something rare and curious, or some wonder-working image? Her father watched over her, and she watched over herself. For there are no locks or guards or bolts that can protect a young girl better than her own modesty. The wealth of the father and the beauty of the daughter led many neighbours as well as strangers to seek her for a wife, but he, as one might well be who had the disposal of so rich a jewel, was perplexed and unable to make up his mind to which of her countless suitors he should entrust her. I was among the many who felt a desire so natural, and as her father knew who I was, and I was of the same town, of pure blood, in the bloom of life, and very rich in possessions, I had great hopes of success. There was another of the same place and qualifications who also sought her, and this made her father's choice hang in the balance, for he felt that on either of us his daughter would be well bestowed. So, to escape from this state of perplexity, he resolved to refer the matter to Leandra, for that is the name of the rich damsel who has reduced me to misery, reflecting that as we were both equal, it would be best to leave it to his dear daughter to choose according to her inclination, a course that is worthy of imitation by all fathers who wish to settle their children in life. I do not mean that they ought to leave them to make a choice of what is contemptible and bad, but that they should place before them what is good, and then allow them to make a good choice if they please. I do not know which Leandra chose. I only know her father put us both off with the tender age of his daughter and vague words that neither bound him nor dismissed us. My rival is called Anselmo, and I myself Eugenio, that you may know the names of the personages that figure in this tragedy, the end of which is still in suspense, though it is plain to see it must be disastrous. About this time there arrived in our town one Vicente de la Roca, the son of a poor peasant of the same town, the said Vicente having returned from service as a soldier in Italy and divers other parts. A captain who chanced to pass that way with his company had carried him off from our village when he was a boy of about 12 years, and now, 12 years later, the young man came back in a soldier's uniform, arrayed in 1,000 colours, and all over glass trinkets and fine steel chains. Today he would appear in one gay dress, tomorrow in another, but all flimsy and gaudy, of little substance and less worth. The peasant folk, who are naturally malicious, and when they have nothing to do can be malice itself, remarked all this, and took note of his finery and jewellery piece by piece, and discovered that he had 3 suits of different colours, with garters and stockings to match. But he made so many arrangements and combinations out of them, that if they had not counted them, anyone would have sworn that he had made a display of more than 10 suits of clothes and 20 plumes. Do not look upon all this that I am telling you about the clothes as uncalled for or spun out, for they have a great deal to do with the story. He used to seat himself on a bench under the great poplar in our plaza, and there he would keep us all hanging open-mouthed on the stories he told us of his exploits. There was no country on the face of the globe he had not seen, nor battle he had not been engaged in. He had killed more Moors than there are in Morocco and Tunis, and fought more single combats, according to his own account, than Garcilaso, Diego Garcia de Paredes, and 1,000 others he named, and out of all he had come victorious without losing a drop of blood. On the other hand, he showed marks of wounds, which, though they could not be made out, he said were gunshot wounds received in divers encounters and actions. Lastly, with monstrous impudence, he used to say you to his equals, and even those who knew what he was, and declare that his arm was his father, and his deeds his pedigree, and that being a soldier he was as good as the king himself. And to add to these swaggering ways, he was a trifle of a musician, and played the guitar with such a flourish that some said he made it speak. Nor did his accomplishments end here, for he was something of a poet too, and on every trifle that happened in the town he made a ballad a league long. This soldier, then, that I have described, this Vicente de la Roca, this bravo, gallant musician and poet, was often seen and watched by Leandra from a window of her house, which looked out on the plaza. The glitter of his showy attire took her fancy. His ballads bewitched her, for he gave away 20 copies of every one he made. The tales of his exploits which he told about himself came to her ears, and in short, as the devil no doubt had arranged it, she fell in love with him before the presumption of making love to her had suggested itself to him. And as in love affairs none are more easily brought to an issue than those which have the inclination of the lady for an ally, Leandra and Vicente came to an understanding without any difficulty, and before any of her numerous suitors had any suspicion of her design, she had already carried it into effect, having left the house of her dearly beloved father, for mother she had none, and disappeared from the village with the soldier, who came more triumphantly out of this enterprise than out of any of the large number he laid claim to. All the village and all who heard of it were amazed at the affair. I was aghast, Anselmo thunderstruck, her father full of grief, her relations indignant, the authorities all in a ferment, the officers of the Brotherhood in arms. They scoured the roads, they searched the woods and all quarters, and at the end of 3 days they found the flighty Leandra in a mountain cave, stripped to her shift and robbed of all the money and precious jewels she had carried away from home with her. They brought her back to her unhappy father, and questioned her as to her misfortune, and she confessed without pressure that Vicente de la Roca had deceived her, and under promise of marrying her, had induced her to leave her father's house, as he meant to take her to the richest and most delightful city in the whole world, which was Naples, and that she, ill-advised and deluded, had believed him, and robbed her father, and handed over all to him the night she disappeared, and that he had carried her away to a rugged mountain, and shut her up in the cave where they had found her. She said, moreover, that the soldier, without robbing her of her honour, had taken from her everything she had, and made off, leaving her in the cave, a thing that still further surprised everybody. It was not easy for us to credit the young man's countenance, but she asserted it with such earnestness that it helped to console her distressed father, who thought nothing of what had been taken, since the jewel that once lost can never be recovered had been left to his daughter. The same day that Leandra made her appearance, her father removed her from our sight, and took her away to shut her up in a convent in a town near this, in the hope that time may wear away some of the disgrace she has incurred. Leandra's youth furnished an excuse for her fault, at least with those to whom it was of no consequence whether she was good or bad,
But those who knew her shrewdness and intelligence did not attribute her misdemeanour to ignorance, but to wantonness and the natural disposition of women, which is for the most part flighty and ill-regulated. Leandra, withdrawn from sight, Anselmo's eyes grew blind, or at any rate found nothing to look at that gave them any pleasure, and mine were in darkness, without a ray of light to direct them to anything enjoyable while Leandra was away. Our melancholy grew greater, our patience grew less. We cursed the soldier's finery, and railed at the carelessness of Leandra's father. At last Anselmo and I agreed to leave the village and come to this valley, and he, feeding a great flock of sheep of his own, and I, a large herd of goats of mine, we pass our life among the trees, giving vent to our sorrows, together singing the fair Leandra's praises, or upbraiding her, or else sighing alone, and to heaven pouring forth our complaints in solitude. Following our example, many more of Leandra's lovers have come to these rude mountains and adopted our mode of life, and they are so numerous that one would fancy the place had been turned into the pastoral Arcadia, so full is it of shepherds and sheepfolds, nor is there a spot in it where the name of the fair Leandra is not heard. Here one curses her and calls her capricious, fickle, and immodest. There another condemns her as frail and frivolous. This pardons and absolves her, that spurns and reviles her. One extols her beauty, another assails her character, and in short, all abuse her, and all adore her. And to such a pitch has this general infatuation gone that there are some who complain of her scorn without ever having exchanged a word with her, and even some that bewail and mourn the raging fever of jealousy, for which she never gave any one cause, for, as I have already said, her misconduct was known before her passion. There is no nook among the rocks, no brookside, no shade beneath the trees, that is not haunted by some shepherd telling his woes to the breezes. Wherever there is an echo, it repeats the name of Leandra. The mountains ring with Leandra. Leandra, murmured the brooks, and Leandra keeps us all bewildered and bewitched, hoping without hope, and fearing without knowing what we fear. Of all this silly set, the one that shows the least and also the most sense is my rival Anselmo, for having so many other things to complain of, he only complains of separation, and to the accompaniment of a rebeck, which he plays admirably, he sings his complaints in verses that show his ingenuity. I follow another, easier, and to my mind wiser course, and that is to rail at the frivolity of women, at their inconstancy, their double-dealing, their broken promises, their unkept pledges, and, in short, the want of reflection they show in fixing their affections and inclinations. This, sirs, was the reason of words and expressions I made use of to this goat when I came up just now, for, as she is a female, I have a contempt for her, though she is the best in all my fold. This is the story I promised to tell you, and if I have been tedious in telling it, I will not be slow to serve you. My hut is close by, and I have fresh milk and dainty cheese there, as well as a variety of toothsome fruit, no less pleasing to the eye than to the palate. End of section 53. Section 54 of Don Quixote by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by John Ormsby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Dann. Volume 1, Chapter 52. Of the quarrel that Don Quixote had with the goatherd, together with the rare adventure of the penitents, which, with an expenditure of sweat, he brought to a happy conclusion. The goatherd's tale gave great satisfaction to all the hearers, and the canon especially enjoyed it, for he had remarked with particular attention the manner in which it had been told, which was as unlike the manner of a clownish goatherd as it was like that of a polished city wit, and he observed that the curate had been quite right in saying that the woods bred men of learning. They all offered their services to Eugenio, but he who showed himself most liberal in this way was Don Quixote, who said to him, "Most assuredly, brother goatherd, if I found myself in a position to attempt any adventure, I would this very instant set out on your behalf, and would rescue Leandra from that convent, where no doubt she is kept against her will,
in spite of the abbess and all who might try to prevent me, and would place her in your hands to deal with her according to your will and pleasure, observing, however, the laws of chivalry, which lay down that no violence of any kind is to be offered to any damsel. But I trust in God our Lord that the might of one malignant enchanter may not prove so great, but that the power of another better disposed may prove superior to it. And then I promise you my support and assistance, as I am bound to do by my profession, which is none other than to give aid to the weak and needy." The goatherd eyed him, and noticing Don Quixote's sorry appearance and looks, he was filled with wonder, and asked the barber, who was next him, "Señor, who is this man who makes such a figure and talks in such a strain?" "Who should it be," said the barber, "but the famous Don Quixote of La Mancha, the undoer of injustice, the righter of wrongs, the protector of damsels, the terror of giants, and the winner of battles." "That," said the goatherd, "sounds like what one reads in the books of the knights-errant, who did all that you say this man does, though it is my belief that either you are joking, or else this gentleman has empty lodgings in his head." "You are a great scoundrel," said Don Quixote, "and it is you who are empty and a fool. I am fuller than ever was the horse and bitch that bore you." And passing from words to deeds, he caught up a loaf that was near him, and sent it full in the goatherd's face, with such force that he flattened his nose. But the goatherd, who did not understand jokes, and found himself roughly handled in such good earnest, paying no respect to carpet, tablecloth, or diners, sprang upon Don Quixote, and seizing him by the throat with both hands, would no doubt have throttled him, had not Sancho Panza that instant come to the rescue, and grasping him by the shoulders, flung him down on the table, smashing plates, breaking glasses, and upsetting and scattering everything on it. Don Quixote, finding himself free, strove to get on top of the goatherd, who, with his face covered with blood and soundly kicked by Sancho, was on all fours, feeling about for one of the table knives to take a bloody revenge with. The canon and the curate, however, prevented him, but the barber so contrived it that he got Don Quixote under him, and rained down upon him such a shower of fisticuffs that the poor knight's face streamed with blood as freely as his own. The canon and the curate were bursting with laughter, the officers were capering with delight, and both the one and the other hissed them on as they do dogs that are worrying one another in a fight. Sancho alone was frantic, for he could not free himself from the grasp of one of the canon's servants, who kept him from going to his master's assistance. At last, while they were all, with the exception of the two bruisers who were mauling each other, in high glee and enjoyment, they heard a trumpet sound a note so doleful that it made them all look in the direction whence the sound seemed to come. But the one that was most excited by hearing it was Don Quixote, who, though sorely against his will, he was under the goatherd, and something more than pretty well pummelled, said to him, "Brother devil, for it is impossible but that thou must be one, since thou hast had might and strength enough to overcome mine, I ask thee to agree to a truce for but 1 hour, for the solemn note of yonder trumpet that falls on our ears seems to me to summon me to some new adventure." The goatherd, who was by this time tired of pummelling and being pummelled, released him at once, and Don Quixote, rising to his feet and turning his eyes to the quarter where the sound had been heard, suddenly saw coming down the slope of a hill several men clad in white, like penitents. The fact was that the clouds had that year withheld their moisture from the earth, and in all the villages of the district they were organizing processions, rogations, and penances, imploring God to open the hands of his mercy and send the rain. And to this end the people of a village that was hard by were going in procession to a holy hermitage there was on one side of that valley. Don Quixote, when he saw the strange garb of the penitents, without reflecting how often he had seen it before, took it into his head that this was a case of adventure, and that it fell to him alone, as a knight-errant, to engage in it. And he was all the more confirmed in this notion by the idea that an image draped in black they had with them was some illustrious lady that these villains and discourteous thieves were carrying off by force. As soon as this occurred to him, he ran with all speed to Rocinante, who was grazing at large, and, taking the bridle and the buckler from the saddle-bow, he had him bridled in an instant, and calling to Sancho for his sword, he mounted Rocinante, braced his buckler on his arm, and in a loud voice exclaimed to those who stood by, Now, noble company, ye shall see how important it is that there should be knights in the world professing the order of knight-errantry. Now, I say, ye shall see, by the deliverance of that worthy lady who is born captive there, whether knights-errant deserve to be held in estimation. And so saying, he brought his legs to bear on Rocinante, for he had no spurs, and at a full canter, for in all this veracious history we never read of Rocinante fairly galloping, set off to encounter the penitents, though the curate, the canon, and the barber ran to prevent him. But it was out of their power, nor did he even stop for the shouts of Sancho, calling after him, "Where are you going, Señor Don Quixote? What devils have possessed you to set you on against our Catholic faith? Plague take me! Mind, that is a procession of penitents, and the lady they are carrying on that stand there is the blessed image of the Immaculate Virgin. Take care what you are doing, Señor, for this time it may be safely said you don't know what you are about." Sancho laboured in vain, for his master was so bent on coming to quarters with these sheeted figures and releasing the lady in black that he did not hear a word, and even had he heard he would not have turned back if the king had ordered him. He came up with the procession and reined in Rocinante, who was already anxious enough to slacken speed a little, and in a hoarse, excited voice he exclaimed, "You who hide your faces, perhaps because you are not good subjects, pay attention and listen to what I am about to say to you." The first to halt were those who were carrying the image, and one of the 4 ecclesiastics who were chanting the litany, struck by the strange figure of Don Quixote, the leanness of Rocinante, and the other ludicrous peculiarities he observed, said in reply to him, "Brother, if you have anything to say to us, say it quickly, for these brethren are whipping themselves, and we cannot stop, nor is it reasonable we should stop to hear anything, unless indeed it is short enough to be said in 2 words." "I will say it in 1, replied Don Quixote, "and it is this, that at once, this very instant, ye release that fair lady whose tears and sad aspect show plainly that ye are carrying her off against her will, and that ye have committed some scandalous outrage against her. And I, who was born into the world to redress all such like wrongs, will not permit you to advance another step until you have restored to her the liberty she pines for and deserves." From these words all the hearers concluded that he must be a madman, and began to laugh heartily, and their laughter acted like gunpowder on Don Quixote's fury, for drawing his sword without another word, he made a rush at the stand. One of those who supported it, leaving the burden to his comrades, advanced to meet him, flourishing a forked stick that he had for propping up the stand when resting, and with this he caught a mighty cut Don Quixote made at him that severed it in 2. But with the portion that remained in his hand, he dealt such a thwack on the shoulder of Don Quixote's sword-arm, which the buckler could not protect against the clownish assault, that poor Don Quixote came to the ground in a sad plight. Sancho Panza, who was coming on close behind, puffing and blowing, seeing him fall, cried out to his assailant not to strike him again, for he was a poor enchanted knight who had never harmed anyone all the days of his life. But what checked the clown was not Sancho's shouting, but seeing that Don Quixote did not stir hand or foot. And so, fancying he had killed him, he hastily hitched up his tunic under his girdle, and took to his heels across the country like a deer. By this time all Don Quixote's companions had come up to where he lay, but the processionists, seeing them come running, and with them the officers of the Brotherhood with their crossbows, apprehended mischief, and clustering round the image, raised their hoods and grasped their scourges as the priests did their tapers, and awaited the attack, resolved to defend themselves, and even to take the offensive against their assailants if they could. Fortune, however, arranged the matter better than they expected, for all Sancho did was to fling himself on his master's body, raising over him the most doleful and laughable lamentation that ever was heard, for he believed he was dead. The curate was known to another curate who walked in the procession, and their recognition of one another set at rest the apprehensions of both parties. The first then told the other in 2 words who Don Quixote was, and he and the whole troop of penitents went to see if the poor gentleman was dead, and heard Sancho Panza saying, with tears in his eyes, "O flower of chivalry, that with one blow of a stick has ended the course of thy well-spent life! O pride of thy race, honour and glory of all La Mancha! say of all the world, that for want of thee will be full of evil-doers, no longer in fear of punishment for their misdeeds. O thou, generous above all the Alexanders, since for only 8 months of service thou hast given me the best island the sea girds or surrounds, humble with the proud, haughty with the humble, encounterer of dangers, endurer of outrages, enamoured without reason, imitator of the good, scourge of the wicked, enemy of the mean, in short, knight-errant, which is all that can be said. At the cries and moans of Sancho, Don Quixote came to himself, and the first word he said was, "He who lives separated from you, sweetest Dulcinea, has greater miseries to endure than these. And me, friend Sancho, to mount the enchanted cart, for I am not in a condition to press the saddle of Rocinante, as this shoulder is all knocked to pieces." "That I will do with all my heart, señor," said Sancho, "and let us return to our village with these gentlemen who seek your good, and there we will prepare for making another sally, which may turn out more profitable and creditable to us." "Thou art right, Sancho," returned Don Quixote. "It will be wise to let the malign influence of the stars which now prevails pass off." The canon, the curate, and the barber told him he would act very wisely in doing as he said, and so, highly amused at Sancho Panza's simplicities, they placed Don Quixote in the cart as before. The procession once more formed itself in order, and proceeded on its road. The goatherd took his leave of the party. The officers of the brotherhood declined to go any farther, and the curate paid them what was due to them. The canon begged the curate to let him know how Don Quixote did, whether he was cured from his madness or still suffered from it, and then begged leave to continue his journey. In short, they all separated and went their ways, leaving to themselves the curate and the barber, Don Quixote, Sancho Panza, and the good Rocinante, who regarded everything with as great resignation as his master. The carter yoked his oxen and made Don Quixote comfortable in a truss of hay, and at his usual deliberate pace took the road the curate directed, and at the end of 6 days they reached Don Quixote's village, and entered it about the middle of the day, which it so happened was a Sunday, and the people were all in the plaza, through which Don Quixote's cart passed. They all flocked to see what was in the cart, and when they recognized their townsman they were filled with amazement, and a boy ran off to bring the news to his housekeeper and his niece that their master and uncle had come back, all lean and yellow, and stretched on a truss of hay on an oxen cart. It was piteous to hear the cries the two good ladies raised, how they beat their breasts and poured out fresh maledictions on those accursed books of chivalry, all which was renewed when they saw Don Quixote coming in at the gate. At the news of Don Quixote's arrival, Sancho Panza's wife came running, for she by this time knew that her husband had gone away with him as his squire, and on seeing Sancho, the first thing she asked him was if the ass was well. Sancho replied that he was, better than his master was. "Thanks be to God," said she, "for being so good to me. But now tell me, my friend, what have you made by your squirings? What gown have you brought me back? What shoes for your children?" "I bring nothing of that sort, wife," said Sancho, "though I bring other things of more consequence and value." "I am very glad of that," returned his wife. "Show me these things of more value and consequence, my friend, for I want to see them to cheer my heart that has been so sad and heavy all these ages that you have been away." "I will show them to you at home, wife," said Sancho. "Be content for the present, for if it please God that we should again go on our travels in search of adventures, you will soon see me a count or governor of an island, and that not one of those every-day ones, but the best that is to be had." "Heaven grant it, husband," said she, "for indeed we have need of it. But tell me, what's this about islands, for I don't understand it." "Honey is not for the mouth of the ass," returned Sancho. "All in good time thou shalt see, wife. Nay, thou wilt be surprised to hear thyself called your ladyship by all thy vassals." "What are you talking about, Sancho, with your ladyship, islands, and vassals?" returned Teresa Panza, for so Sancho's wife was called, though they were not relations, for in La Mancha it is customary for wives to take their husbands' surnames. "Don't be in such a hurry to know all this, Teresa," said Sancho. "It is enough that I am telling you the truth, so shut your mouth." But I may tell you this much by the way, that there is nothing in the world more delightful than to be a person of consideration, squire to a knight-errant and a seeker of adventures. To be sure, most of those one finds do not end as pleasantly as one could wish, for out of 100, 99 will turn out cross and contrary. I know it by experience, for out of some I came blanketed, and out of others belaboured. Still, for all that, it is a fine thing to be on the lookout for what may happen, crossing mountains, searching woods, climbing rocks, visiting castles, putting up at inns, all at free quarters, and devil take the maravedi to pay. While this conversation passed between Sancho Panza and his wife, Don Quixote's housekeeper and niece took him in and undressed him and laid him in his old bed. He eyed them askance and could not make out where he was. The curate charged his niece to be very careful to make her uncle comfortable, and to keep a watch over him, lest he should make his escape from them again, telling her what they had been obliged to do to bring him home. On this the pair once more lifted up their voices and renewed their maledictions upon the books of chivalry, and implored heaven to plunge the authors of such lies and nonsense into the midst of the bottomless pit. They were, in short, kept in anxiety and dread, lest their uncle and master should give them the slip the moment he found himself somewhat better, and, as they feared, so it fell out. But the author of this history, though he has devoted research and industry to the discovery of the deeds achieved by Don Quixote in his third sally, has been unable to obtain any information respecting them, at any rate derived from authentic documents. Tradition has merely preserved in the memory of La Mancha the fact that Don Quixote, the third time he sallied forth from his home, betook himself to Saragossa, where he was present at some famous jousts which came off in that city, and that he had adventures there worthy of his valour and high intelligence. Of his end and death he could learn no particulars, nor would he have ascertained it or known of it, if good fortune had not produced an old physician for him, who had in his possession a leaden box, which, according to his account, had been discovered among the crumbling foundations of an ancient hermitage that was being rebuilt, in which box were found certain parchment manuscripts in Gothic character, but in Castilian verse, containing many of his achievements, and setting forth the beauty of Dulcinea, the form of Rocinante, the fidelity of Sancho Panza, and the burial of Don Quixote himself, together with sundry epitaphs and eulogies on his life and character. But all that could be read and deciphered were those which the trustworthy author of this new and unparalleled history here presents. And the said author asks of those that shall read it nothing in return for the vast toil which it has cost him in examining and searching the Manchegan archives in order to bring it to light, save that they give him the same credit that people of sense give to the books of chivalry that pervade the world and are so popular. For with this he will consider himself amply paid and fully satisfied, and will be encouraged to seek out and produce other histories, if not as truthful, at least equal in invention and not less entertaining. The first words written on the parchment found in the leaden box were these: The Academicians of Armagasilla, a village of La Mancha, on the life and death of Don Quixote of La Mancha, hoc scripserunt Monicongo, Academician of Argamasilla, on the tomb of Don Quixote. Epitaph. The scatterbrain that gave La Mancha more rich spoils than Jason's, who, a point so keen, had to his wit, and happier far had been if his wit's weathercock a blunter bore, the arm renowned far as gate as shore, Cathay and all the lands that lie between, the muse discreet and terrible in mien, as ever wrote on brass in days of yore, he who surpassed the Amaduses all, and who as naught the Galeos accounted, supported by his love and gallantry, who made the Belianises sing small, and sought renown on Rocinante mounted, here underneath this cold stone doth he lie. Pinagiado, Academician of Argamasilla, in laudem Dulcineae del Toboso. Sonnet. She, whose full features may be here descried, high-bosomed, with a bearing of disdain, is Dulcinea, she for whom, in vain, the great Don Quixote of La Mancha sighed. For her, Toboso's queen, from side to side he traversed the grim Sierra, the champaign of Arrange, and Montiel's famous plain. On Rocinante oft a weary ride. Malignant planets, cruel destiny, pursued them both, the fair Manchegan dame and the unconquered star of chivalry. Nor youth nor beauty saved her from the claim of death. He paid love's bitter penalty, and left the marble to preserve his name. Capriccioso, a most acute academician of Argamasilla, in praise of Rocinante, steed of Don Quixote of La Mancha. Sonnet. On that proud throne of diamantine sheen, which the blood-reeking feet of Mars degrade, the mad Manchegan's banner now hath been by him in all its bravery displayed. There hath he hung his arms and trenchant blade, wherewith, achieving deeds till now unseen, he slays, lays low, cleaves, hews. But art hath made a novel style for our new paladin. If Armardus be the proud boast of Gaul, if by his progeny the fame of Greece through all the regions of the earth be spread, great Quixote, crowned in grim Bellona's hall, today exalts La Mancha over these, and above Greece or Gaul she holds her head. Nor ends his glory here, for his good steed doth Brilador and Bayard far exceed, as mettled steeds compared with Rocinante. The reputation they have won is scanty. Burlador, academician of Argamasilla, on Sancho Panza. Sonnet. The worthy Sancho Panza here you see. A great soul once was in that body small, nor is there squire upon this earthly ball so plain and simple, or of guile so free. Within an ace of being count was he, and would have been but for the spite and gall of this vile age, mean and illiberal, that cannot even let a donkey be. For mounted on an ass, excuse the word, by Rocinante's side, this gentle squire was wont his wandering master to attend. Delusive hopes that lure the common herd with promises of ease, the heart's desire, in shadows, dreams, and smoke, ye always end. Caqui Diablo, academician of Argamasilla, on the tomb of Don Quixote. Epitaph. The knight lies here below, ill-errant and bruised sore, whom Rocinante bore in his wanderings to and fro. By the side of the knight is laid stolid man Sancho too, than whom a squire more true was not in the esquire trade. Tiquitok, academician of Argamasilla, on the tomb of Dulcinea del Toboso. Epitaph. Here Dulcinea lies. Plump was she and robust, now she is ashes and dust. The end of all flesh that dies, a lady of high degree, with the port of a lofty dame, and the great Don Quixote's flame, and the pride of her village was she. These were all the verses that could be deciphered. The rest, the writing being worm-eaten, were handed over to one of the academicians to make out their meaning conjecturally. We have been informed that at the cost of many sleepless nights and much toil he has succeeded, and that he means to publish them in hopes of Don Quixote's third sally. Forse altro cantera con miglior pletro. End of section 54. Section 55 of Don Quixote by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by John Ormsby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Volume 2, dedication of Volume 2. To the Count of Lemos. These days past, when sending your Excellency my plays, that had appeared in print before being shown on the stage, I said, if I remember well, that Don Quixote was putting on his spurs to go and render homage to your Excellency. Now I say that, with his spurs, he is on his way. Should he reach destination, methinks I shall have rendered some service to your Excellency, as from many parts I am urged to send him off, so as to dispel the loathing and disgust caused by another Don Quixote, who, under the name of second part, has run masquerading through the whole world. And he who has shown the greatest longing for him has been the great Emperor of China, who wrote me a letter in Chinese a month ago and sent it by a special courier. He asked me, or to be truthful, he begged me to send him Don Quixote, for he intended to found a college where the Spanish tongue would be taught, and it was his wish that the book to be read should be the history of Don Quixote. He also added that I should go and be the rector of this college. I asked the bearer if His Majesty had afforded a sum in aid of my travel expenses. He answered, "No, not even in thought." "Then, brother," I replied, "you can return to your China, post-haste, or at whatever haste you are bound to go, as I am not fit for so long a travel, and besides being ill, I am very much without money, while emperor for emperor, and monarch for monarch, I have at Naples the great Count of Lemos, who, without so many petty titles of colleges and rectorships, sustains me, protects me, and does me more favour than I can wish for." Thus I gave him his leave, and I beg mine from you, offering your Excellency the Trabajos de Persiles y Sigismunda, a book I shall finish within 4 months, Deo volente, and which will be either the worst or the best that has been composed in our language, I mean of those intended for entertainment. At which I repent of having called it the worst, for in the opinion of friends it is bound to attain the summit of possible quality. May your Excellency return in such health that is wished you. Persiles will be ready to kiss your hand, and I your feet, being, as I am, your Excellency's most humble servant. From Madrid, this last day of October of the year 1615. At the service of your Excellency, Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. End of section 55. Section 56 of Don Quixote by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by John Ormsby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Volume 2. The Author's Preface. God bless me, gentle, or it may be plebeian, reader. How eagerly must thou be looking forward to this preface, especially to find there retaliation, scolding, and abuse against the author of the second Don Quixote, I mean him who was, they say, begotten at Tordesillas and born at Tarragona. Well then, the truth is, I am not going to give thee that satisfaction, for though injuries stir up anger in humbler breasts, in mine the rule must admit of an exception. Thou wouldst have me call him ass, fool, and malapert, but I have no such intention. Let his offence be his punishment. With his bread let him eat it, and there's an end of it. What I cannot help taking amiss is that he charges me with being old and one-handed, as if it had been in my power to keep time from passing over me, or as if the loss of my hand had been brought about in some tavern, and not on the grandest occasion the past or present has seen, or the future can hope to see. If my wounds have no beauty to the beholder's eye, they are at least honourable in the estimation of those who know where they were received, for the soldier shows to greater advantage dead in battle than alive in flight, and so strongly is this my feeling, that if now it were proposed to perform an impossibility for me, I would rather have had my share in that mighty action than be free from my wounds this minute without having been present at it. Those the soldier shows on his face and breast are stars that direct others to the heaven of honour and ambition of merited praise. And moreover, it is to be observed that it is not with grey hairs that one writes, but with the understanding, and that commonly improves with years. I take it amiss, too, that he calls me envious, and explains to me, as if I were ignorant, what envy is, for really and truly, of the two kinds there are, I only know that which is holy, noble, and high-minded, and if that be so, as it is, I am not likely to attack a priest, above all if, in addition, he holds the rank of familiar of the holy office. And if he said what he did on account of him on whose behalf it seems he spoke, he is entirely mistaken, for I worship the genius of that person, and admire his works and his unceasing and strenuous industry. After all, I am grateful to this gentleman, the author, for saying that my novels are more satirical than exemplary, but that they are good, for they could not be that unless there was a little of everything in them. I suspect thou wilt say that I am taking a very humble line, and keeping myself too much within the bounds of my moderation, from a feeling that additional suffering should not be inflicted upon a sufferer, and that what this gentleman has to endure must doubtless be very great, as he does not dare to come out into the open field in broad daylight, but hides his name and disguises his country as if he had been guilty of some lèse majesty. If perchance thou shouldst come to know him, tell him from me that I do not hold myself aggrieved, for I know well what the temptations of the devil are, and that one of the greatest is putting it into a man's head that he can write and print a book by which he will get as much fame as money, and as much money as fame. And to prove it, I will beg of you, in your own sprightly pleasant way, to tell him this story. There was a madman in Seville who took to one of the drollest absurdities and vagaries that ever madman in the world gave way to. It was this. He made a tube of reed, sharp at one end, and catching a dog in the street, or wherever it might be, he with his foot held one of its legs fast, and with his hand lifted up the other, and as best he could fixed the tube, where, by blowing, he made the dog as round as a ball. Then, holding it in this position, he gave it a couple of slaps on the belly and let it go, saying to the bystanders, and there were always plenty of them, "Do your worships think now that it is an easy thing to blow up a dog?" Does your worship think now that it is an easy thing to write a book? And if this story does not suit him, you may, dear reader, tell him this one, which is likewise of a madman and a dog. In Cordova there was another madman, whose way it was to carry a piece of marble slab or a stone, not of the lightest, on his head, and when he came upon any unwary dog, he used to draw close to him and let the weight fall right on top of him, on which the dog, in a rage, barking and howling, would run 3 streets without stopping. It so happened, however, that one of the dogs he discharged his load upon was a cap-maker's dog, of which his master was very fond. The stone came down, hitting it on the head. The dog raised a yell at the blow. The master saw the affair, and was wroth, and snatching up a measuring-yard, rushed out at the madman, and did not leave a sound bone in his body, and at every stroke he gave him he said, "You dog! You thief! My lurcher! Don't you see, you brute, that my dog is a lurcher?" And so, repeating the word lurcher again and again, he sent the madman away, beaten to a jelly. The madman took the lesson to heart and vanished, and for more than a month never once showed himself in public. But after that he came out again with his old trick, and a heavier load than ever. He came up to where there was a dog, and examining it very carefully, without venturing to let the stone fall, he said, "This is a lurcher. Where?" In short, all the dogs he came across, be they mastiffs or terriers, he said were lurchers, and he discharged no more stones. Maybe it will be the same with this historian, that he will not venture another time to discharge the weight of his wit in books, which, being bad, are harder than stones. Tell him, too, that I do not care a farthing for the threat he holds out to me of depriving me of my profit by means of his book, for, to borrow from the famous interlude of the Perendenga, I say in answer to him, "Long life to my lord the 24, and Christ be with us all." Long life to the great Conde de Lemos, whose Christian charity and well-known generosity support me against all the strokes of my cursed fortune, and long life to the supreme benevolence of his Eminence of Toledo, Don Bernardo de Sandoval y Royas. And what matter if there be no printing presses in the world, or if they print more books against me than there are letters in the verses of Mingo Revolgo? These 2 princes, unsought by any adulation or flattery of mine, of their own goodness alone, have taken it upon them to show me kindness and protect me, and in this I consider myself happier and richer than if fortune had raised me to her greatest height in the ordinary way. The poor man may retain honour, but not the vicious. Poverty may cast a cloud over nobility, but cannot hide it altogether. And as virtue of itself sheds a certain light, even though it be through the straits and chinks of penury, it wins the esteem of lofty and noble spirits, and in consequence their protection. Thou needst say no more to him, nor will I say anything more to thee, save to tell thee to bear in mind that this second part of Don Quixote, which I offer thee, is cut by the same craftsman and from the same cloth as the first, and that in it I present thee Don Quixote continued, and at length dead and buried, so that no one may dare to bring forward any further evidence against him, for that already produced is sufficient. And suffice it too that some reputable person should have given an account of all these shrewd lunacies of his without going into the matter again, for abundance, even of good things, prevents them from being valued, and scarcity, even in the case of what is bad, confers a certain value. I was forgetting to tell thee that thou mayest expect the Persiles, which I am now finishing, and also the second part of Galatea. End of section 56. Section 57 of Don Quixote by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by John Ormsby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Volume 2, Chapter 1. Of the interview the curate and the barber had with Don Quixote about his malady. Cide Hamete Benengeli, in the second part of this history and third sally of Don Quixote, says that the curate and the barber remained nearly a month without seeing him, lest they should recall or bring back to his recollection what had taken place. They did not, however, omit to visit his niece and housekeeper, and charged them to be careful to treat him with attention, and give him comforting things to eat, and such as were good for the heart and the brain, whence it was plain to see all his misfortune proceeded. The niece and housekeeper replied that they did so, and meant to do so with all possible care and assiduity, for they could perceive that their master was now and then beginning to show signs of being in his right mind. This gave great satisfaction to the curate and the barber, for they concluded they had taken the right course in carrying him off, enchanted on the ox-cart, as has been described in the first part of this great as well as accurate history, in the last chapter thereof. So they resolved to pay him a visit, and test the improvement in his condition, although they thought it almost impossible that there could be any, and they agreed not to touch upon any point connected with knight-errantry, so as not to run the risk of reopening wounds which were still so tender. They came to see him, consequently, and found him sitting up in bed in a green baize waistcoat and a red Toledo cap, and so withered and dried up that he looked as if he had been turned into a mummy. They were very cordially received by him. They asked him after his health, and he talked to them about himself very naturally and in very well-chosen language. In the course of their conversation they fell to discussing what they call statecraft and systems of government, correcting this abuse and condemning that, reforming one practice and abolishing another, each of the three setting up for a new legislator, a modern Lycurgus or a brand new Solon, and so completely did they remodel the state that they seemed to have thrust it into a furnace and taken out something quite different from what they had put in. And on all the subjects they dealt with, Don Quixote spoke with such good sense that the pair of examiners were fully convinced that he was quite recovered and in his full senses. The niece and housekeeper were present at the conversation, and could not find words enough to express their thanks to God at seeing their master so clear in his mind. The curate, however, changing his original plan, which was to avoid touching upon matters of chivalry, resolved to test Don Quixote's recovery thoroughly, and see whether it were genuine or not. And so, from one subject to another, he came at last to talk of the news that had come from the capital, and among other things he said it was considered certain that the Turk was coming down with a powerful fleet, and that no one knew what his purpose was, or when the great storm would burst, and that all Christendom was in apprehension of this, which almost every year calls us to arms, and that his Majesty had made provision for the security of the coasts of Naples and Sicily and the island of Malta. To this Don Quixote replied, "His Majesty has acted like a prudent warrior in providing for the safety of his realms in time, so that the enemy may not find him unprepared. But if my advice were taken, I would recommend him to adopt a measure which at present, no doubt, his Majesty is very far from thinking of." The moment the curate heard this, he said to himself, "God keep thee in his hand, poor Don Quixote, for it seems to me thou art precipitating thyself from the height of thy madness into the profound abyss of thy simplicity." But the barber, who had the same suspicion as the curate, asked Don Quixote what would be his advice as to the measure that he said ought to be adopted, for perhaps it might prove to be one that would have to be added to the list of the many impertinent suggestions that people were in the habit of offering to princes. "Mine, Master Shaver," said Don Quixote, "will not be impertinent, but on the contrary, pertinent." "I don't mean that," said the barber, "but that experience has shown that all or most of the expedients which are proposed to his majesty are either impossible or absurd, or injurious to the king and to the kingdom." "Mine, however," replied Don Quixote, "is neither impossible nor absurd, but the easiest, the most reasonable, the readiest, and most expeditious that could suggest itself to any projector's mind." "You take a long time to tell it, Señor Don Quixote," said the curate. "I don't choose to tell it here now," said Don Quixote, "and have it reach the ears of the lords of the council tomorrow morning, and some other carry off the thanks and rewards of my trouble." "For my part," said the barber, "I give my word here and before God that I will not repeat what your worship says to king, rook, or earthly man, an oath I learned from the ballad of the curate, who, in the prelude, told the king of the thief who had robbed him of the 100 gold crowns and his pacing mule." "I am not versed in stories," said Don Quixote, "but I know the oath is a good one, because I know the barber to be an honest fellow." "Even if he were not," said the curate, "I will go bail and answer for him that in this matter he will be as silent as a dummy, under pain of paying any penalty that may be pronounced." "And who will be security for you, Señor Curate?" said Don Quixote. "My profession," replied the curate, "which is to keep secrets." "Odds body," said Don Quixote at this, "what more has his majesty to do but to command, by public proclamation, all the knights-errant that are scattered over Spain to assemble on a fixed day in the capital? For even if no more than 6 come, there may be one among them who alone will suffice to destroy the entire might of the Turk. Give me your attention, and follow me. Is it, pray, any new thing for a single knight-errant to demolish an army of 200,000 men, as if they all had but one throat, or were made of sugar paste? Nay, tell me, how many histories are there filled with these marvels? If only, in an evil hour for me, I don't speak for anyone else, the famous Don Bellianus were alive now, or any one of the innumerable progeny of Amadis of Gaul. If any of these were alive today, and were to come face to face with the Turk, by my faith I would not give much for the Turk's chance. But God will have regard for his people, and will provide someone who, if not so valiant as the knights-errant of yore, at least will not be inferior to them in spirit. But God knows what I mean, and I say no more." "Alas," exclaimed the niece at this, "may I die if my master does not want to turn knight-errant again." To which Don Quixote replied, "A knight-errant I shall die, and let the Turk come down or go up where he likes, and in as strong force as he can. Once more I say, God knows what I mean." But here the barber said, "I ask your worship to give me leave to tell a short story of something that happened in Seville, which comes so pat to the purpose just now that I should like greatly to tell it." Don Quixote gave him leave, and the rest prepared to listen, and he began thus. In the madhouse at Seville there was a man whom his relations had placed there as being out of his mind. He was a graduate of Osuna in canon law, but even if he had been of Salamanca, it was the opinion of most people that he would have been mad all the same. This graduate, after some years of confinement, took it into his head that he was sane and in his full senses, and under this impression wrote to the Archbishop, entreating him earnestly, and in very correct language, to have him released from the misery in which he was living, for by God's mercy he had now recovered his lost reason, though his relations, in order to enjoy his property, kept him there, and in spite of the truth would make him out to be mad until his dying day. The Archbishop, moved by repeated, sensible, well-written letters, directed one of his chaplains to make inquiry of the madhouse as to the truth of the licentiate's statements, and to have an interview with the madman himself, and, if it should appear that he was in his senses, to take him out and restore him to liberty. The chaplain did so, and the governor assured him that the man was still mad, and that though he often spoke like a highly intelligent person, he would, in the end, break out into nonsense that in quantity and quality counterbalanced all the sensible things he had said before, as might be easily tested by talking to him. The chaplain resolved to try the experiment, and obtaining access to the madman, conversed with him for an hour or more, during the whole of which time he never uttered a word that was incoherent or absurd, but, on the contrary, spoke so rationally that the chaplain was compelled to believe him to be sane. Among other things, he said the governor was against him, not to lose the presents his relations made him for reporting him still mad but with lucid intervals, and that the worst foe he had in his misfortune was his large property, for in order to enjoy it his enemies disparaged and threw doubts upon the mercy our Lord had shown him in turning him from a brute beast into a man. In short, he spoke in such a way that he cast suspicion on the governor, and made his relations appear covetous and heartless, and himself so rational that the chaplain determined to take him away with him, that the archbishop might see him, and ascertain for himself the truth of the matter. Yielding to this conviction, the worthy chaplain begged the governor to have the clothes in which the licentiate had entered the house given to him. The governor again bade him beware of what he was doing, as the licentiate was beyond a doubt still mad, but all his cautions and warnings were unavailing to dissuade the chaplain from taking him away. The governor, seeing that it was the order of the archbishop, obeyed, and they dressed the licentiate in his own clothes, which were new and decent. He, as soon as he saw himself clothed like one in his senses, and divested of the appearance of a madman, entreated the chaplain to permit him in charity to go and take leave of his comrades, the madmen. The chaplain said he would go with him to see what madmen there were in the house. So they went upstairs, and with them some of those who were present. Approaching a cage in which there was a furious madman, though just at that moment calm and quiet, the licentiate said to him, "Brother, think if you have any commands for me, for I am going home, as God has been pleased, in his infinite goodness and mercy, without any merit of mine, to restore me my reason. I am now cured, and in my senses, for with God's power nothing is impossible. Have strong hope and trust in him, for as he has restored me to my original condition, so likewise he will restore you if you trust in him. I will take care to send you some good things to eat, and be sure you eat them, for I would have you know I am convinced, as one who has gone through it, that all this madness of ours comes of having the stomach empty and the brains full of wind. Take courage, for despondency in misfortune breaks down health and brings on death." To all these words of the licentiate, another madman in a cage opposite that of the furious one was listening, and raising himself up from an old mat on which he lay, stark naked, he asked in a loud voice who it was that was going away, cured and in his senses. The licentiate answered, "It is I, brother, who am going. I have now no need to remain here any longer, for which I return infinite thanks to heaven, that has had so great mercy upon me." "Mind what you are saying, licentiate. Don't let the devil deceive you," replied the madman. "Keep quiet, stay where you are, and you will save yourself the trouble of coming back." "I know I am cured," returned the licentiate, "and that I shall not have to go stations again." "You cured?" said the madman. "Well, we shall see. God be with you, but I swear to you by Jupiter, whose majesty I represent on earth, that for this crime alone, which Seville is committing this day in releasing you from this house, and treating you as if you were in your senses, I shall have to inflict such a punishment on it as will be remembered for ages and ages. Amen. Dost thou not know, thou miserable little licentiate, that I can do it, being, as I say, Jupiter the Thunderer, who hold in my hands the fiery bolts with which I am able and am wont to threaten and lay waste the world? But in one way only will I punish this ignorant town, and that is by not raining upon it, nor on any part of its district or territory, for 3 whole years, to be reckoned from the day and moment when this threat is pronounced. Thou free, thou cured, thou in thy senses, and I mad, I disordered, I bound. I will as soon think of sending rain as of hanging myself." Those present stood listening to the words and exclamations of the madman, But our licentiate, turning to the chaplain and seizing him by the hand, said to him, "Be not uneasy, Signor. Attach no importance to what this madman has said, for if he is Jupiter and will not send rain, I, who am Neptune, the father and god of the waters, will rain as often as it pleases me, and may be needful." The governor and the bystanders laughed, and at their laughter the chaplain was half ashamed, and he replied, "For all that, Señor Neptune, it will not do to vex Señor Jupiter. Remain where you are, and some other day, when there is a better opportunity and more time, we will come back for you." So they stripped the licentiate, and he was left where he was. And that's the end of the story. "So that's the story, Master Barber," said Don Quixote, "which came in so pat to the purpose that you could not help telling it. Master Shaver, Master Shaver, how blind is he who cannot see through a sieve! Is it possible that you do not know that comparisons of wit with wit, valour with valour, beauty with beauty, birth with birth, are always odious and unwelcome? I, Master Barber, am not Neptune, the god of the waters, nor do I try to make anyone take me for an astute man, for I am not one. My only endeavour is to convince the world of the mistake it makes in not reviving in itself the happy time when the order of knight-errantry was in the field. But our depraved age does not deserve to enjoy such a blessing as those ages enjoyed when knights-errant took upon their shoulders the defence of kingdoms, the protection of damsels, the succour of orphans and minors, the chastisement of the proud, and the recompense of the humble. With the knights of these days, for the most part, it is the damask, brocade, and rich stuffs they wear that rustle as they go, not the chain-mail of their armour. No knight nowadays sleeps in the open field, exposed to the inclemency of heaven, and in full panoply from head to foot. No one now takes a nap, as they call it, without drawing his feet out of the stirrups, and leaning upon his lance, as the knights-errant used to do. No one now, issuing from the wood, penetrates yonder mountains, and then treads the barren, lonely shore of the sea, mostly a tempestuous and stormy one, and finding on the beach a little bark without oars, sail, mast, or tackling of any kind, in the intrepidity of his heart flings himself into it, and commits himself to the wrathful billows of the deep sea, that one moment lift him up to heaven, and the next plunge him into the depths, and opposing his breast to the irresistible gale, finds himself, when he least expects it, 3,000 leagues and more away from the place where he embarked, and leaping ashore in a remote and unknown land, has adventures that deserve to be written, not on parchment, but on brass. But now sloth triumphs over energy, indolence over exertion, vice over virtue, arrogance over courage, and theory over practice in arms, which flourished and shone only in the golden ages and in knights-errant. For tell me, who was more virtuous and more valiant than the famous armadas of Gaul? Who more discreet than Palmerin of England? Who more gracious and easy than Tirante el Blanco? Who more courtly than Lisuarte of Greece? Who more slashed or slashing than Don Belianus? Who more intrepid than Perion of Gaul? Who more ready to face danger than Felix Marte of Hirsania? Who more sincere than Esplandian? Who more impetuous than Don Cirongilio of Thrace? Who more bold than Rodomonte? Who more prudent than King Sobrino? Who more daring than Reinaldos? Who more invincible than Roland? And who more gallant and courteous than Ruggiero, from whom the Dukes of Ferrara of the present day descended, according to Turpin in his Cosmography? All these knights, and many more that I could name, Signor Curate, were knights-errant, the light and glory of chivalry. These, or such as these, I would have to carry out my plan, and in that case his Majesty would find himself well served, and would save great expense, and the Turk would be left tearing his beard. And so I will stay where I am, as the chaplain does not take me away, and if Jupiter, as the barber has told us, will not send rain, here am I, and I will rain when I please. I say this that Master Basin may know that I understand him." "Indeed, Señor Don Quixote," said the barber, "I did not mean it in that way, and so help me God, my intention was good, and your worship ought not to be vexed." "As to whether I ought to be vexed or not," returned Don Quixote, "I myself am the best judge." Hereupon the curate observed, I have hardly said a word as yet, and I would gladly be relieved of a doubt, arising from what Don Quixote has said, that worries and works my conscience." "The señor curate has leave for more than that," returned Don Quixote, "so he may declare his doubt, for it is not pleasant to have a doubt on one's conscience." "Well then, with that permission," said the curate, "I say my doubt is that all I can do, I cannot persuade myself that the whole pack of knights-errant you, Señor Don Quixote, have mentioned were really and truly persons of flesh and blood that ever lived in the world. On the contrary, I suspect it to be all fiction, fable, and falsehood, and dreams told by men awakened from sleep, or rather still half asleep." "That is another mistake," replied Don Quixote, "into which many have fallen who do not believe that there ever were such knights in the world, and I have often, with divers people, and on divers occasions, tried to expose this almost universal error to the light of truth. Sometimes I have not been successful in my purpose. Sometimes I have, supporting it upon the shoulders of the truth, which truth is so clear that I can almost say I have with my own eyes seen Amadis of Gaul, who was a man of lofty stature, fair complexion, with a handsome though black beard, of a countenance between gentle and stern in expression, sparing of words, slow to anger, and quick to put it away from him. And as I have depicted Amadis, so I could, I think, portray and describe all the knights-errant that are in the histories of the world, for by the perception I have that they were what their histories describe, and by the deeds they did and the dispositions they displayed, it is possible, with the aid of sound philosophy, to deduce their features, complexion, and stature." "How big, in your worship's opinion, may the giant Morgante have been, Señor Don Quixote?" asked the barber. "With regard to giants," replied Don Quixote, "opinions differ as to whether there ever were any or not in the world. But the Holy Scripture, which cannot err by a jot from the truth, shows us that there were, when it gives us the history of that big Philistine Goliath, who was 7 cubits and a half in height, which is a huge size. Likewise, in the island of Sicily, there have been found leg bones and arm bones so large that their size makes it plain that their owners were giants, and as tall as great towers. Geometry puts this fact beyond a doubt. But for all that, I cannot speak with certainty as to the size of Morgante, though I suspect he cannot have been very tall, and I am inclined to be of this opinion because I find in the history in which his deeds are particularly mentioned that he frequently slept under a roof, and as he found houses to contain him, it is clear that his bulk could not have been anything excessive." "That is true," said the curate, and yielding to the enjoyment of hearing such nonsense, he asked him what was his notion of the features of Reinaldus of Montalban and Don Roland and the rest of the 12 peers of France, for they were all knights-errant. "As for Reinaldus," replied Don Quixote, "I venture to say that he was broad-faced, of ruddy complexion, with roguish and somewhat prominent eyes, excessively punctilious and touchy, and given to the society of thieves and scapegraces. With regard to Roland, or Rotolando, or Orlando, for the histories call him by all these names, I am of opinion, and hold, that he was of middle height, broad-shouldered, rather bow-legged, swarthy complexioned, red-bearded, with a hairy body, and a severe expression of countenance, a man of few words, but very polite and well-bred." "If Roland was not a more graceful person than your worship has described," said the curate, "it is no wonder that the fair Lady Angelica rejected him and left him for the gaiety, liveliness, and grace of that budding bearded little Moor to whom she surrendered herself. And she showed her sense in falling in love with the gentle softness of Medoro rather than the roughness of Roland." "That Angelica, Señor Curate," returned Don Quixote, "was a giddy damsel, flighty and somewhat wanton, and she left the world as full of her vagaries as of the fame of her beauty. She treated with scorn 1,000 gentlemen, men of valour and wisdom, and took up with a smooth-faced sprig of a page, without fortune or fame, except such reputation for gratitude as the affection he bore his friend got for him. The great poet who sang her beauty, the famous Ariosto, not caring to sing her adventures after her contemptible surrender, which probably were not over and above creditable, dropped her where he says, How she received the sceptre of Cathay, some bard of defter quill may sing some day. And this was no doubt a kind of prophecy, for poets are also called vates, that is to say, diviners, and its truth was made plain, for since then a famous Andalusian poet has lamented and sung her tears, and another famous and rare poet, a Castilian, has sung her beauty. "Tell me, Señor Don Quixote," said the barber here, "among those who praised her, has there been no poet to write a satire on this Lady Angelica?" "I can well believe," replied Don Quixote, "that if Sacripante or Roland had been poets, they would have given the damsel a trimming, for it is naturally the way with poets who have been scorned and rejected by their ladies, whether fictitious or not, in short by those whom they select as the ladies of their thoughts, to avenge themselves in satires and libels, a vengeance, to be sure, unworthy of generous hearts. But up to the present I have not heard of any defamatory verse against the Lady Angelica, who turned the world upside down." "Strange," said the curate. But at this moment they heard the housekeeper and the niece, who had previously withdrawn from the conversation, exclaiming aloud in the courtyard, and at the noise they all ran out. End of section 57. Section 58 of Don Quixote by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by John Ormsby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann, Volume 2, Chapter 2, which treats of the notable altercation which Sancho Panza had with Don Quixote's niece and housekeeper, together with other droll matters. The history relates that the outcry Don Quixote, the curate, and the barber heard came from the niece and the housekeeper, exclaiming to Sancho, who was striving to force his way in to see Don Quixote, while they held the door against him, "What does the vagabond want in this house? Be off to your own brother, for it is you, and no one else, that delude my master, and lead him astray, and take him tramping about the country." To which Sancho replied, "Devil's own housekeeper, it is I who am deluded and led astray, and taken tramping about the country, and not thy master. He has carried me all over the world, and you are mightily mistaken. He enticed me away from home by a trick, promising me an island, which I am still waiting for." "May evil islands choke thee, thou detestable Sancho," said the niece. "What are islands? Is it something to eat, glutton and gormandizer that thou art?" "It is not something to eat," replied Sancho, "but something to govern and rule, and better than 4 cities or 4 judgeships at court." "For all that," said the housekeeper, "you don't enter here, you bag of mischief and sack of knavery. Go govern your house, and dig your seed patch, and give over looking for islands or shylands." The curate and the barber listened with great amusement to the words of the three. But Don Quixote, uneasy lest Sancho should blab and blurt out a whole heap of mischievous stupidities, and touch upon points that might not be altogether to his credit, called to him and made the other 2 hold their tongues and let him come in. Sancho entered, and the curate and the barber took their leave of Don Quixote, of whose recovery they despaired when they saw how wedded he was to his crazy ideas, and how saturated with the nonsense of his unlucky chivalry. And said the curate to the barber, "You will see, gossip, that when we are least thinking of it, our gentleman will be off once more for another flight." "I have no doubt of it," returned the barber, "but I do not wonder so much at the madness of the knight as at the simplicity of the squire, who has such a firm belief in all that about the island, that I suppose all the exposures that could be imagined would not get it out of his head." "God help them," said the curate, "and let us be on the look-out to see what comes of all these absurdities of the knight and squire, for it seems as if they had both been cast in the same mould, and the madness of the master, without the simplicity of the man, would not be worth a farthing." "That is true," said the barber, "and I should like very much to know what the pair are talking about at this moment." "I promise you," said the curate, "the niece or the housekeeper will tell us by and by, for they are not the ones to forget to listen." Meanwhile Don Quixote shut himself up in his room with Sancho, and when they were alone he said to him, It grieves me greatly, Sancho, that thou shouldst have said, and sayest, that I took thee out of thy cottage, when thou knowest I did not remain in my house. We sallied forth together, we took the road together, we wandered abroad together, we have had the same fortune and the same luck. If they blanketed thee once, they belaboured me 100 times, and that is the only advantage I have of thee." "That was only reasonable," replied Sancho, "for, by what your worship says, misfortunes belong more properly to knights-errant than to their squires." "Thou art mistaken, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "according to the maxim, quando caput dolet, etc." "I don't understand any language but my own," said Sancho. "I mean to say," said Don Quixote, "that when the head suffers, all the members suffer, and so, being thy lord and master, I am thy head, and thou a part of me, as thou art my servant, and therefore any evil that affects or shall affect me should give thee pain, and what affects thee give pain to me." "It should be so," said Sancho, "but when I was blanketed as a member, my head was on the other side of the wall, looking on while I was flying through the air, and did not feel any pain whatever. And if the members are obliged to feel the suffering of the head, it should be obliged to feel their sufferings." "Dost thou mean to say now, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "that I did not feel when they were blanketing thee? If thou dost, thou must not say so or think so, for I felt more pain then in spirit than thou didst in body. But let us put that aside for the present, for we shall have opportunities enough for considering and settling the point. Tell me, Sancho, my friend, what do they say about me in the village here? What do the common people think of me? What do the hidalgos? What do the caballeros? What do they say of my valour, of my achievements, of my courtesy? How do they treat the task I have undertaken in reviving and restoring to the world the now forgotten order of chivalry? In short, Sancho, I should have thee tell me all that has come to thine ears on this subject, and thou art to tell me without adding anything to the good or taking away anything from the bad. For it is the duty of loyal vassals to tell the truth to their lords, just as it is and in its proper shape, not allowing flattery to add to it or any idle deference to lessen it. And I would have thee know, Sancho, that if the naked truth, undisguised by flattery, came to the ears of princes, times would be different, and other ages would be reckoned iron ages more than ours, which I hold to be the golden of these latter days. Profit by this advice, Sancho, and report to me clearly and faithfully the truth of what thou knowest touching what I have demanded of thee." "That I will do with all my heart, master," replied Sancho, "provided your worship will not be vexed at what I say, as you wish me to say it out in all its nakedness, without putting any more clothes on it than it came to my knowledge in." "I will not be vexed at all," returned Don Quixote. "Thou mayest speak freely, Sancho, and without any beating about the bush." "Well then," said he, "first of all, I have to tell you that the common people consider your worship a mighty great madman, and me no less a fool. The hidalgos say that, not keeping within the bounds of your quality of gentleman, you have assumed the Don, and made a knight of yourself at a jump, with 4 vine-stocks and a couple of acres of land, and never a shirt to your back. The caballeros say they do not want to have hidalgos setting up in opposition to them, particularly squire hidalgos who polish their own shoes and darn their black stockings with green silk." "That," said Don Quixote, "does not apply to me, for I always go well dressed and never patched. Ragged I may be, but ragged more from the wear and tear of arms than of time. As to your worship's valour, courtesy, accomplishments, and task, there is a variety of opinions. Some say mad but droll, others valiant but unlucky, others courteous but meddling, and then they go into such a number of things that they don't leave a whole bone either in your worship or in myself." "Recollect, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "that wherever virtue exists in an eminent degree, it is persecuted. Few or none of the famous men that have lived escaped being calumniated by malice. Julius Caesar, the boldest, wisest, and bravest of captains, was charged with being ambitious, and not particularly cleanly in his dress, or pure in his morals. Of Alexander, whose deeds won him the name of great, they say that he was somewhat of a drunkard. Of Hercules, him of the many labours, it is said that he was lewd and luxurious. Of Don Galaor, the brother of Amadis of Gaul, it was whispered that he was over-quarrelsome, and of his brother that he was lachrymose. So that, O Sancho, among all these calumnies against good men, mine may be let pass, since they are no more than thou hast said. That's just where it is, body of my father. Is there more, then? Asked Don Quixote. There's the tail to be skinned yet, said Sancho. All so far is cakes and fancy bread, but if your worship wants to know all about the calumnies they bring against you, I will fetch you one this instant who can tell you the whole of them without missing an atom. For last night the son of Bartholomew Carrasco, who has been studying at Salamanca, came home after having been made a bachelor, and when I went to welcome him, he told me that your worship's history is already abroad in books, with the title of The Ingenious Gentleman Don Quixote of La Mancha, and he says they mention me in it by my own name of Sancho Panza, and the lady Dulcinea del Toboso too, and divers things that happened to us when we were alone, so that I crossed myself in my wonder how the historian who wrote them down could have known them. I promise thee, Sancho, said Don Quixote, the author of our history will be some sage enchanter, for to such nothing that they choose to write about is hidden. What? Said Sancho, a sage and an enchanter? Why, the bachelor Samson Carrasco, that is the name of him I spoke of, says the author of the history is called Cid Hamete Berengena. That is a Moorish name, said Don Quixote. Maybe so, replied Sancho, for I have heard say that the Moors are mostly great lovers of Berengenas. Thou must have mistaken the surname of this Cid, which means in Arabic lord, Sancho, observed Don Quixote. Very likely, replied Sancho, but if your worship wishes me to fetch the bachelor, I will go for him in a twinkling. Thou wilt do me a great pleasure, my friend, said Don Quixote, for what thou hast told me has amazed me, and I shall not eat a morsel that will agree with me until I have heard all about it. Then I am off for him, said Sancho, and leaving his master, he went in quest of the bachelor, with whom he returned in a short time, and all three together they had a very droll colloquy. End of section 58. Section 59 of Don Quixote by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by John Ormsby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Volume 2, Chapter 3. Of the laughable conversation that passed between Don Quixote, Sancho Panza, and the bachelor Samson Carrasco. Don Quixote remained very deep in thought, waiting for the bachelor Carrasco, from whom he was to hear how he himself had been put into a book, as Sancho said, and he could not persuade himself that any such history could be in existence, for the blood of the enemies he had slain was not yet dry on the blade of his sword, and now they wanted to make out that his mighty achievements were going about in print. For all that, he fancied some sage, either a friend or an enemy, might, by the aid of magic, have given them to the press. If a friend, in order to magnify and exalt them above the most famous ever achieved by any knight-errant; if an enemy, to bring them to naught, and degrade them below the meanest ever recorded of any low squire, though, as he said to himself, the achievements of squires never were recorded. If, however, it were the fact that such a history were in existence, it must necessarily, being the story of a knight-errant, be grandiloquent, lofty, imposing, grand, and true. With this he comforted himself somewhat, though it made him uncomfortable to think that the author was a Moor, judging by the title of Cid, and that no truth was to be looked for from Moors, as they are all impostors, cheats, and schemers. He was afraid he might have dealt with his love affairs in some indecorous fashion, that might tend to the discredit and prejudice of the purity of his lady Dulcinea del Toboso. He would have had him set forth the fidelity and respect he had always observed towards her, spurning queens, empresses, and damsels of all sorts, and keeping in check the impetuosity of his natural impulses.
Absorbed and wrapped up in these and divers other cogitations, he was found by Sancho and Carrasco, whom Don Quixote received with great courtesy. The bachelor, though he was called Samson, was of no great bodily size, but he was a very great wag. He was of a sallow complexion, but very sharp-witted, somewhere about 24 years of age, with a round face, a flat nose, and a large mouth, all indications of a mischievous disposition, and a love of fun and jokes. And of this he gave a sample as soon as he saw Don Quixote, by falling on his knees before him, and saying, "Let me kiss your mightiness's hand, Señor Don Quixote of La Mancha, for by the habit of St. Peter that I wear, though I have no more than the first 4 orders, your worship is one of the most famous knights-errant that have ever been, or will be, all the world over. A blessing on Cid Hamete Benengeli, who has written the history of your great deeds, and a double blessing on that connoisseur who took the trouble of having it translated out of the Arabic into our Castilian vulgar tongue for the universal entertainment of the people." Don Quixote made him rise, and said, "So, then, it is true that there is a history of me, and that it was a Moor and a sage who wrote it?" "So true is it, Señor," said Samson, "that my belief is there are more than 12,000 volumes of the said history in print this very day. Only ask Portugal, Barcelona, and Valencia, where they have been printed, and moreover there is a report that it is being printed at Antwerp, and I am persuaded there will not be a country or language in which there will not be a translation of it." "One of the things," here observed Don Quixote, "that ought to give most pleasure to a virtuous and eminent man is to find himself in his lifetime, in print and in type, familiar in people's mouths with a good name. I say with a good name, for if it be the opposite, then there is no death to be compared to it." "If it goes by good name and fame," said the bachelor, "your worship alone bears away the palm for all the knights-errant, for the Moor in his own language, and the Christian in his, have taken care to set before us your gallantry, your high courage in encountering dangers, your fortitude in adversity, your patience under misfortune, as well as wounds, the purity and continence of the platonic loves of your worship and my lady Donna Dulcinea del Toboso." "I never heard my lady Dulcinea called Donna," observed Sancho here. "Nothing more than the lady Dulcinea del Toboso. So here already the history is wrong." "That is not an objection of any importance," replied Carrasco. "Certainly not," said Don Quixote. "But tell me, Señor Bachelor, what deeds of mine are they that are made most of in this history?" "On that point," replied the bachelor, "opinions differ, as tastes do. Some swear by the adventure of the windmills, that your worship took to be briareurs and giants, others by that of the fulling mills. One cries up the description of the 2 armies that afterwards took the appearance of 2 droves of sheep, another that of the dead body on its way to be buried at Segovia. A third says the liberation of the galley slaves is the best of all, and a fourth that nothing comes up to the affair with the Benedictine giants and the battle with the valiant Biscayan." "Tell me, Señor Bachelor," said Sancho at this point, "does the adventure with the young Guasons come in when our good Rocinante went hankering after dainties?" "The sage has left nothing in the ink bottle," replied Samson. "He tells all and sets down everything, even to the capers that worthy Sancho cut in the blanket." "I cut no capers in the blanket," returned Sancho. "In the air I did, and more of them than I liked." "There is no human history in the world, I suppose," said Don Quixote, "that has not its ups and downs, but more than others such as deal with chivalry, for they can never be entirely made up of prosperous adventures." "For all that," replied the bachelor, "there are those who have read the history who say they would have been glad if the author had left out some of the countless cudgellings that were inflicted on Señor Don Quixote in various encounters." "That's where the truth of the history comes in," said Sancho. "At the same time they might fairly have passed them over in silence," observed Don Quixote, "for there is no need of recording events which do not change or affect the truth of a history, if they tend to bring the hero of it into contempt. Aeneas was not in truth and earnest so pious as Virgil represents him, nor Ulysses so wise as Homer describes him." "That is true," said Samson, "but it is one thing to write as a poet, another to write as a historian.
The poet may describe or sing things not as they were, but as they ought to have been, but the historian has to write them down not as they ought to have been, but as they were, without adding anything to the truth or taking anything from it. "Why then," said Sancho, "if this Signor Moor goes in for telling the truth, no doubt among my master's drubbings mine are to be found, for they never took the measure of his worship's shoulders without doing the same for my whole body. But I have no right to wonder at that, for, as my master himself says, the members must share the pain of the head." "You are a sly dog, Sancho," said Don Quixote. "I'faith, you have no want of memory when you choose to remember." "If I were to try to forget the thwacks they gave me," said Sancho, "my wheels would not let me, for they are still fresh on my ribs." "Hush, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "and don't interrupt the bachelor, whom I entreat to go on and tell all that is said about me in this history." "And about me," said Sancho, "for they say too that I am one of the principal personages in it." "Personages, not personages, friend Sancho," said Samson. "What, another word-catcher?" said Sancho. "If that's to be the way, we shall not make an end in a lifetime." "May God shorten mine, Sancho," returned the bachelor, "if you are not the second person in the history, and there are even some who would rather hear you talk than the cleverest in the whole book, though there are some, too, who say you showed yourself over-credulous in believing there was any possibility in the government of that island offered you by Señor Don Quixote." "There is still sunshine on the wall," said Don Quixote, "and when Sancho is somewhat more advanced in life, with the experience that years bring, he will be fitter and better qualified for being a governor than he is at present." "By God, master," said Sancho, "the island that I cannot govern with the years I have, I'll not be able to govern with the years of Methuselah. The difficulty is that the said island keeps its distance somewhere, I know not where, and not that there is any want of head in me to govern it." "Leave it to God, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "for all will be, and perhaps better than you think. No leaf on the tree stirs but by God's will." "That is true," said Samson, "and if it be God's will, there will not be any want of 1,000 islands, much less one for Sancho to govern." "I have seen governors in these parts," said Sancho, "that are not to be compared to my shoe-sole, and for all that they are called your lordship, and served on silver." "Those are not governors of islands," observed Samson, "but of other governments of an easier kind. Those that govern islands must at least know grammar." "I could manage the gram well enough," said Sancho, "but for the ma I have neither leaning nor liking, for I don't know what it is. But leaving this matter of the government in God's hands, to send me wherever it may be most to his service, I may tell you, Señor Bachelor Samson Carrasco, it has pleased me beyond measure that the author of this history should have spoken of me in such a way that what is said of me gives no offence. For, on the faith of a true squire, if he had said anything about me that was at all unbecoming an old Christian, such as I am, the deaf would have heard of it." "That would be working miracles," said Samson. "Miracles or no miracles," said Sancho, "let every one mind how he speaks or writes about people, and not set down at random the first thing that comes into his head." "One of the faults they find with this history," said the bachelor, "is that its author inserted in it a novel called The Ill-advised Curiosity. Not that it is bad or ill told, but that it is out of place, and has nothing to do with the history of his worship Señor Don Quixote." "I will bet the son of a dog has mixed the cabbages and the baskets," said Sancho. "Then I say," said Don Quixote, "the author of my history was no sage, but some ignorant chatterer, who, in a haphazard and heedless way, set about writing it, let it turn out as it might, just as Orbanea, the painter of Ubeda, used to do, who, when they asked him what he was painting, answered, 'What it may turn out.' Sometimes he would paint a cock in such a fashion, and so unlike, that he had to write alongside it in Gothic letters, 'This is a cock.' And so it will be with my history, which will require a commentary to make it intelligible." "No fear of that," returned Samson, "for it is so plain that there is nothing in it to puzzle over. The children turn its leaves, the young people read it, the grown men understand it, the old folk praise it. In a word, it is so thumbed and read and got by heart by people of all sorts, that the instant they see any lean hack, they say, 'There goes Rocinante,' and those that are most given to reading it are the pages, for there is not a lord's antechamber where there is not a Don Quixote to be found. One takes it up if another lays it down. This one pounces upon it, and that begs for it. In short, the said history is the most delightful and least injurious entertainment that has been hitherto seen, for there is not to be found in the whole of it even the semblance of an immodest word or a thought that is other than Catholic. To write in any other way, said Don Quixote, would not be to write truth, but falsehood, and historians who have recourse to falsehood ought to be burned, like those who coin false money. And I know not what could have led the author to have recourse to novels and irrelevant stories, when he had so much to write about in mine. No doubt he must have gone by the proverb, with straw or with hay, etc., for by merely setting forth my thoughts, my sighs, my tears, my lofty purposes, my enterprises, he might have made a volume as large or larger than all the works of El Tostado would make up. In fact, the conclusion I arrive at, Señor Bachelor, is that to write histories or books of any kind there is need of great judgment and a ripe understanding. To give expression to humour and write in a strain of graceful pleasantry is the gift of great geniuses. The cleverest character in comedy is the clown, for he who would make people take him for a fool must not be one. History is in a measure a sacred thing, for it should be true, and where the truth is, there God is. But notwithstanding this, there are some who write and fling books broadcast on the world as if they were fritters. There is no book so bad but it has something good in it, said the bachelor. No doubt of that, replied Don Quixote, but it often happens that those who have acquired and attained a well-deserved reputation by their writings lose it entirely, or damage it in some degree, when they give them to the press. The reason of that, said Samson, is that as printed works are examined leisurely, their faults are easily seen, and the greater the fame of the writer, the more closely are they scrutinized. Men famous for their genius, great poets, illustrious historians, are always, or most commonly, envied by those who take a particular delight and pleasure in criticizing the writings of others without having produced any of their own. That is no wonder, said Don Quixote, for there are many divines who are no good for the pulpit, but excellent in detecting the defects or excesses of those who preach. All that is true, Señor Don Quixote, said Carrasco, but I wish such fault-finders were more lenient and less exacting, and did not pay so much attention to the spots on the bright sun of the work they grumble at, for if aliquando bonus dormit et Homerus, they should remember how long he remained awake, to shed the light of his work with as little shade as possible. And perhaps it may be that what they find fault with may be moles that sometimes heighten the beauty of the face that bears them. And so, I say, very great is the risk to which he who prints a book exposes himself, for of all impossibilities, the greatest is to write one that will satisfy and please all readers. That which treats of me must have pleased few, said Don Quixote. Quite the contrary, said the bachelor, for as stultorum infinitum est numerus, innumerable are those who have relished the said history, but some have brought a charge against the author's memory, inasmuch as he forgot to say who the thief was who stole Sancho's dapple, for it is not stated there, but only to be inferred from what is set down, that he was stolen, and a little farther on we see Sancho mounted on the same ass, without any reappearance of it. They say, too, that he forgot to state what Sancho did with those 100 crowns that he found in the valise and the Sierra Morena, as he never alludes to them again. And there are many who would be glad to know what he did with them, or what he spent them on, for it is one of the serious omissions of the work. Señor Samson, I am not in a humour now for going into accounts or explanations, said Sancho, for there's a sinking of the stomach come over me, and unless I doctor it with a couple of sups of the old stuff, it will put me on the thorn of Santa Lucia. I have it at home, and my old woman is waiting for me. After dinner I'll come back, and will answer you and all the world every question you may choose to ask, as well about the loss of the ass as about the spending of the 100 crowns. And without another word, or waiting for a reply, he made off home. Don Quixote begged and entreated the bachelor to stay and do penance with him. The bachelor accepted the invitation and remained. A couple of young pigeons were added to the ordinary fare. At dinner they talked chivalry. Carrasco fell in with his lord's humour.
The banquet came to an end. They took their afternoon sleep. Sancho returned, and their conversation was resumed. End of section 59. Section 60 of Don Quixote by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by John Ormsby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Volume 2, Chapter 4, in which Sancho Panza gives a satisfactory reply to the doubts and questions of the bachelor Samson Carrasco, together with other matters worth knowing and telling. Sancho came back to Don Quixote's house, and returning to the late subject of conversation, he said, "As to what Señor Samson said, that he would like to know by whom, or how, and when my ass was stolen, I say in reply that the same night we went into the Sierra Morena, flying from the Holy Brotherhood after that unlucky adventure of the galley slaves, and the other of the corpse that was going to Segovia, my master and I ensconced ourselves in a thicket, and there my master, leaning on his lance, and I seated on my dapple, battered and weary with the late frays, we fell asleep as if it had been on 4 feather mattresses, and I in particular slept so sound that whoever he was able to come and prop me up on 4 stakes, which he put under the 4 corners of the pack-saddle, in such a way that he left me mounted on it, and took away dapple from under me without my feeling it." "That is an easy matter," said Don Quixote, "and it is no new occurrence, for the same thing happened to Sacripante at the siege of Albraca. The famous thief Brunello, by the same contrivance, took his horse from between his legs." "Day came," continued Sancho, "and the moment I stirred, the stakes gave way, and I fell to the ground with a mighty come-down. I looked about for the ass, but could not see him. The tears rushed to my eyes, and I raised such a lamentation, that if the author of our history has not put it in, he may depend upon it he has left out a good thing. Some days after, I know not how many, travelling with her ladyship, the Princess Micomicona, I saw my ass, and mounted upon him in the dress of a gipsy was that Gina de Pasamonte, the great rogue and rascal that my master and I freed from the chain." "That is not where the mistake is," replied Samson. "It is that before the ass has turned up, the author speaks of Sancho as being mounted on it." "I don't know what to say to that," said Sancho, "unless that the historian made a mistake, or perhaps it might be a blunder of the printer's." "No doubt that's it," said Samson. "But what became of the 100 crowns? Did they vanish?" To which Sancho answered, "I spent them for my own good, and my wife's, and my children's, and it is they that have made my wife bear so patiently all my wanderings on highways and byways in the service of my master Don Quixote. For if, after all this time, I had come back to the house without a rap and without the ass, it would have been a poor look-out for me. And if anyone wants to know anything more about me, here I am, ready to answer the king himself in person. And it is no affair of anyone's whether I took or did not take, whether I spent or did not spend. For the whacks that were given me in these journeys were to be paid for in money, even if they were valued at no more than 4 maravedis apiece. Another 100 crowns would not pay me for half of them. Let each look to himself, and not try to make out white black and black white, for each of us is as God made him, aye, and often worse." "I will take care," said Carrasco, "to impress upon the author of the history that if he prints it again he must not forget what worthy Sancho has said, for it will raise it a good span higher." "Is there anything else to correct in the history, Señor Bachelor?" asked Don Quixote. "No doubt there is," replied he, "but not anything that will be of the same importance as those I have mentioned." "Does the author promise a second part at all?" said Don Quixote. "He does promise one," replied Samson, "but he says he has not found it, nor does he know who has got it, and we cannot say whether it will appear or not. And so, on that head, as some say that no second part has ever been good, and others that enough has been already written about Don Quixote, it is thought there will be no second part, though some, who are jovial rather than saturnine, say, 'Let us have more Quixotades. Let Don Quixote charge and Sancho chatter, and no matter what it may turn out, we shall be satisfied with that.'" "And what does the author mean to do?" said Don Quixote. "What?" replied Samson.
Why, as soon as he has found the history which he is now searching for with extraordinary diligence, he will at once give it to the press, moved more by the profit that may accrue to him from doing so than by any thought of praise. Whereat Sancho observed, "The author looks for money and profit, does he? It will be a wonder if he succeeds, for it will be only hurry, hurry with him, like the tailor on Easter Eve, and works done in a hurry are never finished as perfectly as they ought to be. Let Master Moore, or whatever he is, pay attention to what he is doing, and I and my master will give him as much grouting ready to his hand, in the way of adventures and accidents of all sorts, as would make up not only 1/2 part, but 100. The good man fancies, no doubt, that we are fast asleep in the straw here, but let him hold up our feet to be shod, and he will see which foot it is we go lame on. All I say is, that if my master would take my advice, we would be now afield, redressing outrages and righting wrongs, as is the use and custom of good knights-errant." Sancho had hardly uttered these words when the neighing of Rocinante fell upon their ears, which neighing Don Quixote accepted as a happy omen, and he resolved to make another sally in 3 or 4 days from that time. Announcing his intention to the bachelor, he asked his advice as to the quarter in which he ought to commence his expedition, and the bachelor replied that in his opinion he ought to go to the kingdom of Aragon and the city of Saragossa, where there were to be certain solemn joustings at the festival of St. George, at which he might win renown above all the knights of Aragon, which would be winning it above all the knights of the world. He commended his very praiseworthy and gallant resolution, but admonished him to proceed with greater caution in encountering dangers, because his life did not belong to him, but to all those who had need of him to protect and aid them in their misfortunes. "That's where it is what I abominate, Señor Samson," said Sancho here. "My master will attack 100 armed men as a greedy boy would 6 melons. Body of the world, Señor Bachelor, there is a time to attack and a time to retreat, and it is not to be always Santiago and close Spain. Moreover, I have heard it said, and I think by my master himself, if I remember rightly, that the mean of valour lies between the extremes of cowardice and rashness, and if that be so, I don't want him to fly without having good reason, or to attack when the odds make it better not. But above all things, I warn my master that if he is to take me with him, it must be on the condition that he is to do all the fighting, and that I am not to be called upon to do anything except what concerns keeping him clean and comfortable. In this I will dance attendance on him readily, but to expect me to draw sword, even against rascally churls of the hatchet and hood, is idle. I don't set up to be a fighting man, Señor Samson, but only the best and most loyal squire that ever served knight-errant. And if my master, Don Quixote, in consideration of my many faithful services, is pleased to give me some island of the many his worship says one may stumble on in these parts, I will take it as a great favour. And if he does not give it to me, I was born like every one else, and a man must not live in dependence on any one except God. And what is more, my bread will taste as well, and perhaps even better, without a government than if I were a governor. And how do I know but that in these governments the devil may have prepared some trip for me, to make me lose my footing and fall and knock my grinders out? Sancho I was born, and Sancho I mean to die. But for all that, if heaven were to make me a fair offer of an island or something else of the kind, without much trouble and without much risk, I am not such a fool as to refuse it. For they say, too, when they offer thee a heifer, run with a halter, and when good luck comes to thee, take it in. Brother Sancho, said Carrasco, you have spoken like a professor. But for all that, put your trust in God, and in Señor Don Quixote, for he will give you a kingdom, not to say an island. It is all the same, be it more or be it less, replied Sancho, though I can tell Señor Carrasco that my master would not throw the kingdom he might give me into a sack all in holes, for I have felt my own pulse, and I find myself sound enough to rule kingdoms and govern islands, and I have before now told my master as much. Take care, Sancho, said Samson. Honours change manners, and perhaps when you find yourself a governor you won't know the mother that bore you. That may hold good of those that are born in the ditches, said Sancho, but not of those who have the fat of an old Christian 4 fingers deep on their souls, as I have. Nay, only look at my disposition. Is that likely to show ingratitude to anyone? God grant it, said Don Quixote. We shall see when the government comes, and I seem to see it already. He then begged the bachelor, as if he were a poet, to do him the favour of composing some verses for him, conveying the farewell he meant to take of his lady Dulcinea del Toboso, and to see that a letter of her name was placed at the beginning of each line, so that, at the end of the verses, Dulcinea del Toboso might be read by putting together the first letters. The bachelor replied that although he was not one of the famous poets of Spain, who were, they said, only 3 1/2, he would not fail to compose the required verses, though he saw a great difficulty in the task, as the letters which made up the name were 17. So if he made 4 ballad stanzas of 4 lines each, there would be a letter over, and if he made them of 5, what they called decimas or resondillas, there were 3 letters short. Nevertheless, he would try to drop a letter as well as he could, so that the name Dulcinea del Toboso might be got into 4 ballad stanzas. It must be by some means or other, said Don Quixote, for unless the name stands there plain and manifest, no woman would believe the verses were made for her. They agreed upon this, and that the departure should take place in 3 days from that time. Don Quixote charged the bachelor to keep it a secret, especially from the curate and Master Nicholas, and from his niece and the housekeeper, lest they should prevent the execution of his praiseworthy and valiant purpose. Carrasco promised all, and then took his leave, charging Don Quixote to inform him of his good or evil fortunes wherever he had an opportunity. And thus they bade each other farewell, and Sancho went away to make the necessary preparations for their expedition. End of section 60. Section 61 of Don Quixote by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by John Ormsby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Volume 2, Chapter 5. Of the shrewd and droll conversation that passed between Sancho Panza and his wife Teresa Panza, and other matters worthy of being duly recorded. The translator of this history, when he comes to write this 5th chapter, says that he considers it apocryphal, because in it Sancho Panza speaks in a style unlike that which might have been expected from his limited intelligence, and says things so subtle that he does not think it possible he could have conceived them. However, desirous of doing what his task imposed upon him, he was unwilling to leave it untranslated, and therefore he went on to say, Sancho came home in such glee and spirits that his wife noticed his happiness a bow shot off, so much so that it made her ask him, "What have you got, Sancho, friend, that you are so glad?" To which he replied, "Wife, if it were God's will, I should be very glad not to be so well pleased as I show myself." "I don't understand you, husband," said she, "and I don't know what you mean by saying you would be glad if it were God's will not to be well pleased, for, fool as I am, I don't know how one can find pleasure in not having it." "Hark ye, Teresa," replied Sancho, "I am glad, because I have made up my mind to go back to the service of my master Don Quixote, who means to go out a 3rd time to seek for adventures, and I am going with him again, for my necessities will have it so, and also the hope that cheers me with the thought that I may find another 100 crowns like those we have spent, though it makes me sad to have to leave thee and the children. And if God would be pleased to let me have my daily bread, dry shod and at home, without taking me out into the byways and crossroads, and he could do it at small cost by merely willing it, it is clear my happiness would be more solid and lasting, for the happiness I have is mingled with sorrow at leaving thee, so that I was right in saying I would be glad if it were God's will not to be well pleased." "Look here, Sancho," said Teresa, "ever since you joined on to a knight-errant you talk in such a roundabout way that there is no understanding you." "It is enough that God understands me, wife," replied Sancho, "for he is the understander of all things. That will do. But mind, sister, you must look to Dapple carefully for the next 3 days, so that he may be fit to take arms. Double his feed, and see to the pack-saddle and other harness, for it is not to a wedding we are bound, but to go round the world, and play at give and take with giants and dragons and monsters, and hear hissings and roarings and bellowings and howlings, and even all this would be lavender if we had not to reckon with young Guasons and enchanted Moors." "I know well enough, husband," said Teresa, "that squires errant don't eat their bread for nothing, and so I will be always praying to our Lord to deliver you speedily from all that hard fortune." "I can tell you, wife," said Sancho, "if I did not expect to see myself governor of an island before long, I would drop down dead on the spot." "Nay then, husband," said Teresa, "let the hen live, though it be with her pip. Live, and let the devil take all the governments in the world. You came out of your mother's womb without a government, you have lived until now without a government, and when it is God's will, you will go or be carried to your grave without a government. How many there are in the world who live without a government, and continue to live all the same, and are reckoned in the number of the people? The best sauce in the world is hunger, and as the poor are never without that, they always eat with a relish. But mind, Sancho, if by good luck you should find yourself with some government, don't forget me and your children. Remember that Sanchico is now full 15, and it is right he should go to school, if his uncle the abbot has a mind to have him trained for the church. Consider, too, that your daughter, Mari Sancha, will not die of grief if we marry her, for I have my suspicions that she is as eager to get a husband as you to get a government. And, after all, a daughter looks better ill-married than well-whored." "By my faith," replied Sancho, "if God brings me to any sort of a government, I intend, wife, to make such a high match for Mari Sancha that there will be no approaching her without calling her my lady." "Nay, Sancho," returned Teresa, "marry her to her equal. That is the safest plan, for if you pull her out of wooden clogs into high-heeled shoes, out of her grey flannel petticoat into hoops and silk gowns, out of the plain Marcia and thou into Donna so-and-so and my lady, the girl won't know where she is, and at every turn she will fall into 1,000 blunders that will show the thread of her coarse homespun stuff." "Tut, you fool," said Sancho, "it will be only to practise it for 2 or 3 years, and then dignity and decorum will fit her as easily as a glove, and if not, what matter? Let her be my lady, and never mind what happens." "Keep to your own station, Sancho," replied Teresa. "Don't try to raise yourself higher, and bear in mind the proverb that says, 'Wipe the nose of your neighbour's son, and take him into your house.' A fine thing it would be, indeed, to marry our Maria to some great count or grand gentleman, who, when the humour took him, would abuse her and call her clown-bred and clodhopper's daughter and spinning wench. I have not been bringing up my daughter for that all this time, I can tell you, husband. Do you bring home money, Sancho, and leave marrying her to my care. There is Lope Toco, Juan Toco's son, a stout, sturdy young fellow that we know, and I can see he does not look sour at the girl. And with him, one of our own sort, she will be well married, and we shall have her always under our eyes, and be all one family, parents and children, grandchildren and sons-in-law, and the peace and blessing of God will dwell among us. So don't you go marrying her in those courts and grand palaces where they won't know what to make of her, or she what to make of herself." "Why, you idiot and wife for Barabbas," said Sancho, "what do you mean by trying, without why or wherefore, to keep me from marrying my daughter to one who will give me grandchildren that will be called your lordship? Look ye, Teresa, I have always heard my elders say that he who does not know how to take advantage of luck when it comes to him has no right to complain if it gives him the go-by. And now that it is knocking at our door, it will not do to shut it out. Let us go with the favouring breeze that blows upon us." It is this sort of talk, and what Sancho says lower down, that made the translator of the history say he considered this chapter apocryphal. "Don't you see, you animal," continued Sancho, "that it will be well for me to drop into some profitable government that will lift us out of the mire, and marry Mari Sancha to whom I like, and you yourself will find yourself called Donna Teresa Panza, and sitting in church on a fine carpet and cushions and draperies, in spite and in defiance of all the born ladies of the town? No, stay as you are, growing neither greater nor less, like a tapestry figure. Let us say no more about it, for Sanchica shall be a countess, say what you will." "Are you sure of all you say, husband?" replied Teresa. "Well, for all that, I am afraid this rank of countess for my daughter will be her ruin. You do as you like, make a duchess or a princess of her, but I can tell you it will not be with my will and consent. I was always a lover of equality, brother, and I can't bear to see people give themselves airs without any right. They called me Teresa at my baptism, a plain, simple name, without any additions or tags or fringes of dons or donnas. Cascaio was my father's name, and as I am your wife, I am called Teresa Panza, though by right I ought to be called Teresa Cascaio. But kings go where laws like, and I am content with this name without having the Don put on top of it to make it so heavy that I cannot carry it, and I don't want to make people talk about me when they see me go dressed like a countess or governor's wife, for they will say at once, "See what airs the slut gives herself. Only yesterday she was always spinning flax, and used to go to mass with the tail of a petticoat over her head instead of a mantle, and there she goes today in a hooped gown with her brooches and airs as if we didn't know her." If God keeps me in my 7 senses, or 5, or whatever number I have, I am not going to bring myself to such a pass. Go, you brother, and be a government or an island man, and swagger as much as you like, for by the soul of my mother, neither my daughter nor I are going to stir a step from our village. A respectable woman should have a broken leg and keep at home, and to be busy at something is a virtuous damsel's holiday. Be off to your adventures along with your Don Quixote, and leave us to our misadventures, for God will mend them for us according as we deserve it. I don't know, I am sure, who fixed the Don to him, what neither his father nor grandfather ever had. "I declare thou hast a devil of some sort in thy body," said Sancho. "God help thee, what a lot of things thou hast strung together, one after the other, without head or tail. What have Cascaio and the brooches and the proverbs and the airs to do with what I say? Look here, fool and dolt, for so I may call you when you don't understand my words and run away from good fortune. If I had said that my daughter was to throw herself down from a tower or go roaming the world as the Infanta Donna Urraca wanted to do, you would be right in not giving way to my will. But if in an instant, in less than a twinkling of an eye, I put the Don and my lady on her back, and take her out of the stubble, and place her under a canopy, on a dais, and on a couch, with more velvet cushions than all the almohades of Morocco ever had in their family, why won't you consent and fall in with my wishes?" "Do you know why, husband?" replied Teresa. "Because of the proverb that says, 'Who covers thee discovers thee.' At the poor man people only throw a hasty glance. On the rich man they fix their eyes, and if the said rich man was once on a time poor, it is then there is the sneering and the tattle and spite of backbiters, and in the streets here they swarm as thick as bees." "Look here, Teresa," said Sancho, "and listen to what I am now going to say to you. Maybe you never heard it in all your life, and I do not give my own notions, for what I am about to say are the opinions of his reverence the preacher, who preached in this town last Lent, and who said, if I remember rightly, that all things present that our eyes behold bring themselves before us, and remain and fix themselves on our memory, much better and more forcibly than things past." These observations which Sancho makes here are the other ones on account of which the translator says he regards this chapter as apocryphal, inasmuch as they are beyond Sancho's capacity. "Whence it arises," he continued, "that when we see any person well dressed and making a figure with rich garments and retinue of servants, it seems to lead and impel us perforce to respect him, though memory may at the same moment recall to us some lowly condition in which we have seen him, but which, whether it may have been poverty or low birth, being now a thing of the past, has no existence, while the only thing that has any existence is what we see before us. And if this person, whom fortune has raised from his original lowly state," these were the very words the padre used, "to his present height of prosperity, be well-bred, generous, courteous to all, without seeking to vie with those whose nobility is of ancient date, depend upon it, Teresa, no one will remember what he was, and every one will respect what he is, except indeed the envious, from whom no fair fortune is safe." "I do not understand you, husband," replied Teresa. "Do as you like, and don't break my head with any more speechifying and rhetoric, and if you have revolved to do what you say—" "Resolved, you should say, woman," said Sancho, "not revolved." "Don't set yourself to wrangle with me, husband," said Teresa. "I speak as God pleases, and don't deal in out-of-the-way phrases. And I say, if you are bent upon having a government, take your son Sancho with you, and teach him from this time on how to hold a government. for sons ought to inherit and learn the trades of their fathers. As soon as I have the government, said Sancho, I will send for him by post, and I will send thee money, of which I shall have no lack, for there is never any want of people to lend it to governors when they have not got it. And do thou dress him so as to hide what he is, and make him look what he is to be. You send the money, said Teresa, and I'll dress him up for you as fine as you please. Then we are agreed that our daughter is to be a countess, said Sancho. The day that I see her a countess, replied Teresa, it will be the same to me as if I was burying her. But once more I say, do as you please, for we women are born to this burden of being obedient to our husbands, though they be dogs. And with this she began to weep in earnest, as if she already saw Sanchica dead and buried. Sancho consoled her by saying that though he must make her a countess, he would put it off as long as possible. Here their conversation came to an end, and Sancho went back to see Don Quixote and make arrangements for their departure. End of section 61. Section 62 of Don Quixote by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by John Ormsby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Volume 2, Chapter 6. Of what took place between Don Quixote and his niece and housekeeper, one of the most important chapters in the whole history. While Sancho Panza and his wife Teresa Cascayo held the above irrelevant conversation, Don Quixote's niece and housekeeper were not idle, for by 1,000 signs they began to perceive that their uncle and master meant to give them the slip the third time, and once more betake himself to his, for them, ill-errant chivalry. They strove by all the means in their power to divert him from such an unlucky scheme, but it was all preaching in the desert and hammering cold iron. Nevertheless, among many other representations made to him, the housekeeper said to him, In truth, master, if you do not keep still and stay quiet at home, and give over roaming mountains and valleys like a troubled spirit, looking for what they say are called adventures, but what I call misfortunes, I shall have to make complaint to God and the king, with loud supplication to send some remedy. To which Don Quixote replied, What answer God will give to your complaints, housekeeper, I know not, nor what his majesty will answer either. I only know that if I were king I should decline to answer the numberless silly petitions they present every day, for one of the greatest among the many troubles kings have is being obliged to listen to all and answer all, and therefore I should be sorry that any affairs of mine should worry him. Whereupon the housekeeper said, Tell us, Señor, at his majesty's court are there no knights? There are, replied Don Quixote, and plenty of them, and it is right there should be, to set off the dignity of the prince, and for the greater glory of the king's majesty. Then might not your worship, said she, be one of those that, without stirring a step, serve their king and lord in his court? Recollect, my friend, said Don Quixote, all knights cannot be courtiers, nor can all courtiers be knights-errant, nor need they be. There must be all sorts in the world, and though we may be all knights, there is a great difference between one and another, for the courtiers, without quitting their chambers or the threshold of the court, range the world over by looking at a map, without it costing them a farthing, and without suffering heat or cold, hunger or thirst. But we, the true knights-errant, measure the whole earth with our own feet, exposed to the sun, to the cold, to the air, to the inclemencies of heaven, by day and night, on foot and on horseback. Nor do we only know enemies in pictures, but in their own real shapes, and at all risks and on all occasions we attack them, without any regard to childish points or rules of single combat, whether one has or not a shorter lance or sword, whether one carries relics or any secret contrivance about him, whether or not the sun is to be divided and portioned out, and other niceties of the sort that are observed in set combats of man to man that you know nothing about, but I do. And you must know, besides, that the true knight-errant, though he may see 10 giants, that not only touch the clouds with their heads, but pierce them, and that go each of them on 2 tall towers by way of legs, and whose arms are like the masts of mighty ships, and each eye like a great mill-wheel, and glowing brighter than a glass furnace, must not on any account be dismayed by them. On the contrary, he must attack and fall upon them with a gallant bearing and a fearless heart, and, if possible, vanquish and destroy them, even though they have for armour the shells of a certain fish that they say are harder than diamonds, and in place of swords wield trenchant blades of Damascus steel, or clubs studded with spikes also of steel, such as I have more than once seen. All this I say, housekeeper, that you may see the difference there is between the one sort of knight and the other, and it would be well if there were no prince who did not set a higher value on this second, or more properly speaking, first kind of knight-errant. For, as we read in their histories, there have been some amongst them who have been the salvation not merely of one kingdom, but of many. "Ah, signor," here exclaimed the niece, "remember that all this you are saying about knights-errant is fable and fiction, and their histories, if indeed they were not burned, would deserve each of them to have a San Benito put on it, or some mark by which it might be known as infamous and a corrupter of good manners." "By the God that gives me life," said Don Quixote, "if thou wert not my full niece, being daughter of my own sister, I would inflict a chastisement upon thee for the blasphemy thou hast uttered, that all the world should ring with. What? Can it be that a young hussy that hardly knows how to handle a dozen lace bobbins dares to wag her tongue and criticise the histories of knights-errant? What would Señor Amadis say if he heard such a thing? He, however, no doubt would forgive thee, for he was the most humble-minded and courteous knight of his time, and moreover a great protector of damsels. But some there are that might have heard thee, and it would not have been well for thee in that case, for they are not all courteous or mannerly, some are ill-conditioned scoundrels, nor is it every one that calls himself a gentleman that is so in all respects. Some are gold, others pinchbeck, and all look like gentlemen, but not all can stand the touchstone of truth. There are men of low rank who strain themselves to bursting to pass for gentlemen, and high gentlemen who, one would fancy, were dying to pass for men of low rank. The former raise themselves by their ambition or by their virtues, the latter debase themselves by their lack of spirit or by their vices, and one has need of experience and discernment to distinguish these two kinds of gentlemen, so much alike in name and so different in conduct." "God bless me," said the niece, "that you should know so much, uncle, enough, if need be, to get up into a pulpit and go preach in the streets, and yet that you should fall into a delusion so great and a folly so manifest as to try to make yourself out vigorous when you are old, strong when you are sickly, able to put straight what is crooked when you yourself are bent by age, and above all a caballero when you are not one. For though gentlefolk may be so, poor men are nothing of the kind." "There is a great deal of truth in what you say, niece," returned Don Quixote, "and I could tell you somewhat about birth that would astonish you, but not to mix up things human and divine, I refrain. Look you, my dear, all the lineages in the world, attend to what I am saying, can be reduced to 4 sorts, which are these: those that had humble beginnings, and went on spreading and extending themselves until they attained surpassing greatness; those that had great beginnings and maintained them, and still maintain and uphold the greatness of their origin; those, again, that from a great beginning have ended in a point like a pyramid, having reduced and lessened their original greatness till it has come to naught, like the point of a pyramid, which relatively to its base or foundation is nothing. And then there are those, and it is they that are the most numerous, that have had neither an illustrious beginning nor a remarkable mid-course, and so will have an end without a name, like an ordinary plebeian line. Of the first, those that had an humble origin, and rose to the greatness they still preserve, the Ottoman house may serve as an example, which from a humble and lowly shepherd, its founder, has reached the height at which we now see it. For examples of the second sort of lineage, that began with greatness and maintain it still without adding to it, there are the many princes who have inherited the dignity and maintain themselves in their inheritance without increasing or diminishing it, keeping peacefully within the limits of their states. Of those that began great and ended in a point, there are thousands of examples, for all the Pharaohs and Ptolemies of Egypt, the Caesars of Rome, and the whole herd, if I may apply such a word to them, of countless princes, monarchs, lords, Medes, Assyrians, Persians, Greeks, and barbarians, all these lineages and lordships have ended in a point and come to nothing, they themselves as well as their founders, for it would be impossible now to find one of their descendants, and even should we find one, it would be in some lowly and humble condition. Of plebeian lineages I have nothing to say, save that they merely serve to swell the numbers of those that live, without any eminence to entitle them to any fame or praise beyond this. From all I have said, I would have you gather, my poor innocents, that great is the confusion among lineages, and that only those are seen to be great and illustrious that show themselves so by the virtue, wealth, and generosity of their possessors. I have said virtue, wealth, and generosity, because a great man who is vicious will be a great example of vice, and a rich man who is not generous will be merely a miserly beggar, for the possessor of wealth is not made happy by possessing it, but by spending it, and not by spending as he pleases, but by knowing how to spend it well. The poor gentleman has no way of showing that he is a gentleman but by virtue, by being affable, well-bred, courteous, gentle-mannered, and kindly, not haughty, arrogant, or censorious, but above all by being charitable. For by 2 maravedis, given with a cheerful heart to the poor, he will show himself as generous as he who distributes alms with bell-ringing, and no one that perceives him to be endowed with the virtues I have named, even though he know him not, will fail to recognize and set him down as one of the good blood. And it would be strange were it not so. Praise has ever been the reward of virtue, and those who are virtuous cannot fail to receive commendation. There are 2 roads, my daughters, by which men may reach wealth and honours. One is that of letters, the other that of arms. I have more of arms than of letters in my composition, and judging by my inclination to arms, was born under the influence of the planet Mars. I am, therefore, in a measure constrained to follow that road, and by it I must travel in spite of all the world, and it will be labour in vain for you to urge me to resist what heaven wills, fate ordains, reason requires, and above all my own inclination favours. For knowing as I do the countless toils that are the accompaniments of knights-errantry, I know too the infinite blessings that are attained by it. I know that the path of virtue is very narrow, and the road of vice broad and spacious. I know their ends and goals are different, for the broad and easy road of vice ends in death, and the narrow and toilsome one of virtue in life, and not transitory life, but in that which has no end. I know, as our great Castilian poet says, that it is by rugged paths like these they go that scale the heights of immortality, unreached by those that falter here below. "Woe is me!" exclaimed the niece. "My lord is a poet too. He knows everything, and he can do everything. I will bet if he choose to turn mason he can make a house as easily as a cage." "I can tell you, niece," replied Don Quixote, "if these chivalrous thoughts did not engage all my faculties, there would be nothing that I could not do, nor any sort of knick-knack that would not come from my hands, particularly cages and toothpicks." At this moment there came a knocking at the door, and when they asked who was there, Sancho Panza made an answer that it was he. The instant the housekeeper knew who it was, she ran to hide herself so as not to see him, in such abhorrence did she hold him. The niece let him in, and his master Don Quixote came forward to receive him with open arms, and the pair shut themselves up in his room, where they had another conversation not inferior to the previous one. End of section 62. Section 63 of Don Quixote by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by John Ormsby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Volume 2, Chapter 7. Of what passed between Don Quixote and his squire, together with other very notable incidents. The instant the housekeeper saw Sancho Panza shut himself up with her master, she guessed what they were about, and suspecting that the result of the consultation would be a resolve to undertake a third sally, she seized her mantle, and, in deep anxiety and distress, ran to find the bachelor Samson Carrasco, as she thought that, being a well-spoken man and a new friend of her master's, he might be able to persuade him to give up any such crazy notion. She found him pacing the patio of his house, and, perspiring and flurried, she fell at his feet the moment she saw him. Carrasco, seeing how distressed and overcome she was, said to her, "What is this, mistress housekeeper? What has happened to you? One would think you heartbroken." "Nothing, Señor Samson," said she, "only that my master is breaking out, plainly breaking out." "Whereabouts is he breaking out, Señora?" asked Samson. "Has any part of his body burst?" "He is only breaking out at the door of his madness," she replied. "I mean, dear Señor Bachelor, that he is going to break out again, and this will be the third time, to hunt all over the world for what he calls ventures, though I can't make out why he gives them that name. The first time he was brought back to us slung across the back of an ass and belaboured all over, and the second time he came in an ox-cart, shut up in a cage, in which he persuaded himself he was enchanted, and the poor creature was in such a state that the mother that bore him would not have known him. Lean, yellow, with his eyes sunk deep in the cells of his skull, so that to bring him round again, ever so little, cost me more than 600 eggs, as God knows, and all the world, and my hens too, that won't let me tell a lie." "That I can well believe," replied the bachelor, "for they are so good and so fat and so well bred that they would not say one thing for another, though they were to burst for it. In short, then, mistress housekeeper, that is all, and there is nothing the matter except what it is feared Don Quixote may do?" "No, señor," said she. "Well, then," returned the bachelor, "don't be uneasy, but go home in peace. Get me ready something hot for breakfast, and while you are on the way, say the prayer of Santa Apollonia, that is, if you know it, for I will come presently, and you will see miracles." "Woe is me!" cried the housekeeper. "Is it the prayer of Santa Apollonia you would have me say? That would do if it was the toothache my master had, but it is in the brains what he has got." "I know what I am saying, mistress housekeeper. Go, and don't set yourself to argue with me, for you know I am a bachelor of Salamanca, and one can't be more of a bachelor than that," replied Carrasco. And with this the housekeeper retired, and the bachelor went to look for the curate, and arrange with him what will be told in its proper place. While Don Quixote and Sancho were shut up together, they had a discussion which the history records with great precision and scrupulous exactness. Sancho said to his master, "Señor, I have induced my wife to let me go with your worship wherever you choose to take me." "Induced, you should say, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "not educed." "Once or twice, as well as I remember," replied Sancho, "I have begged of your worship not to mend my words, if so be as you understand what I mean by them, and if you don't understand them, to say, 'Sancho,' or 'Devil, I don't understand thee,' and if I don't make my meaning plain, then you may correct me, for I am so facile." "I don't understand thee, Sancho," said Don Quixote at once, "for I know not what I am so facile means." "So facile means I am so much that way," replied Sancho. "I understand thee still less now," said Don Quixote. "Well, if you can't understand me," said Sancho, "I don't know how to put it. I know no more. God help me." "Oh, now I have hit it," said Don Quixote. "Thou wouldst say that thou art so docile, tractable, and gentle, that thou wilt take what I say to thee, and submit to what I teach thee." "I would bet," said Sancho, "that from the very first you understood me, and knew what I meant, but you wanted to put me out, that you might hear me make another couple of dozen blunders." "Maybe so," replied Don Quixote. "But to come to the point, what does Teresa say?" "Teresa says," replied Sancho, "that I should make sure with your worship, and let papers speak and beards be still, for he who binds does not wrangle, since one take is better than two I'll give these, and I say a woman's advice is no great thing, and he who won't take it is a fool." "And so say I," said Don Quixote. "Continue, Sancho, my friend, go on. You talk pearls to-day." "The fact is," continued Sancho, "that as your worship knows better than I do, we are all of us liable to death, and today we are, and tomorrow we are not, and the lamb goes as soon as the sheep, and nobody can promise himself more hours of life in this world than God may be pleased to give him. For death is deaf, and when it comes to knock at our life's door, it is always urgent, and neither prayers, nor struggles, nor sceptres, nor mitres can keep it back, as common talk and report say, and as they tell us from the pulpits every day." "All that is very true," said Don Quixote, "but I cannot make out what thou art driving at." "What I am driving at," said Sancho, "is that your worship settle some fixed wages for me, to be paid monthly while I am in your service, and that the same be paid me out of your estate, for I don't care to stand on rewards which either come late or ill, or never at all. God help me with my own. In short, I would like to know what I am to get, be it much or little, for the hen will lay on one egg, and many littles make a much, and so long as one gains something there is nothing lost. To be sure, if it should happen, what I neither believe nor expect, that your worship were to give me that island you have promised me, I am not so ungrateful nor so grasping, but that I would be willing to have the revenue of such island valued and stopped out of my wages in due promotion." "Sancho, my friend," replied Don Quixote, "sometimes proportion may be as good as promotion." "I see," said Sancho. "I'll bet I ought to have said proportion and not promotion, but it is no matter, as your worship has understood me." "And so well understood," returned Don Quixote, "that I have seen into the depths of thy thoughts, and know the mark thou art shooting at with the countless shafts of thy proverbs. Look here, Sancho, I would readily fix thy wages if I had ever found any instance in the histories of the knights-errant to show or indicate by the slightest hint what their squires used to get monthly or yearly. But I have read all, or the best part of their histories, and I cannot remember reading of any knight-errant having assigned fixed wages to his squire. I only know that they all served on reward, and that when they least expected it, if good luck attended their masters, they found themselves recompensed with an island, or something equivalent to it, or at the least they were left with a title and lordship. If with these hopes and additional inducements you, Sancho, please to return to my service, well and good. But to suppose that I am going to disturb or unhinge the ancient usage of knight-errantry is all nonsense. And so, my Sancho, get you back to your house and explain my intentions to your Teresa, and if she likes and you like to be on reward with me, bene quidem. If not, we remain friends, for if the pigeon-house does not lack food, it will not lack pigeons. And bear in mind, my son, that a good hope is better than a bad holding, and a good grievance better than a bad compensation. I speak in this way, Sancho, to show you that I can shower down proverbs just as well as yourself, and in short, I mean to say, and I do say, that if you don't like to come on reward with me, and run the same chance that I run, God be with you, and make a saint of you, for I shall find plenty of squires more obedient and painstaking, and not so thick-headed or talkative as you are. When Sancho heard his master's firm, resolute language, a cloud came over the sky with him, and the wings of his heart dropped, for he had made sure that his master would not go without him for all the wealth of the world. And as he stood there dumbfounded and moody, Samson Carrasco came in with the housekeeper and niece, who were anxious to hear by what arguments he was about to dissuade their master from going to seek adventures. The arch-wag Samson came forward, and embracing him as he had done before, said with a loud voice, "O flower of knight-errantry! O shining light of arms! O honour and mirror of the Spanish nation! May God Almighty in his infinite power grant that any person or persons who would impede or hinder thy third sally may find no way out of the labyrinth of their schemes, nor ever accomplish what they most desire." And then, turning to the housekeeper, he said, "Mistress Housekeeper may just as well give over saying the prayer of Santa Apollonia, for I know it is the positive determination of the spheres that Señor Don Quixote shall proceed to put into execution his new and lofty designs. and I should lay a heavy burden on my conscience did I not urge and persuade this knight not to keep the might of his strong arm and the virtue of his valiant spirit any longer curbed and checked, for by his inactivity he is defrauding the world of the redress of wrongs, of the protection of orphans, of the honour of virgins, of the aid of widows, and of the support of wives, and other matters of this kind, appertaining, belonging, proper and peculiar to the order of knight-errantry. On then, my lord Don Quixote, beautiful and brave. Let your worship and highness set out today rather than tomorrow, and if anything be needed for the execution of your purpose, here am I, ready in person and purse to supply the want, and were it requisite to attend your magnificence as squire, I should esteem it the happiest good fortune. At this Don Quixote, turning to Sancho, said, Did I not tell thee, Sancho, there would be squires enough and to spare for me? See now who offers to become one, no less than the illustrious bachelor Samson Carrasco, the perpetual joy and delight of the courts of the Salamancan schools, sound in body, discreet, patient under heat or cold, hunger or thirst, with all the qualifications requisite to make a knight-errant squire. But heaven forbid that, to gratify my own inclination, I should shake or shatter this pillar of letters and vessel of the sciences, and cut down this towering palm of the fair and liberal arts. Let this new Samson remain in his own country, and bringing honour to it, bring honour at the same time on the grey heads of his venerable parents. For I will be content with any squire that comes to hand, as Sancho does not deign to accompany me. I do deign, said Sancho, deeply moved and with tears in his eyes. It shall not be said of me, master mine, he continued, the bread eaten and the company dispersed. Nay, I come of no ungrateful stock, for all the world knows, but particularly my own town, who the Panzas, from whom I am descended, were, and what is more, I know and have learned by many good words and deeds your worship's desire to show me favour. And if I have been bargaining more or less about my wages, it was only to please my wife, who, when she sets herself to press a point, no hammer drives the hoops of a cask as she drives one to do what she wants. But, after all, a man must be a man, and a woman, and as I am a man anyhow, which I can't deny, I will be one in my own house too, let who will take it amiss, and so there's nothing more to do but for your worship to make your will with its codicil in such a way that it can't be provoked, and let us set out at once to save Señor Samson's soul from suffering, as he says his conscience obliges him to persuade your worship to sally out upon the world a third time. So I offer again to serve your worship faithfully and loyally, as well and better than all the squires that served knights-errant in times past or present. The bachelor was filled with amazement when he heard Sancho's phraseology and style of talk, for though he had read the first part of his master's history, he never thought that he could be so droll as he was there described. But now, hearing him talk of a will and codicil that could not be provoked, instead of will and codicil that could not be revoked, he believed all he had read of him, and set him down as one of the greatest simpletons of modern times. And he said to himself that two such lunatics as master and man the world had never seen. In fine, Don Quixote and Sancho embraced one another and made friends, and by the advice and with the approval of the great Carrasco, who was now their oracle, it was arranged that their departure should take place 3 days thence, by which time they could have all that was requisite for the journey ready, and procure a closed helmet, which Don Quixote said he must by all means take. Samson offered him one, as he knew a friend of his who had it would not refuse it to him, though it was more dingy with rust and mildew than bright and clean like burnished steel. The curses which both housekeeper and niece poured out on the bachelor were past counting. They tore their hair, they clawed their faces, and, in the style of the hired mourners that were once in fashion, they raised a lamentation over the departure of their master and uncle, as if it had been his death. Samson's intention in persuading them to sally forth once more was to do what the history relates farther on, all by the advice of the curate and barber, with whom he had previously discussed the subject. Finally, then, during those 3 days, Don Quixote and Sancho provided themselves with what they considered necessary, And Sancho, having pacified his wife, and Don Quixote, his niece and housekeeper, at nightfall, unseen by anyone except the bachelor, who thought fit to accompany them half a league out of the village, they set out for El Toboso, Don Quixote on his good Rocinante, and Sancho on his old Dapple, his alforges furnished with certain matters in the way of victuals, and his purse with money that Don Quixote gave him to meet emergencies. Samson embraced him, and entreated him to let him hear of his good or evil fortunes, so that he might rejoice over the former, or condole with him over the latter, as the laws of friendship required. Don Quixote promised him he would do so, and Samson returned to the village, and the other two took the road for the great city of El Toboso. End of section 63. Section 64 of Don Quixote by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by John Ormsby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Volume 2, Chapter 8, wherein is related what befell Don Quixote on his way to see his lady Dulcinea del Toboso. Blessed be Allah the All-Powerful, says Hameti Benengeli on beginning this 8th chapter. Blessed be Allah, he repeats 3 times. And he says he utters these thanksgivings at seeing that he has now got Don Quixote and Sancho fairly afield, and that the readers of his delightful history may reckon that the achievements and humours of Don Quixote and his squire are now about to begin. And he urges them to forget the former chivalries of the ingenious gentleman, and to fix their eyes on those that are to come, which now begin on the road to El Toboso, as the others began on the plains of Montiel. Nor is it much that he asks in consideration of all he promises, and so he goes on to say, Don Quixote and Sancho were left alone, and the moment Samson took his departure, Rocinante began to neigh, and Dapple to sigh, which by both knight and squire was accepted as a good sign and a very happy omen, though, if the truth is to be told, the sighs and brays of Dapple were louder than the neighings of the hack, from which Sancho inferred that his good fortune was to exceed and overtop that of his master, building perhaps upon some judicial astrology that he may have known, though the history says nothing about it. All that can be said is that when he stumbled or fell, he was heard to say he wished he had not come out, for by stumbling or falling there was nothing to be got but a damaged shoe or a broken rib, and fool as he was not much astray in this. Said Don Quixote, Sancho, my friend, night is drawing on upon us as we go, and more darkly than will allow us to reach El Toboso by daylight. For there I am resolved to go before I engage in another adventure, and there I shall obtain the blessing and generous permission of the peerless Dulcinea, with which permission I expect and feel assured that I shall conclude and bring to a happy termination every perilous adventure. For nothing in life makes knights-errant more valorous than finding themselves favoured by their ladies. So I believe, replied Sancho, but I think it will be difficult for your worship to speak with her, or see her, at any rate where you will be able to receive her blessing, unless, indeed, she throws it over the wall of the yard, where I saw her the time before, when I took her the letter that told of the follies and mad things your worship was doing in the heart of Sierra Morena. Didst thou take that for a yard wall, Sancho, said Don Quixote, where or at which thou sawest that never sufficiently extolled grace and beauty? It must have been the gallery corridor or portico of some rich and royal palace. It might have been all that, returned Sancho, but to me it looked like a wall, unless I am short of memory. At all events, let us go there, Sancho, said Don Quixote, for so that I see her, it is the same to me whether it be over a wall or at window, or through the chink of a door, or the grate of a garden. For any beam of the sun of her beauty that reaches my eyes will give light to my reason and strength to my heart, so that I shall be unmatched and unequalled in wisdom and valour. Well, to tell the truth, senor, said Sancho, when I saw that sun of the lady Dulcinea del Toboso, it was not bright enough to throw out beams at all. It must have been that as her grace was sifting that wheat I told you of, the thick dust she raised came before her face like a cloud, and dimmed it. "What! Dost thou still persist, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "in saying, thinking, believing, and maintaining that my lady Dulcinea was sifting wheat, that being an occupation and task entirely at variance with what is and should be the employment of persons of distinction, who are constituted and reserved for other avocations and pursuits that show their rank a bow shot off? Thou hast forgotten, O Sancho, those lines of our poet, wherein he paints for us how, in their crystal abodes, those four nymphs employed themselves who rose from their beloved Tagus, and seated themselves in a verdant meadow, to embroider those tissues which the ingenious poet there describes to us. How they were worked and woven with gold and silk and pearls, and something of this sort must have been the employment of my lady when thou sawest her, only that the spite which some wicked enchanter seems to have against everything of mine changes all those things that give me pleasure, and turns them into shapes unlike their own. And so I fear that in that history of my achievements, which they say is now in print, if haply its author was some sage who is an enemy of mine, he will have put one thing for another, mingling 1,000 lies with one truth, and amusing himself by relating transactions which have nothing to do with the sequence of a true history. Oh, envy, root of all countless evils, and canker worm of the virtues! All the vices, Sancho, bring some kind of pleasure with them, but envy brings nothing but irritation, bitterness, and rage." "So I say too," replied Sancho, "and I suspect in that legend or history of us that the bachelor Samson Carrasco told us he saw, my honour goes dragged in the dirt, knocked about, up and down, sweeping the streets, as they say. And yet, on the faith of an honest man, I never spoke ill of any enchanter, and I am not so well off that I am to be envied. To be sure, I am rather sly, and I have a certain spice of the rogue in me, but all is covered by the great cloak of my simplicity, always natural and never acted, and if I had no other merit save that I believe, as I always do, firmly and truly in God, and all the holy Roman Catholic Church holds and believes, and that I am a mortal enemy of the Jews, the historians ought to have mercy on me, and treat me well in their writings. But let them say what they like. Naked I was born, naked I find myself. I neither lose nor gain, nay, while I see myself put into a book and passed on from hand to hand over the world, I don't care a fig. Let them say what they like of me." "That, Sancho," returned Don Quixote, "reminds me of what happened to a famous poet of our day, who, having written a bitter satire against all the courtesan ladies, did not insert or name in it a certain lady of whom it was questionable whether she was one or not. She, seeing that she was not in the list of the poet, asked him what he had seen in her that he did not include her in the number of the others, telling him he must add to his satire, and put her in the new part, or else look out for the consequences. The poet did as she bade him, and left her without a shred of reputation, and she was satisfied by getting fame, though it was infamy. In keeping with this is what they relate of that shepherd who set fire to the famous temple of Diana, by repute one of the 7 wonders of the world, and burned it with the sole object of making his name live in after ages, and though it was forbidden to name him, or mention his name by word of mouth or in writing, lest the object of his ambition should be attained, nevertheless it became known that he was called Erostratus. And something of the same sort is what happened in the case of the great Emperor Charles V and a gentleman in Rome. The emperor was anxious to see that famous temple of the Rotunda, called in ancient times the temple of all the gods, but nowadays, by a better nomenclature, of all the saints, which is the best preserved building of all those of pagan construction in Rome, and the one which best sustains the reputation of mighty works and magnificence of its founders. It is in the form of a half-orange, of enormous dimensions, and well lighted, though no light penetrates it save that which is admitted by a window, or rather round skylight, at the top. And it was from this that the emperor examined the building. A Roman gentleman stood by his side and explained to him the skilful construction and ingenuity of the vast fabric and its wonderful architecture, and when they had left the skylights, he said to the emperor, "1,000 times, your sacred majesty, the impulse came upon me to seize your majesty in my arms and fling myself down from yonder skylight, so as to leave behind me in the world a name that would last forever." "I am thankful to you for not carrying such an evil thought into effect," said the emperor, "and I shall give you no opportunity in future of again putting your loyalty to the test, and I therefore forbid you ever to speak to me or to be where I am." And he followed up these words by bestowing a liberal bounty upon him. "My meaning is, Sancho, that the desire of acquiring fame is a very powerful motive. What, thinkest thou, was it that flung Horatius in full armour down from the bridge into the depths of the Tiber? What burned the hand and arm of Mutius? What impelled Curtius to plunge into the deep burning gulf that opened in the midst of Rome? What, in opposition to all the omens that declared against him, made Julius Caesar cross the Rubicon? And to come to more modern examples, what scuttled the ships and left stranded and cut off the gallant Spaniards under the command of the most courteous Cortes in the New World? All these and a variety of other great exploits are, were, and will be the work of fame that mortals desire as a reward and a portion of the immortality their famous deeds deserve, though we Catholic Christians and knights-errant look more to that future glory that is everlasting in the ethereal regions of heaven than to the vanity of the fame that is to be acquired in this present transitory life, a fame that, however long it may last, must after all end with the world itself, which has its own appointed end. So that, O Sancho, in what we do, we must not overpass the bounds which the Christian religion we profess has assigned to us. We have to slay pride in giants, envy by generosity and nobleness of heart, anger by calmness of demeanour and equanimity, gluttony and sloth by the spareness of our diet and the length of our vigils, lust and lewdness by the loyalty we preserve to those whom we have made the mistresses of our thoughts, indolence by traversing the world in all directions, seeking opportunities of making ourselves, besides Christians, famous knights. Such, Sancho, are the means by which we reach those extremes of praise that fair fame carries with it." "All that your worship has said so far," said Sancho, "I have understood quite well. But still I would be glad if your worship would dissolve a doubt for me, which has just this minute come into my mind." "Solve, thou meanest, Sancho," said Don Quixote. "Say on, in God's name, and I will answer as well as I can." "Tell me, Señor," Sancho went on to say, "those Julys or Augusts, and all those venturous knights that you say are now dead, where are they now?" "The heathens," replied Don Quixote, "are, no doubt, in hell. The Christians, if they were good Christians, are either in purgatory or in heaven." "Very good," said Sancho. "But now I want to know, the tombs where the bodies of those great lords are, have they silver lamps before them, or are the walls of their chapels ornamented with crutches, winding sheets, tresses of hair, legs and eyes in wax? Or what are they ornamented with?" To which Don Quixote made answer, "The tombs of the heathen were generally sumptuous temples. The ashes of Julius Caesar's body were placed on the top of a stone pyramid of vast size, which they now call in Rome St. Peter's Needle. The Emperor Hadrian had for a tomb a castle as large as a good-sized village, which they called the Moles Adriani, and is now the castle of St. Angelo in Rome. The Queen Artemisa buried her husband Mausolus in a tomb which was reckoned one of the 7 wonders of the world, but none of these tombs, or of the many others of the heathens, were ornamented with winding sheets, or any of those other offerings and tokens that show that they who are buried there are saints." "That's the point I'm coming to," said Sancho. "And now tell me, which is the greater work, to bring a dead man to life, or to kill a giant?" "The answer is easy," replied Don Quixote. "It is a greater work to bring to life a dead man." "Now I have got you," said Sancho. "In that case, the fame of them who bring the dead to life, who give sight to the blind, cure cripples, restore health to the sick, and before whose tombs there are lamps burning, and whose chapels are filled with devout folk on their knees, adoring their relics, be a better fame in this life and in the other than that which all the heathen emperors and knights-errants that have ever been in the world have left or may leave behind them." "That I grant thee too," said Don Quixote. "Then this fame, these favours, these privileges, or whatever you call it," said Sancho, "belong to the bodies and relics of the saints, who, with the approbation and permission of our Holy Mother Church, have lamps, tapers, winding sheets, crutches, pictures, eyes, and legs, by means of which they increase devotion and add to their own Christian reputation. Kings carry the bodies or relics of saints on their shoulders, and kiss bits of their bones, and enrich and adorn their oratories and favourite altars with them." "What wouldst thou have me infer from all thou hast said, Sancho?" asked Don Quixote. "My meaning is," said Sancho, "let us set about becoming saints, and we shall obtain more quickly the fair fame which we are striving after. For you know, señor, yesterday or the day before yesterday, for it is so lately one may say so, they canonized and beatified 2 little barefoot friars, and it is now reckoned the greatest good luck to kiss or touch the iron chains with which they girt and tortured their bodies, and they are held in greater veneration, so it is said, than the sword of Roland in the armoury of our lord the king, whom God preserve. So that, señor, it is better to be an humble little friar of no matter what order than a valiant knight-errant. With God, a couple of dozen of penance lashings are of more avail than 2,000 lance thrusts, be they given to giants or monsters or dragons." "All that is true," returned Don Quixote, "but we cannot all be friars, and many are the ways by which God takes his own to heaven. Chivalry is a religion. There are sainted knights in glory." "Yes," said Sancho, "but I have heard say that there are more friars in heaven than knights-errant." "That," said Don Quixote, "is because those in religious orders are more numerous than knights." "The errants are many," said Sancho. "Many," replied Don Quixote, "but few they who deserve the name of knights." With these and other discussions of the same sort, they passed that night and the following day without anything worth mention happening to them, whereat Don Quixote was not a little dejected. But at length the next day, at daybreak, they descried the great city of El Toboso, at the sight of which Don Quixote's spirits rose and Sancho's fell, for he did not know Dulcinea's house, nor in all his life had he ever seen her any more than his master, so that they were both uneasy, the one to see her, the other at not having seen her, and Sancho was at a loss to know what he was to do when his master sent him to El Toboso. In the end Don Quixote made up his mind to enter the city at nightfall, and they waited until the time came among some oak trees that were near El Toboso. And when the moment they had agreed upon arrived, they made their entrance into the city, where something happened them that may fairly be called something. End of section 64. Section 65 of Don Quixote by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by John Ormsby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Volume 2, Chapter 9. Wherein is related what will be seen there. 'Twas at the very midnight hour, more or less, when Don Quixote and Sancho quitted the wood and entered El Toboso. The town was in deep silence, for all the inhabitants were asleep and stretched on the broad of their backs, as the saying is. The night was darkish, though Sancho would have been glad had it been quite dark, so as to find in the darkness an excuse for his blundering. All over the place nothing was to be heard except the barking of dogs, which deafened the ears of Don Quixote and troubled the heart of Sancho. Now and then an ass brayed. Pigs grunted, cats meowed, and the various noises they made seemed louder in the silence of the night, all which the enamoured knight took to be of evil omen. Nevertheless he said to Sancho, Sancho, my son, lead on to the place of Dulcinea. It may be that we shall find her awake." "Body of the sun, what palace am I to lead to?" said Sancho, "when what I saw her highness in was only a very little house." "Most likely she had then withdrawn into some small apartment of her palace," said Don Quixote, "to amuse herself with damsels, as great ladies and princesses are accustomed to do." "Señor," said Sancho, "if your worship will have it in spite of me that the house of my lady Dulcinea is a palace, is this an hour, think you, to find the door open? And will it be right for us to go knocking till they hear us and open the door, making a disturbance and confusion all through the household? Are we going, do you fancy, to the house of our wenches, like gallants who come and knock and go in at any hour, however late it may be?" "Let us first of all find out the palace for certain," replied Don Quixote, "and then I will tell thee, Sancho, what we had best do. But look, Sancho, for either I see badly, or that dark mass that one sees from here should be Dulcinea's palace." "Then let your worship lead the way," said Sancho. "Perhaps it may be so. Though I see it with my eyes and touch it with my hands, I'll believe it as much as I believe it is daylight now." Don Quixote took the lead, and having gone a matter of 200 paces, he came upon the mass that produced the shade, and found it was a great tower. And then he perceived that the building in question was no palace, but the chief church of the town, and, said he, "It's the church we have lit upon, Sancho." "So I see," said Sancho, "and God grant we may not light upon our graves. It is no good sign to find oneself wandering in a graveyard at this time of night, and that after my telling your worship, if I don't mistake, that the house of this lady will be in an alley without an outlet." "The curse of God on thee for a blockhead," said Don Quixote. "Where hast thou ever heard of castles and royal palaces being built in alleys without an outlet?" "Señor," replied Sancho, "every country has a way of its own. Perhaps here in El Toboso it is the way to build palaces and grand buildings in alleys. So I entreat your worship to let me search about among these streets or alleys before me, and perhaps in some corner or other I may stumble on this palace, and I wish I saw the dogs eating it for leading us such a dance." "Speak respectfully of what belongs to my lady, Sancho," said Don Quixote. "Let us keep the feast in peace, and not throw the rope after the bucket." "I'll hold my tongue," said Sancho, "but how am I to take it patiently when your worship wants me, with only once seeing the house of our mistress, to know always, and to find it in the middle of the night, when your worship can't find it, who must have seen it thousands of times?" "Thou wilt drive me to desperation, Sancho," said Don Quixote. "Look here, heretic, have I not told thee 1,000 times that I have never once in my life seen the peerless Dulcinea, or crossed the threshold of her palace, and that I am enamoured solely by hearsay, and by the great reputation she bears for beauty and discretion?" "I hear it now," returned Sancho, "and I may tell you that if you have not seen her, no more have I." "That cannot be," said Don Quixote, "for at any rate thou saidst, on bringing back the answer to the letter I sent by thee, that thou sawest her sifting wheat." "Don't mind that, señor," said Sancho. "I must tell you that my seeing her and the answer I brought you back were by hearsay too, for I can no more tell who the lady Dulcinea is than I can hit the sky." "Sancho, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "there are times for jests, and times when jests are out of place. If I tell thee that I have neither seen nor spoken to the lady of my heart, it is no reason why thou should say thou hast not spoken to her or seen her, when the contrary is the case, as thou well knowest." While the two were engaged in this conversation, they perceived someone with a pair of mules approaching the spot where they stood, and from the noise the plough made as it dragged along the ground, they guessed him to be some labourer who had got up before daybreak to go to his work, and so it proved to be. He came along singing the ballad that says, "Ill did ye fare, ye men of France, in Roncesvalles chase." "May I die, Sancho," said Don Quixote when he heard him, "if any good will come to us tonight. Dost thou not hear what that clown is singing?" "I do," said Sancho, "but what has Roncesvalles chase to do with what we have in hand? He might just as well be singing the ballad of Carleno for any good or ill that can come to us in our business." By this time the labourer had come up, and Don Quixote asked him, Can you tell me, worthy friend, and God speed you, whereabouts here is the palace of the peerless princess Donna Dulcinea del Toboso?" "Señor," replied the lad, "I am a stranger, and I have been only a few days in the town, doing farm work for a rich farmer. In that house opposite there live the curate of the village and the sacristan, and both or either of them will be able to give your worship some account of this lady princess, for they have a list of all the people of El Toboso, though it is my belief there is not a princess living in the whole of it. Many ladies there are of quality, and in her own house each of them may be a princess." "Well, then, she I am inquiring for will be one of these, my friend," said Don Quixote. "Maybe so," replied the lad. "God be with you, for here comes the daylight." And without waiting for any more of his questions, he whipped on his mules. Sancho, seeing his master downcast and somewhat dissatisfied, said to him, "Señor, daylight will be here before long, and it will not do for us to let the sun find us in the street. It will be better for us to quit the city, and for your worship to hide in some forest in the neighbourhood, and I will come back in the daytime, and I won't leave a nook or corner of the whole village that I won't search for the house, castle, or palace of my lady, and it will be hard luck for me if I don't find it. And as soon as I have found it, I will speak to her grace, and tell her where and how your worship is waiting for her, to arrange some plan for you to see her, without any damage to her honour and reputation." "Sancho," said Don Quixote, "thou hast delivered 1,000 sentences condensed in the compass of a few words. I thank thee for the advice thou hast given me, and take it most gladly. Come, my son, let us go look for some place where I may hide, while thou dost return, as thou sayest, to seek and speak with my lady, from whose discretion and courtesy I look for favours more than miraculous." Sancho was in a fever to get his master out of the town, lest he should discover the falsehood of the reply he had brought to him in the Sierra Morena on behalf of Dulcinea. So he hastened their departure, which they took at once, and 2 miles out of the village they found a forest or thicket, wherein Don Quixote ensconced himself, while Sancho returned to the city to speak to Dulcinea, in which embassy things befell him which demand fresh attention and a new chapter. End of section 65. Section 66 of Don Quixote by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by John Ormsby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Volume 2, Chapter 10, wherein is related the crafty device Sancho adopted to enchant the lady Dulcinea, and other incidents as ludicrous as they are true. When the author of this great history comes to relate what is set down in this chapter, he says he would have preferred to pass it over in silence, fearing it would not be believed, because here Don Quixote's madness reaches the confines of the greatest that can be conceived, and even goes a couple of bow-shots beyond the greatest. But, after all, though still under the same fear and apprehension, he has recorded it without adding to the story, or leaving out a particle of the truth, and entirely disregarding the charges of falsehood that might be brought against him. And he was right, for the truth may run fine, but will not break, and always rises above falsehood, as oil above water. And so, going on with his story, he says that as soon as Don Quixote had ensconced himself in the forest, oak grove, or wood near El Toboso, he bade Sancho return to the city, and not come into his presence again without having first spoken on his behalf to his lady, and begged of her that it might be her good pleasure to permit herself to be seen by her enslaved knight, and deign to bestow her blessing upon him, so that he might thereby hope for a happy issue in all his encounters and difficult enterprises. Sancho undertook to execute the task according to the instructions, and to bring back an answer as good as the one he brought back before. "Go, my son," said Don Quixote, "and be not dazed when thou findest thyself exposed to the light of that sun of beauty thou art going to seek. Happy thou above all the squires in the world. Bear in mind, and let it not escape thy memory, how she receives thee, if she changes colour while thou art giving her my message, if she is agitated and disturbed at hearing my name, If she cannot rest upon her cushion, shouldst thou haply find her seated in the sumptuous state chamber proper to her rank, and should she be standing, observe if she poises herself now on one foot, now on the other, if she repeats 2 or 3 times the reply she gives thee, if she passes from gentleness to austerity, from asperity to tenderness, if she raises her hand to smooth her hair, though it be not disarranged. In short, my son, observe all her actions and motions, for if thou wilt report them to me as they were, I will gather what she hides in the recesses of her heart as regards my love. For I would have thee know, Sancho, if thou knowest it not, that with lovers their outward actions and motions they give way to when their loves are in question are the faithful messengers that carry the news of what is going on in the depths of their hearts. Go, my friend, may better fortune than mine attend thee, and bring thee a happier issue than that which I await in dread in this dreary solitude. I will go and return quickly, said Sancho. Cheer up that little heart of yours, master mine, for at the present moment you seem to have got one no bigger than a hazel-nut. Remember what they say, that a stout heart breaks bad luck, and that where there are no fletchers there are no pegs, and moreover, they say, the hare jumps up where it's not looked for. I say this because, if we could not find my lady's palace or castles tonight, now that it is daylight, I count upon finding them when I least expect it, and once found, leave it to me to manage her. Verily, Sancho, said Don Quixote, thou dost always bring in thy proverbs happily, whatever we deal with. May God give me better luck in what I am anxious about. With this, Sancho wheeled about and gave Dapple the stick, and Don Quixote remained behind, seated on his horse, resting in his stirrups, and leaning on the end of his lance, filled with sad and troubled forebodings. And there we will leave him, and accompany Sancho, who went off no less serious and troubled than he left his master, so much so that as soon as he had got out of the thicket, and looking round saw that Don Quixote was not within sight, he dismounted from his ass, and seating himself at the foot of a tree, began to commune with himself, saying, Now, brother Sancho, let us know where your worship is going. Are you going to look for some ass that has been lost? Not at all. Then what are you going to look for? I'm going to look for a princess, that's all, and in her for the sun of beauty and the whole heaven at once. And where do you expect to find all this, Sancho? Where? Why, in the great city of El Toboso. Well, and for whom are you going to look for her? For the famous knight Don Quixote of La Mancha, who rights wrongs, gives food to those who thirst, and drink to the hungry. That's all very well, but do you know her house, Sancho? My master says it will be some royal palace or grand castle. And have you ever seen her by any chance? Neither I nor my master ever saw her. And does it strike you that it would be just and right if the El Toboso people, finding out that you were here with the intention of going to tamper with their princesses and trouble their ladies, were to come and cudgel your ribs and not leave a whole bone in you? They would indeed have very good reason if they did not see that I am under orders, and that you are a messenger, my friend. No blame belongs to you. Don't you trust to that, Sancho, for the Manchegan folk are as hot-tempered as they are honest, and won't put up with liberties from anybody. By the Lord, if they get scent of you, it will be worse for you, I promise you. Be off, you scoundrel! Let the bolt fall. Why should I go looking for 3 feet on a cat to please another man, and what is more, when looking for Dulcinea, will be looking for Marisa in Ravenna, or the bachelor in Salamanca? The devil, and nobody else, has mixed me up in this business. Such was the soliloquy Sancho held with himself, and all the conclusion he could come to was to say to himself again, Well, there's remedy for everything except death, under whose yoke we all have to pass, whether we like it or not, when life's finished. I have seen by 1,000 signs that this master of mine is a madman fit to be tied, and for that matter, I too am not behind him, for I'm a greater fool than he is when I follow him and serve him, if there's any truth in the proverb that says, Tell me what company thou keepest, and I'll tell thee what thou art, or in that other, Not with whom thou art bred, but with whom thou art fed. Well then, if he be mad, as he is, and with a madness that mostly takes one thing for another, and white for black, and black for white, as was seen when he said the windmills were giants, and the monks mules dromedaries, flocks of sheep, armies of enemies, and much more to the same tune, it will not be very hard to make him believe that some country girl, the first I come across here, is the Lady Dulcinea. And if he does not believe it, I'll swear it. And if he should swear, I'll swear again, and if he persists, I'll persist still more, so as, come what may, to have my quoit always over the peg. Maybe, by holding out in this way, I may put a stop to his sending me on messages of this kind another time, and maybe he will think, as I suspect he will, that one of those wicked enchanters, who he says have a spite against him, has changed her form for the sake of doing him an ill turn and injuring him. With this reflection, Sancho made his mind easy, counting the business as good as settled, and stayed there till the afternoon, so as to make Don Quixote think he had time enough to go to El Toboso and return. And things turned out so luckily for him that, as he got up to Mount Dapple, he spied, coming from El Toboso towards the spot where he stood, 3 peasant girls on 3 colts or fillies, for the author does not make the point clear, though it is more likely they were she-asses, the usual mount with village girls. But, as it is of no great consequence, we need not stop to prove it. To be brief, the instant Sancho saw the peasant girls, he returned full speed to seek his master, and found him sighing and uttering 1,000 passionate lamentations. When Don Quixote saw him, he exclaimed, "What news, Sancho, my friend? Am I to mark this day with a white stone or a black?" "Your worship," replied Sancho, "had better mark it with a ruddle, like the inscriptions on the walls of classrooms, that those who see it may see it plain." "Then thou bringest good news," said Don Quixote. "So good," replied Sancho, "that your worship has only to spur Rocinante and get out into the open field to see the Lady Dulcinea del Toboso, who, with 2 other damsels of hers, is coming to see your worship." "Holy God! What art thou saying, Sancho, my friend?" exclaimed Don Quixote. "Take care thou art not deceiving me, or seeking by false joy to cheer my real sadness." "What could I get by deceiving your worship?" returned Sancho, "especially when it will so soon be shown whether I tell the truth or not. Come, señor, push on, and you will see the princess, our mistress, coming, robed and adorned, in fact, like what she is. Her damsels and she are all one glow of gold, all bunches of pearls, all diamonds, all rubies, all cloth of brocade of more than 10 borders, with their hair loose on their shoulders like so many sunbeams playing with the wind, and moreover they come mounted on 3 piebald cackneys, the finest sight ever you saw." "Hackneys, you mean, Sancho," said Don Quixote. "There is not much difference between cackneys and hackneys," said Sancho, "but no matter what they come on, there they are, the finest ladies one could wish for, especially my lady, the Princess Dulcinea, who staggers one's senses." "Let us go, Sancho, my son," said Don Quixote, "and in guerdon of this news, as unexpected as it is good, I bestow upon thee the best spoil I shall win in the first adventure I may have. Or if that does not satisfy thee, I promise thee the foals I shall have this year from my 3 mares that thou knowest are in foal on our village common." "I'll take the foals," said Sancho, "for it is not quite certain that the spoils of our first adventure will be good ones." By this time they had cleared the wood, and saw the 3 village lasses close at hand. Don Quixote looked all along the road to El Toboso, and as he could see nobody except the 3 peasant girls, he was completely puzzled, and asked Sancho if it was outside the city he had left them. "How outside the city?" returned Sancho. "Are your worship's eyes in the back of your head, that you can't see that they are these who are coming here, shining like the very sun at noonday?" "I see nothing, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "but 3 country girls on 3 jackasses." "Now may God deliver me from the devil," said Sancho, "and can it be that your worship takes 3 hackneys, or whatever they're called, as white as the driven snow, for jackasses? By the Lord, I could tear my beard if that was the case." "Well, I can only say, Sancho, my friend," said Don Quixote, that it is as plain they are jackasses, or jenny-asses, as that I am Don Quixote, and thou Sancho Panza. At any rate, they seem to me to be so. Hush, señor, said Sancho, don't talk that way, but open your eyes, and come and pay your respects to the lady of your thoughts, who is close upon us now. And with these words he advanced to receive the 3 village lasses, and dismounting from Dapple, caught hold of one of the asses of the 3 country girls by the halter, and dropping on both knees on the ground, he said, Queen and Princess and Duchess of Beauty, may it please your haughtiness and greatness to receive into your favour and goodwill your captive knight, who stands there turned into marble stone, and quite stupefied and benumbed at finding himself in your magnificent presence. I am Sancho Panza, his squire, and he the vagabond knight Don Quixote of La Mancha, otherwise called the Knight of the Rueful Countenance. Don Quixote had by this time placed himself on his knees beside Sancho, and, with eyes staring out of his head and a puzzled gaze, was regarding her whom Sancho called Queen and Lady, and as he could see nothing in her except a village lass, and not a very well-favoured one, for she was platter-faced and snub-nosed, he was perplexed and bewildered, and did not venture to open his lips. The country girls, at the same time, were astonished to see these 2 men, so different in appearance, on their knees, preventing their companion from going on. She, however, who had been stopped, breaking silence, said angrily and testily, Get out of the way, bad luck to you, and let us pass, for we are in a hurry. To which Sancho returned, O princess and universal lady of El Toboso, is not your magnanimous heart softened by seeing the pillar and prop of knight-errantry on his knees before your sublimated presence? On hearing this, one of the others exclaimed, Well, then, why, I'm rubbing thee down, she-ass of my father-in-law. See how the lordlings come to make game of the village girls now, as if we could not chaff as well as themselves. Go on your way, and let us go ours, and it will be better for you. Get up, Sancho, said Don Quixote at this. I see that fortune, with evil done to me unsated still, has taken possession of all the roads by which any comfort may reach this wretched soul that I carry in my flesh. And thou, highest perfection of excellence that can be desired, utmost limit of grace in human shape, sole relief of this afflicted heart that adores thee, though the malign enchanter that persecutes me has brought clouds and cataracts on my eyes, and to them, and them only, transformed thy unparagoned virtue, and changed thy features into those of a poor peasant girl, if so be he has not at the same time changed mine into those of some monster, to render them loathsome in thy sight, refuse not to look upon me with tenderness and love, seeing in this submission that I make on my knees to thy transformed beauty the humility with which my soul adores thee. Hey, hey, my grandfather, cried the girl, much I care for your love-making. Get out of the way and let us pass, and we'll thank you. Sancho stood aside and let her go, very well pleased to have got so well out of the hobble he was in. The instant the village lass, who had done duty for Dulcinea, found herself free, prodding her cackney with a spike she had at the end of a stick, she set off at full speed across the field. The she-ass, however, feeling the point more acutely than usual, began cutting such capers that it flung the lady Dulcinea to the ground, seeing which Don Quixote ran to raise her up, and Sancho to fix and to girth the pack-saddle, which also had slipped under the ass's belly. The pack-saddle being secured, as Don Quixote was about to lift up his enchanted mistress in his arms and put her upon her beast, the lady, getting up from the ground, saved him the trouble, for, going back a little, she took a short run, and putting both hands on the croup of the ass, she dropped into the saddle more lightly than a falcon, and sat astride like a man. Whereat Sancho said, Rogue, but our lady is lighter than a lanner, and might teach the cleverest Cordovan or Mexican how to mount. She cleared the back of the saddle in one jump, and without spurs she is making the hackney go like a zebra, and her damsels are no way behind her, for they all fly like the wind. Which was the truth, for as soon as they saw Dulcinea mounted, they pushed on after her, and sped away without looking back for more than half a league. Don Quixote followed them with his eyes, and when they were no longer in sight, he turned to Sancho and said, "How now, Sancho? Thou seest how I am hated by enchanters. And see to what a length the malice and spite they bear me go, when they seek to deprive me of the happiness it would give me to see my lady in her own proper form. The fact is, I was born to be an example of misfortune, and the target and mark at which the arrows of adversity are aimed and directed. Observe, too, Sancho, that these traitors were not content with changing and transforming my Dulcinea, but they transformed and changed her into a shape as mean and ill-favoured as that of the village girl yonder, and at the same time they robbed her of that which is such a peculiar property of ladies of distinction, that is to say, the sweet fragrance that comes of being always among perfumes and flowers. For I must tell thee, Sancho, that when I approached to put Dulcinea upon her hackney, as thou sayest it was, though to me it appeared a she-ass, she gave me a whiff of raw garlic that made my head reel and poisoned my very heart." "O scum of the earth!" cried Sancho at this. "O miserable, spiteful enchanters! Oh, that I could see you all strung up by the gills like sardines on a twig! Ye know a great deal, ye can do a great deal, and ye do a great deal more. It ought to have been enough for you, ye scoundrels, to have changed the pearls of my lady's eyes into oak galls, and her hair of purest gold into the bristles of a red ox's tail, and in short all her features from fair to foul, without meddling with her smell, for by that we might somehow have found out what was hidden underneath that ugly rind, though to tell the truth I never perceived her ugliness, but only her beauty, which was raised to the highest pitch of perfection by a mole she had on her right lip, like a moustache, with 7 or 8 red hairs like threads of gold, and more than a palm long. From the correspondence which exists between those of the face and those of the body, said Don Quixote, Dulcinea must have another mole, resembling that, on the thick of the thigh, on that side on which he has the one on her face. But hairs of the length thou hast mentioned are very long for moles. Well, all I can say is that they were as plain as could be, replied Sancho. I believe it, my friend, returned Don Quixote, for nature bestowed nothing on Dulcinea that was not perfect and well finished. And so, if she had 100 moles like the one thou hast described, in her they would not be moles, but moons and shining stars. But tell me, Sancho, that which seemed to me to be a pack-saddle, as thou wert fixing it, was it a flat saddle or a side saddle? It was neither, replied Sancho, but a hineite saddle, with a field covering worth half a kingdom, so rich is it. And that I could not see all this, Sancho, said Don Quixote. Once more I say, and will say 1,000 times, I am the most unfortunate of men. Sancho, the rogue, had enough to do to hide his laughter at hearing the simplicity of the master he had so nicely befooled. At length, after a good deal more conversation had passed between them, they remounted their beasts and followed the road to Saragossa, which they expected to reach in time to take part in a certain grand festival which is held every year in that illustrious city. But before they got there, things happened to them, so many, so important, and so strange, that they deserve to be recorded and read, as will be seen farther on. End of section 66. Section 67 of Don Quixote by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by John Ormsby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Dann. Volume 2, Chapter 11. Of the strange adventure which the valiant Don Quixote had with the car or cart of the Cortes of Death. Dejected beyond measure did Don Quixote pursue his journey, turning over in his mind the cruel trick the enchanters had played him in changing his lady Dulcinea into the vile shape of the village lass, nor could he think of any way of restoring her to her original form, and these reflections so absorbed him that without being aware of it he let go Rocinante's bridle, and he, perceiving the liberty that was granted him, stopped at every step to crop the fresh grass with which the plain abounded. Sancho recalled him from his reverie. "Melancholy, señor," said he, "was made not for beasts but for men. But if men give way to it overmuch, they turn to beasts. Control yourself, your worship. Be yourself again. Gather up Rocinante's reins. Cheer up, rouse yourself, and show that gallant spirit that knights-errant ought to have. What the devil is this? What weakness is this? Are we here or in France? The devil fly away with all the Dulcineas in the world, for the well-being of a single knight-errant is of more consequence than all the enchantments and transformations on earth." "Hush, Sancho," said Don Quixote in a weak and faint voice. "Hush, and utter no blasphemies against that enchanted lady, for I alone am to blame for her misfortune and hard fate. Her calamity has come of the hatred the wicked bear me." "So say I," returned Sancho. "The heart rend in twain, I trow, who saw her once, to see her now." "Thou mayest well say that, Sancho," replied Don Quixote, "as thou sawest her in the full perfection of her beauty, for the enchantment does not go so far as to pervert thy vision, or hide her loveliness from thee. Against me alone, and against my eyes, is the strength of the venom directed. Nevertheless, there is one thing which has occurred to me, and that is that thou didst ill describe her beauty to me, for, as well as I recollect, thou saidst that her eyes were pearls. Her eyes that are like pearls are rather the eyes of a sea brim than of a lady, and I am persuaded that Dulcinea's must be green emeralds, full and soft, with 2 rainbows for eyebrows. Take away those pearls from her eyes, and transfer them to her teeth, for beyond a doubt, Sancho, thou hast taken the one for the other, the eyes for the teeth." "Very likely," said Sancho, "for her beauty bewildered me as much as her ugliness did your worship. But let us leave it all to God, who alone knows what is to happen in this vale of tears, in this evil world of ours, where there is hardly a thing to be found without some mixture of wickedness, roguery, and rascality. But one thing, señor, troubles me more than all the rest, and that is thinking what is to be done when your worship conquers some giant or some other knight, and orders him to go and present himself before the beauty of the lady Dulcinea. Where is this poor giant, or this poor wretch of a vanquished knight, to find her? I think I can see them wandering all over El Toboso, looking like noddies, and asking for my lady Dulcinea, and even if they meet her in the middle of the street, they won't know her any more than they would my father." "Perhaps, Sancho," returned Don Quixote, "the enchantment does not go so far as to deprive conquered and presented giants and knights of the power of recognizing Dulcinea. We will try by experiment with 1 or 2 of the first I vanquish, and send to her, whether they see her or not, by commanding them to return and give me an account of what happened to them in this respect." "I declare, I think what your worship has proposed is excellent," said Sancho, "and that by this plan we shall find out what we want to know. And if it be that it is only from your worship she is hidden, the misfortune will be more yours than hers. But so long as the lady Dulcinea is well and happy, we on our part will make the best of it, and get on as well as we can, seeking our adventures, and leaving time to take his own course, for he is the best physician for these and greater ailments." Don Quixote was about to reply to Sancho Panza, but he was prevented by a cart crossing the road, full of the most diverse and strange personages and figures that could be imagined. He who led the mules and acted as carter was a hideous demon. The cart was open to the sky, without a tilt or cane roof, and the first figure that presented itself to Don Quixote's eyes was that of Death itself, with a human face. Next to it was an angel with large painted wings, and at one side an emperor with a crown, to all appearance of gold, on his head. At the feet of Death was the god called Cupid, without his bandage, but with his bow, quiver, and arrows. There was also a knight in full armour, except that he had no morion or helmet, but only a hat decked with plumes of divers colours, and along with these there were others with a variety of costumes and faces. All this, unexpectedly encountered, took Don Quixote somewhat aback, and struck terror into the heart of Sancho. But the next instant Don Quixote was glad of it, believing that some new perilous adventure was presenting itself to him, and under this impression, and with a spirit prepared to face any danger, he planted himself in front of the cart, and in a loud and menacing tone exclaimed, "Carter, or coachman, or devil, or whatever thou art, tell me at once who thou art, whither thou art going, and who these folk are thou carriest in thy waggon, which look more like Charon's boat than an ordinary cart." To which the devil, stopping the cart, answered quietly, "Señor, we are players of Angulo el Malo's company. We have been acting the play The Cortes of Death this morning, which is the octave of Corpus Christi, in the village behind that hill, and we have to act it this afternoon in that village which you can see from this. And as it is so near, and to save the trouble of undressing and dressing again, we go in the costumes in which we perform. That lad there appears as Death, that other as an angel. That woman, the manager's wife, plays the queen, this one the soldier, that the emperor, and I the devil. And I am one of the principal characters of the play, for in this company I take the leading parts. If you want to know anything more about us, ask me, and I will answer with the utmost exactitude, for as I am a devil, I am up to everything." "By the faith of a knight-errant," replied Don Quixote, "when I saw this cart, I fancied some great adventure was presenting itself to me. But I declare one must touch with the hand what appears to the eye, if illusions are to be avoided. God speed you, good people. Keep your festival, and remember, if you demand of me aught wherein I can render you a service, I will do it gladly and willingly, for from a child I was fond of the play, and in my youth a keen lover of the actor's art." While they were talking, fate so willed it that one of the company, in a mummer's dress with a great number of bells, and armed with 3 blown ox-bladders at the end of a stick, joined them, and this merry Andrew, approaching Don Quixote, began flourishing his stick, and banging the ground with the bladders, and cutting capers with great jingling of the bells, which untoward apparition so startled Rocinante that, in spite of Don Quixote's efforts to hold him in, taking the bit between his teeth, he set off across the plain with greater speed than the bones of his anatomy ever gave any promise of. Sancho, who thought his master was in danger of being thrown, jumped off Dapple and ran in all haste to help him. But by the time he reached him, he was already on the ground, and beside him was Rocinante, who had come down with his master, the usual end and upshot of Rocinante's vivacity and high spirits. But the moment Sancho quitted his beast to go and help Don Quixote, the dancing devil with the bladders jumped up on Dapple, and beating him with them, more by fright and the noise than by the pain of the blows, made him fly across the fields towards the village where they were going to hold their festival. Sancho witnessed Dapple's career and his master's fall, and did not know which of the 2 cases of need he should attend to first, but in the end, like a good squire and good servant, he let his love for his master prevail over his affection for his ass, though every time he saw the bladders rise in the air and come down on the hind quarters of his Dapple, he felt the pains and terrors of death, and he would have rather had the blows fall on the apple of his own eyes than on the least hair of his ass's tail. In this trouble and perplexity he came to where Don Quixote lay in a far sorrier plight than he liked, and having helped him to mount Rocinante, he said to him, "Señor, the devil has carried off my Dapple." "What devil?" asked Don Quixote. "The one with the bladders," said Sancho. "Then I will recover him," said Don Quixote, "even if he be shut up with him in the deepest and darkest dungeons of hell. Follow me, Sancho, for the cart goes slowly, and with the mules of it I will make good the loss of Dapple." "You need not take the trouble, señor," said Sancho. "Keep cool, for as I see now, the devil has let Dapple go, and he is coming back to his old quarters." And so it turned out, for having come down with Dapple in imitation of Don Quixote and Rocinante, the devil made off on foot to the town, and the ass came back to his master. "For all that," said Don Quixote, "it will be well to visit the discourtesy of that devil upon some of those in the cart, even if it were the emperor himself." "Don't think of it, your worship," returned Sancho. "Take my advice, and never meddle with actors, for they are a favoured class. I myself have known an actor taken up for 2 murders, and yet come off scot-free. Remember that, as they are merry folk who give pleasure, everyone favours and protects them, and helps and makes much of them, above all when they are those of the royal companies and under patent, all or most of whom in dress and appearance look like princes." "Still, for all that," said Don Quixote, "the player devil must not go off boasting, even if the whole human race favours him." So saying, he made for the cart, which was now very near the town, shouting out as he went, "Stay! Halt! Ye merry jovial crew! I want to teach you how to treat asses and animals that serve the squires of knights-errant for steeds." So loud were the shouts of Don Quixote that those in the cart heard and understood them, and, guessing by the words what the speaker's intention was, Death in an instant jumped out of the cart, and the emperor, the devil-carter, and the angel after him, nor did the queen or the god Cupid stay behind, and all armed themselves with stones, and formed in line, prepared to receive Don Quixote on the points of their pebbles. Don Quixote, when he saw them drawn up in such a gallant array, with uplifted arms ready for a mighty discharge of stones, checked Rocinante, and began to consider in what way he could attack them with the least danger to himself. As he halted, Sancho came up, and seeing him disposed to attack this well-ordered squadron, said to him, "It would be the height of madness to attempt such an enterprise. Remember, señor, that against sops from the brook, and plenty of them, there is no defensive armour in the world, except to stow oneself away under a brass bell. And besides, one should remember that it is rashness and not valour for a single man to attack an enemy that has death in it, and where emperors fight in person, with angels, good and bad, to help them. And if this reflection will not make you keep quiet, perhaps it will to know for certain that among all these, though they look like kings, princes, and emperors, there is not a single knight-errant." "Now, indeed, thou hast hit the point, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "which may and should turn me from the resolution I had already formed. I cannot and must not draw sword, as I have many a time before told thee, against any one who is not a dubbed knight. It is for thee, Sancho, if thou wilt, to take vengeance for the wrong done to thy Dapple, and I will help thee from here by shouts and salutary counsels." "There is no occasion to take vengeance on any one, señor," replied Sancho, "for it is not the part of good Christians to revenge wrongs, and besides I will arrange it with my ass to leave his grievance to my good will and pleasure, and that is to live in peace as long as heaven grants me life." "Well," said Don Quixote, "if that be thy determination, good Sancho, sensible Sancho, Christian Sancho, honest Sancho, let us leave these phantoms alone, and turn to the pursuit of better and worthier adventures, for from what I see of this country we cannot fail to find plenty of marvellous ones in it." He at once wheeled about. Sancho ran to take possession of his Dapple. Death and his flying squadron returned to their cart, and pursued their journey. And thus the dread adventure of the cart of Death ended happily, thanks to the advice Sancho gave his master, who had, the following day, a fresh adventure of no less thrilling interest than the last, with an enamoured knight-errant. End of section 67.